Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2336. Ancestor by It'll Be Too Late If You Don't Stop Now. By Wang Yuan suddenly looked at the missed ancestor and Mu Xia. The four-way scales won't attack Lu Shaoxian anymore. Tell him to stop as well. Wang Fan and Ancestor Dragon's expressions darkened. They had heard the conversation between Bai Wang Yuan and Bai Xiener. Losing Bai Xiener was unacceptable to the Bai family, but it didn't matter to the Wang family or the White Dragon tribe. They exchanged glances, wanting to stop Bai Wang Yuan. The missed ancestor spoke first. Bai Wang Yuan, are you sure you want to stop? Yes. Bai Wang Yuan's voice was low. The missed ancestor looked at Wang Fan and Ancestor Dragon. What about you? Wang Fan frowned. Bai Xiener's life had nothing to do with the Wang family. Lu Shaoxian defeated Xia Xinji as an emissary. He's too big of a threat. If the Wang family and the White Dragon tribe don't want to stop, the Bai family will stop them. Wang Fan was furious. Bai Wang Yuan, what did you say? Bai Wang Yuan's gaze was cold. You know how important Xiener is to the Bai family. Wang Fan and Ancestor Dragon stared at Bai Wang Yuan. The atmosphere was heavy. Mu Xia spoke up. With the Bai family, we have a chance of winning. The missed ancestor nodded. Bai Wang Yuan, me, Mu Xia, Wang Fan, Xia Xinji, and Long Air. Of course, they have progenitors, and so do we. Lu Shaoxian can be considered two progenitors. Yes, we have a chance of winning. Bai Wang Yuan's expression turned even uglier. They were actually helping the Lu family. How hateful. Wang Fan stared at Bai Wang Yuan. Lu Shaoxian won't let go of his hatred for the four-way scales. If we let him go now, he'll be in danger in the future. You know that. Bai Wang Yuan frowned and stopped talking to them. He contacted Bai Xing instead. Tell Lu Shaoxian that the Bai family has given up on killing him. Tell him to stop immediately. No matter what he's doing, he has to stop immediately. I mean immediately. Wang Fan's heart sank. Bai Xiener was too important to the frigid immortal sect. It wasn't realistic to let her die with Lu Shaoxian. Ancestor Dragon didn't understand. How did Lu Shaoxian injure Bai Xiener? Bai Wang Yuan, even if we let Lu Shaoxian threaten the frigid sect, in the future, will you let him threaten you? Bai Wang Yuan's face sank. Of course, he knew that if he didn't find out the reason, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. The missed ancestor seemed to have realized something, and he recalled the Astral Combat Academy stargazing deck in the Book of Destiny. Could this be the case? If he had known this would happen, he would have done it directly. What a pity. Lu Yin also felt that it was a pity, but Bai Xing had stepped through the heavens and arrived beside the caged WIRM to find him. Bai Wang Yuan gave up on killing me. Lu Yin was both surprised and unsurprised. Bai Xing sized him up and exclaimed, "What did you do? What made Ancestor Bai so impatiently give up on killing you? I'm very curious." Lu Yin had underestimated Bai Xiener's position in Bai Wang Yuan's heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have done so long ago. Bai Wang Yuan hadn't even discussed any conditions before giving up on the chase. It seemed like this move had been effective. Have Bai Wang Yuan talk to me personally, Lu Yin said. Bai Xing crossed his arms. What did you do? How about satisfying my curiosity? Lu Yin replied, Senior Xingzhu, I have a question for you. Speak. What will happen if she dies? Bai Xingzhu's expression changed. What did you say? Lu Yin raised his head. I'm asking what will happen if she dies. Bai Xing's eyes narrowed. So that's how it is. You have a way to kill her. I'm really curious. How did you do it? Lu Yin replied, Senior, you just have to answer my question. Bai Xing replied, Massacre the universe. Lu Yin raised a brow. Bai Xing looked at Lu Yin. I advise you not to try. Bai Xianer is the frigid immortal sect's, no, the Bai family's greatest genius since ancient times. No one in the history of the Bai family, including the ancestors, can compare to her. To be honest, I don't understand how such a person can exist, but now that you've appeared, perhaps this is fate. The Bai family cannot afford to lose Bai Xianer. Do you know why the Bai family agreed to exile the Lu family? Lu Yin frowned. Because of Bai Xianer. Bai Xing replied, You could say that. The Bai family saw hope in replacing the Lu family, and that is Bai Xianer. She has the qualifications to replace the Lu family and control the fifth mainland. So she was hiding while the Lu family was still around? Lu Yin asked. Bai Xing laughed and shook his head. She wasn't hiding. You just couldn't see it. Lu Yin understood. This was why the frigid immortal sect had been willing to exile the Lu family. The four cardinal scales had exiled the Lu family for different reasons. The Xia family had been exiled because the Lu family had helped Xia Shang. The Wang family had been exiled because of Wang Si or some other reason. The White Dragon tribe had probably been tempted by the four cardinal scales status. They couldn't even compare to the Lu family and the Nong family at first. The frigid immortal sect was the most ambitious, and they wanted to use Bai Xianer to replace the Lu family. This was why Bai Wang Yuan had such a big reaction. I'm not telling you this to threaten the frigid immortal sect. I'm just telling you how serious this matter is. If anything happens to Bai Xianer. Bai Xing looked around. Everything you see, your friends, your family, and everything you care about will be gone. This isn't a threat, it's a friendly warning. One had to be careful when dealing with hostages. Capturing someone important to the enemy might be effective, but if the person was too important, the effect might backfire. Take Bai Xianer for example. No matter how much Lu Yin wanted to kill her, he wouldn't do it unless he was forced into a corner. Bai Wang Yuan and the others knew that he wouldn't do such a thing. He couldn't bear the consequences. If he used Bai Xianer as a hostage to negotiate, he would have to consider carefully. If he wasn't careful, it would be a life and death struggle. If they died together, the four cardinal scales would only lose Bai Xianer, which would greatly affect the frigid immortal sect. The other three families wouldn't be affected, but the fifth mainland would be in trouble. Lu Yin believed that Bai Wang Yuan would slaughter the fifth mainland to vent his anger. This wasn't something that Lu Yin could bear. He wanted to save the Lu family and take revenge on the four cardinal scales, not die together. Bai Xing's words seemed to have exposed the frigid immortal sect's trump card, but they were actually setting the tone for the upcoming negotiations. He couldn't go too far, and of course, Bai Wang Yuan would do his best to agree to his conditions. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xing, but the negotiations had already begun. Senior forefather Xing, I'm the only one left from the Lu family. Bai Xing looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin continued, If I die, then the Lu family will disappear from the annals of history. I'll be the sinner of the Lu family, so no matter what, I'll live. If I die, then Bai Xianer won't be able to live either. That's my bottom line. Bai Xing scratched his head in frustration. There's no point in threatening each other. You should talk to forefather Bai. I actually belong to the outer realm, and if it weren't for my surname, I wouldn't have come here. Lu Yin was curious. The outer realm. Bai Xing replied, I told you last time that you would understand in the future, but I didn't expect you to be Lu Shaoxian. The outer realm has nothing to do with you. His lips suddenly curled up. How about we make a deal? You and me, not the Bai family, and definitely not the four cardinal scales. What kind of deal? Lu Yin asked. Bai Xing replied, "There's still someone from the Lu family alive." His words caused Lu Yin's expression to change. "Who?" Bai Xing replied, "I'll tell you, and you'll tell me how you attacked Bai Xiener. How about that?" Lu Yin immediately rejected him. "Not much. There's still someone in the Lu family, and a direct descendant at that," Bai Xing said. He had thought that Lu Yin would be anxious to know who that person was. However, Lu Yin immediately guessed who it was. The person who was called Madman Lu, the one who possessed the general appointment platform, the one who had met with the ancient god, the one who made Elder Chan wary of the Lu family, and the one who had received the Lu family's favor but still doubted the Lu family. Lu Yin really wanted to know where this person was and wanted to eliminate him, but now was not the time. Once he left the fifth mainland, how could he eliminate a powerhouse from the Lu family? Even if that person was a half-ancestor, or even a progenitor at that. The Lu family was different from the four cardinal scales. Ever since Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had encountered all sorts of enemies. He had even met a Tao disciple from the above heaven sect, such as an absolute genius like Sky Jialan. However, he had never fought against a direct descendant of the Lu family, nor did he want to. As difficult as he was to deal with, any direct descendant of the Lu family who had awakened the general appointment platform would be equally difficult to deal with. There was no point in learning about Madman Lu's whereabouts now. Only when he became a half-ancestor would it be worth knowing. Seeing that Lu Yin was unmoved, Bai Xing was helpless. "It seems like you really don't want to know." "Forget it, I don't want to get involved in your matters. The next person to talk to you is Ancestor Bai." He then looked deeply at Lu Yin, his gaze filled with admiration. "Since ancient times, you are the first emissary to force the 9 mountains and White Sea into a corner without relying on your background. Lu Shaoxian, I, Bai Xing, admire you." With that, he disappeared and left the fifth mainland. After he left, Lu Yin relaxed his clenched fists. Admiration. Being able to earn the admiration of a progenitor was indeed something to brag about, but how much had he experienced along the way? He had experienced true death several times, and those were true deaths. If not for the arcane art of life and death, he would not have been able to survive until now. Some outcomes were already predestined. Then, could anyone see this outcome? Lu Yin thought of Bai Xiener, the Book of Destiny, and Fate. Was Fate able to see through the river of time? Had it seen his own future? If his future was known to others, then wouldn't his current actions be within their expectations as well? If someone could travel through time, would they be able to change the relative future of his past? Lu Yin shook his head. Now was not the time to think about such things. His next opponent was Bai Wangyuan, a true powerhouse of the 9 mountains and 8 seas who was on par with progenitor Qin. Lu Yin did not dare to be careless against such a person. He had to find a suitable location for the negotiations. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2337. On the other side, Xia Xinji had returned to the sovereign realm, and just like Wang Fan and the dragon ancestor, he was against letting Lu Yin go. However, Bai Wangyuan was determined, and they could not stop him. The more they tried to stop him, the more Bai Wangyuan felt like they were taking pleasure in his misfortune. They could get rid of both Lu Shaoxian and Bai Xiener, which was a perfect ending for them. However, this ending would only cause the frozen immortal sect to suffer a huge loss. The more Bai Wangyuan thought about it, the more insistent he became. Exiling the Lu family would allow the other 3 families to achieve their goals, but the frozen immortal sect's future would be sacrificed. This was not something Bai Wangyuan could accept. In the end, Bai Wangyuan managed to convince Xia Xinji and the other 2 families to agree. There was no other way, and they had no other choice. Mu Xia and Bai Wangyuan were enough to stop the 3 families, and with the mist ancestor and Lu Shaoxian, it was impossible for them to go to the fifth mainland to kill Lu Shaoxian. As for the outer realms, there was no need to even mention the Lu family, or Gui Yuan. It was already good enough that they did not help Lu Shaoxian, so why would they help them? The result was predestined. Under Mu Xie's surveillance, Xiaoshenji remained in the sovereign realm while Bai Wangyuan headed to the fifth mainland alone to negotiate with Lu Yin. The dragon ancestor sighed. Lu Shaoxian faced the progenitor's murderous intent twice and forced him to retreat. He even prevented the third attack from being released. Lu Shaoxian can be considered the first person in history to do so. Even Xia Shang was far from being able to do so. If not for the Lu family's protection, he would have died at your hands. Xiaoshenji's expression turned ugly. Wang Fan said, if we don't kill him now, it will be even more difficult in the future. Bai Wangyuan is foolish. The mist ancestor sneered. Do you think no one knows what you're thinking? You can't wait for Bai Xiener to die, right? Old Fu said that you were narrow-minded, but you refused to admit it. Think about the bigger picture of humanity. Lu Shaoxian and Bai Xiener might be enemies, but both of them are absolute geniuses. Once they reach the progenitor realm, the biggest headache won't be you guys, but those monsters. Even if you get rid of them, who will face those monsters in the future? Just based on the few of your descendants? Xiaoshenji coldly glanced at the mist ancestor and Mu Xia before turning to Wang Fan. Wang Fan's eyes flashing, he nodded. On the fifth continent, Bai Wangyuan walked out of the new void corridor. He looked around and frowned. Just as Xiaoshenji had said, the stellar source universe in this part of the starry sky had been devoured by the Eternals. If they could devour the astral source universe of the abandoned land, they could also devour the astral source universe of the tree starry sky. However, due to the existence of the mother tree, it was not so easy. Perhaps attacking this starry sky was an experiment. He looked in a certain direction and found Lu Shaoxian. With that thought in mind, he lifted his foot and vanished. In the Neoverse, outside of Anshui planet, Lu Yin stood in space and waited quietly. This was where the Eternal Kingdom used to be. He chose to negotiate with Bai Wangyuan in the Eternal Kingdom. Bai Wangyuan quickly appeared and was very close to Lu Yin. Not counting his lost memories, this was the first time he had seen Bai Wangyuan. Compared to Xiaoshenji, Bai Wangyuan was more domineering. How should he put it? Faintly discernible, yes, faintly discernible, just like the clouds above the cold immortal sept, elusive and elusive. He was clearly standing in front of her, but it didn't seem to be there. It was too illusory. The moment Bai Wangyuan appeared, the caged WIRM roared and stared at him warily. Lu Yin spoke up. Please stay away from me. You're so close. I suspect that you're about to launch a sneak attack. Bai Wangyuan retreated a bit and looked at Lu Yin in surprise. We meet again, Shaoxian. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm Lu Yin, ancestor Bai. We've spoken before. Bai Wangyuan looked at him deeply. You're referring to Yu Hao? Lu Yin smiled. Thank you for thinking so highly of me and offering such good conditions. If I were really Yu Hao, I would have agreed. Unfortunately, I'm not. Bai Wangyuan felt that it was a pity. If only you were really Yu Hao. I would have agreed to any conditions. What a pity. It's my honor to be able to make you feel pity, Ancestor Bai, Lu Yin said. He then raised his hand to reveal the foundation of the Eternal Kingdom, which was the large seal. With this seal, he could enter the Eternal Kingdom. Please, Ancestor Bai. Lu Yin opened the void of the Eternal Kingdom and entered. Bai Wangyuan did not hesitate and entered as well. After entering the Eternal Kingdom, Bai Wangyuan immediately saw the 7 shattered towers in the distance. He was shocked. What's that? Lu Yin and Bai Wangyuan stood in the sky above the eternal kingdom. Below them was an abandoned city that had once been filled with despairing people. Some of them had had their organs dug out, some had gone mad, and some had been turned into food. This was the place where the Eternals had experimented with humans and corpse kings. Below them was the place where the corpse kings had been modified. There was an endless amount of death energy there that was not any less than the Kuan swamp or the Qi sect. This was why Lu Yin had chosen this place. He had only been able to heavily injure Xia Xinji because of the death god's strength. If he wanted to make Bai Wangyuan feel apprehensive, he still needed the death god's strength. Otherwise, progenitor Chen Sirius Qin would not have been able to defeat Bai Wangyuan. That's the Tower of the Seven Sky Gods. Bai Wangyuan stared at Lu Yin with a cold gaze. Lu Yin replied, "Don't look at me like that. I didn't collude with the Seven Sky Gods. You should be able to tell that we were the ones who destroyed this place. The Seven Sky Gods had been hiding here before, but we discovered them and destroyed them." Bai Wangyuan's gaze softened. This was something that could be investigated, so there was no need to hide it. Besides, if Lu Yin had really colluded with the Eternals, then the people from the Fifth Mainland should have known. Actually, when he had seen the Seven Towers, his heart had undeniably sunk. He had thought that Lu Yin had really colluded with the Eternals. He was not worried that Lu Yin had some kind of power to ambush him, but the Eternals were different. If a few of the Seven Sky Gods ambushed him, then he was not confident that he would be able to return alive. "Why did you choose this place?" Bai Wangyuan asked in a low voice. Lu Yin pointed at the ground. "There's a large amount of death energy here that will allow me to borrow the death god's strength." Bai Wangyuan frowned. Xia Xinji's injuries had been caused by the death god's strength. It was no wonder why Lu Shaoxian had been so bold as to negotiate with him alone in the Eternal Kingdom without even bringing the Hellworm along. Bai Wangyuan nodded. "There's no need to threaten me. You can influence Xian, and that's your capital. However, don't think that you can do anything with that. I can promise you that the four-way scales will not act against you for the time being, but you must also promise not to affect Xian, for the time being." Lu Yin raised a brow. Bai Wangyuan looked at Lu Yin. "We won't act against you until you become a half-ancestor. That's our bottom line. You wouldn't believe me if I said that I would never act against you." Lu Yin sneered. "I'm a half-ancestor, but Xian has already become an ancestor." "Ancestor Bai, are you toying with me?" Bai Wangyuan's gaze turned cold. "Becoming an ancestor is not as easy as you think. Even the youngest progenitor in history had to spend at least 1,000 years to do so. Xian is still so young, and she's not even a half-ancestor." Lu Yin was astonished. "She hasn't become a half-ancestor?" Ancestor Bai replied, "No." Lu Yin's eyes were filled with shock. He had not forgotten that when the Sea King had broken through the upper three gates, there had been a powerhouse from the Sixth Mainland who had tried to stop him, but he had been easily crushed by Bai Xianer. Lu Yin had the power to fight against 4 half-ancestors, but it had been useless against Bai Xianer. He had thought that Bai Xianer was a half-ancestor, and everyone else had thought so as well. It turned out that she wasn't even a half-ancestor. Lu Yin finally understood how others felt when they looked at him. He was simply a monster. It was no wonder why Bai Wangyuan valued Bai Xianer so much and had even confirmed that she could replace the Lu family in ruling the Fifth Mainland. Once Bai Xianer became a half-ancestor or even an ancestor, who would be able to stop her? Had the Wang family and the Xia family not considered this? Or were they unaware of how terrifying Bai Xianer was? Of course, Bai Wangyuan could also be lying to him. Bai Xianer was already a half-ancestor, and Bai Wangyuan had only said this to reassure him. Xian hasn't become a half-ancestor, let alone an ancestor. This amount of time is enough for you to become a half-ancestor, and with your cultivation speed, you'll need at most a few decades. This is my condition for you, but you have to tell me how you affected Xian, Bai Wang Yuan said in a low voice. Lu Yin was puzzled, but Bai Xing's question was understandable. He wasn't familiar with Bai Xianer, and he had already said that he didn't interact much with her. Why was Bai Wang Yuan asking this? Had Bai Xianer not told him the reason? Bai Xianer definitely knew that she had been heavily injured because of him, but why hadn't she told Bai Wang Yuan? Or did she not have the time to tell him? No matter what the reason was, Lu Yin didn't want to talk about it. This is between me and Bai Xianer. I won't talk about it. You have to. Bai Wang Yuan's expression was solemn. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Ancestor Bai, if you wanted to sacrifice Bai Xianer to take me down with you, you wouldn't have come to negotiate. If I don't say anything, no one can force me. I call you Ancestor Bai not because I respect you, but because I don't know how to address you. Or should I call you Bai Wang Yuan? Bai Wang Yuan's eyes widened. Threatening Xian can save your life, but it doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want. If you think that you can do whatever you want just because you threaten Xian, I will make you feel pain. No one on the Fifth Mainland can do anything to me. You can slaughter the entire Fifth Mainland, but I can also make Bai Xianer pay with her life. You killed the remaining members of the Lu family, and I'll kill the expeditionary army. Bai Wang Yuan, you can take a gamble. As long as I don't die, I'll definitely become an ancestor. Let's see if I can make the four cardinal scales feel even more despair, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Yin. There was no killing intent or progenitor's aura, but Lu Yin still felt immense pressure. Unconsciously, Lu Yin took out half of the Golian. Beneath the ground, an endless amount of deathly energy flowed into the Golian, shocking Bai Wang Yuan. The Grim Reaper was the strongest powerhouse of the above heaven era. Although they were confident, they didn't think that they could surpass him. After all, he was a legendary existence. He had seen Xia Xinji's miserable state, and even he didn't dare to say that he could completely block the Grim Reaper's attack. Not only could this kid borrow the Grim Reaper's strength, but he could also borrow Xia Shang's Sirius, Qi, and the Hellworm. Bai Wang Yuan really couldn't do anything to this kid on the Fifth Mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2338. After a moment of silence, Bai Wang Yuan's tone softened. If you don't want to tell me, I can ask Xian, This kind of thing can't be hidden. Up to you, Lu Yin said. Bai Wang Yuan looked at Lu Yin. If you don't hurt Xian, the four cardinal scales will not act against you before you become a half-ancestor. Do you agree to this condition? Lu Yin could not really fight to the death with the four cardinal scales. Most importantly, the Eternals were watching, and they knew everything that Lu Yin had done. For example, when he had fought with Xia Xinji in the top realm, the corpse god had drawn Xia Xinji away at a crucial moment. That scene had made Lu Yin even more wary of the Eternals. The Eternals had unimaginable foundations, and they had destroyed 4 continents in a row. Lu Yin had to be on guard. Also, release the remaining members of the Lu family, including those from the Star Alliance and the Red Garden. In return, I will release the expeditionary army and the 4 cardinal scales, Lu Yin said. Lu Yin would not harm Bai Xianer and Bai Wang Yuan were negotiating. Before he became a half-ancestor, the 7 sky gods gathered outside the scales would not act against him. Which spirit god? He also wanted to release all the remaining members of the Lu family, cold voice except for those on the back of the battlefield. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Zhou Tang and the others were on the back of the battlefield. You came up with such a huge plan. Lu Yin wanted the 4-way scales to release them. Not only did you come out had to fight on the back of the battlefield, but we also couldn't do anything to that brat. Bai Wang Yuan's bottom line was to release all the remaining members of the Lu family. Not only did you not make them in the Red Garden, but you also gave that brat the right to negotiate with Bai all the people he had captured in the Starry Sky Trees, which spirit god, including those half-ancestors. These were the conditions they had
spirit
reached.
god's hoarse voice rang
Although
out
the
as the
conditions
witch
had been
spirit
met,
doll floated
it was
in the
not
air.
something that could be done just
It
by
was my
saying
mistake.
Whether it
I
was
didn't expect
Lu
that
or Bai
Bai to
Wangyuan,
improve so
they
quickly.
both needed a witness,
I
and that was to
accidentally
complete
allowed
3
him to
palm
face the
strikes in
progenitor
outer
directly.
space.
I
The
originally
agreement of
planned
3
to
palm
act during
strikes
their
would be
internal
witnessed by
conflict.
both parties in 3 days.
Actually, if not for Mu
Lu Yin
Xia and
walked out of
Shui's
the
unexpected
kingdom.
appearance that blocked Xia
This was
Xinji
the
and
limit
Bai
of what he
Xin's
could do at the
attacks,
moment.
my plan would have succeeded.
They restricted each other,
At the
gave
very
in,
least,
and
I
feared
would have
each
been able
other.
to tear apart limitless
If he had not
kinetic
grasped
energy
the
and
method to
destabilize
threaten
the
Bai
astral
Xianer,
tree.
he would not have been able to
The
threaten
main
the
problem
four-way
was that I
scales at all.
miscalculated Mu Xia and
He
Shui,
could block the first
but it doesn't
wave of
matter.
attacks, but he could
The
not
4
block
cardinal
the second
scales
wave.
and Lu Shaoxian
The
will never
four-way
reconcile.
scales would rather sacrifice
They
the
will fight one
expeditionary
day,
army to
and
kill
we can
him.
afford to wait.
This was his
Hey
value in the
Wuxian
eyes
said in
of
a
the
low
four-way
voice,
scales.
forget about Shi Wei.
However,
she's
this
not good at
balance would
fighting.
only be maintained until
The
he
main
became
problem
a
is Mu
half-ancestor.
Xia.
Once
No
he
one would have
became a
thought that a
half-ancestor,
seemingly
the
ordinary
four-way
progenitor who
scales would not
specializes
hesitate
in
to
dealing
act
with the
against him.
redbacks would have the same battle
At that
prowess
time,
as Xia
he
Xinji.
believed that Bai Xianer would
There's
have a way
something
to
wrong
not
with
be
him.
affected by fate.
Also,
He
he
was
was
stalling
stalling
for
Lu
time,
Xiaoshuan's
and Bai
master.
Wangyuan was doing the same.
To be able to become Mu Xia's
That would
master,
be when he would truly
definitely
fight to the
didn't
death
appear
with
out
the
of
four-way
nowhere.
scales.
He must have
Then,
left his name
once
in history,
he and the four-way
said the forgotten
scales
reached
reached
a
God.
temporary balance.
At
What
this
would
moment,
the Eternals
the
do?
void suddenly split
How would he
open,
bring back
and
the Lu
endless darkness
family?
appeared.
Lu Yin
The
looked
7
up
heavenly
at the sky.
gods all looked over,
Where
and
was
in
the
the
Lu
endless
family?
darkness, a scarlet
Had it been
vertical eye
destroyed?
appeared.
The
3
huge
days
scarlet
passed
vertical
quickly.
eye seemed to be branded on
These
the
3
hanging
days
coffin.
were meant for Bai Wangyuan
It
to
did not
convince
emit
Wang
any
Fan,
aura, but it
Xia
caused the
Xinji,
7
and the
heavenly
others.
gods to change their expressions.
After all, Lu Yin's
even the
conditions were
sleepy
not
undying
targeted at the
god and the
frozen
numb
immortal
zombie
sect,
god woke
but
up
rather
and
the
bowed.
entire four-way scales.
Greetings, true god.
No matter how Bai Wangyuan
No one knew that
convinced
the
the
sole
other 3
true god of the
families,
Eternals
it
had
had
appeared
nothing to
outside
do
the
with
Starfall
Lu Yin.
Sea without any warning
He
or
only
disturbance.
wanted results.
The 7
On this
sky
day,
gods had
the
also retracted their
KHWYRM
auras,
overlooked
making
the
them
heavens
seem
while
like
Lu
7
Yin
ordinary
stood on its
people.
head.
Behind
Activate
him
the
were
turbid
numerous
stratagem,
half-ancestors, followed by a
Five
dense
words.
crowd of cultivators.
The scarlet vertical
All
eye
of them
suddenly
looked into the
disappeared,
distance,
as if
where
it had
Bai
never
Wangyuan
appeared.
walked out from the heavens with
The
the
7
four-way
sky
scales
gods
bowed
agreement.
once again before looking
From
at
this
the fifth
moment
mainland.
onwards, the four-way scales
finally
will no longer
begun.
act against Lu Yin.
Prepare to restart
In
civilization.
return, Lu Yin will not act
In the
against
fifth
Bai
mainland's
Xianer.
eternal kingdom,
This
Lu Yin
agreement
and
will
Bai
automatically
Wangyuan
be
had reached an
nullified when
agreement.
Lu
Yin becomes a half-ancestor. It was a simple sentence, but it represented the four-way scale submission. Anyone who knew about the matter of the starry sky tree banishing the Lu family found it hard to believe. The four-way scales had banished the Lu family and had become mortal enemies with the Lu family. It was impossible for them to leave any Lu family members behind, including those forces close to the Lu family. The King of Adventurers was sent to carry out all sorts of suicidal missions. The myriad Daos clan and the Qiming clan were both destroyed. The Yu family was even reduced to a laughingstock in the cosmic trees. Some members of the Lu family were even locked up in the Red Garden and turned into lunatics. When Lu Yin had gone to the cosmic trees for the first time, his identity had been exposed, and he had been chased to the ends of the earth. The four-way scales had done everything they could to eliminate the Lu family. But now, they had submitted. It was not because they wanted to, but because they had no other choice. However, this helplessness was based on the premise that they had failed to kill Lu Yin twice. In this era, who could remain unscathed after being killed twice by the four-way scales? Not to mention envoys, even half-ancestors or progenitors would find it difficult to do so. Lu Yin had done it, and he had even stopped the third attempt to kill him. He had even threatened the frigid immortal sect, forcing Bai Wangyuan to give up on trying to kill him and protect him instead. This was something that Lu Yin had accomplished after cultivating for so many years. This accomplishment was enough to shock anyone, including the Fog ancestor. Just as the Dragon ancestor had said, even the Qin ancestor, Xiaoshang, could not have done it. He had only survived because of the Lu family's protection. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had relied on his own strength and ability to withstand 3 progenitors if the cosmic trees were included. Not only had he won the respect of his own people, but he had also won the admiration of Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, Xia Xinji, and the other progenitors who wanted to kill him. Behind Lu Yin, Lu Bujing, Fate Maiden, and the other half-ancestors watched in shock. They had seen a progenitor compromise with Lu Yin. They had seen the legendary 9 mountains and 8 seas compromise. This scene would never be forgotten by the Fifth Mainland. No matter how much time passed, this scene would forever remain in the Fifth Mainland. I, Lu Yin, agree to the agreement, Lu Yin replied as he looked at Bai Wangyuan. He then raised his hand, and Bai Wangyuan raised his hand at the same time. Even though they were far apart, their palms collided, and the first palm strike was completed. After the first strike, Bai Wangyuan's heart sank. Although he had been certain, he was still unwilling to accept it. However, it was already too late. From now on, release all remaining members of the Lu family outside of the battlefield on the back, including those in the Red Garden. Lu Yin will release everyone in the cosmic trees. This agreement will take effect immediately. Lu Yin replied, I, Lu Yin, agree. He then raised his hand and struck Bai Wangyuan's palm a second time. What followed was the final palm strike. The Fifth Mainland will head to the cosmic trees in 10 days to take over the defense of the Fourth Formation base. The cosmic trees will release all remaining members of the Lu family from the battlefield on the back and promise. Bai Wangyuan paused and looked deeply at Lu Yin. The connection between the cosmic trees and the Fifth Mainland will not be restricted. This was the agreement that Lu Yin and Bai Wangyuan had made in the Eternal Kingdom. The Fifth Mainland no longer had an astral source, which restricted their cultivation. Now that Lu Yin was in charge of the Fifth Mainland, he had to think of a solution. The only solution was for the Fifth Mainland's cultivators to enter the cosmic trees to cultivate. However, after so many years, the cosmic trees still refused to accept the Fifth Mainland. This was not only because of the threat of the Eternals, but also because as time passed, the cosmic trees looked down on the Fifth Mainland and viewed it as a wasteland. Now, Bai Wangyuan, Xia Xinji, and the others had witnessed the strength of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators. This was not a wasteland, there were no less than the number of half-ancestors in the cosmic trees and countless cultivators. These cultivators had received Bai Wangyuan's acknowledgement, and at the very least, they would be able to protect unlimited energy. Taking over the defense of one formation base was Bai Wangyuan's condition. After so many years, not only had the four-way Libra's foundation not increased, but it had actually weakened. They had not thought much of it when the Lu family had been outside, but now that the Lu family had been exiled, unlimited energy was completely taken over by the four-way Libra. The pressure on the four-way Libra had increased, and they could not afford to lose a single half-ancestor. Now that the Fifth Mainland was able to take over one formation base, they could finally relax. There was a clap as the third palm strike was completed. Bai Wangyuan and Lu Yin clapped 3 times, opening the bridge between the cosmic trees and the Fifth Mainland. After Lu Yin's victory, countless cultivators grew excited. They could now cultivate in the cosmic trees, and they could finally improve. Countless people immediately cheered. Next scroll, who will fight me? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2339. After that, a cloud appeared behind Bai Wangyuan and a group of people appeared. They were the remnants of the Lu family that Bai Wangyuan had promised to release. Among them, Lu Yin saw the lunatics from the Red Garden. They weren't crazy, and their eyes were clear. It was obvious that they had regained their sanity. Lu Yin suppressed his excitement and took out Mount Supreme, allowing Long Shi and the rest to appear. Bai Wangyuan frowned as he watched the cultivators walk out of Mount Supreme. He had thought that there were only people from the expeditionary army, but he hadn't expected Yun Tingting and the others to be here as well. They were people who had gone missing decades ago. Along with Bai Tang, Xia Yuan, and Wang Jing, Lu Yin had really released everyone from the astral trees. Because of his agreement with Bai Wangyuan, Long Shi, Lu Hao, and the others who had previously been free were brought here by Lu Yin. They could choose to return to the astral tree realm or stay. Long she walked out and saw Bai Wang Yuan. She quickly bowed. The cultivators from the astral tree realm all greeted Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Wang Yuan allowed them to enter the cloud. Long she didn't want to leave, but it had been so many years, and she had already appeared. It wouldn't be right if she didn't go back. Lu Yin nodded slightly at her. Lu Shaoxian, you despicable person.
Is this even possible?
Just
Bai
you
Wang
wait,
Yuan's
the
eyes
Xia
flashed,
family won't let
and
you
he
off.
waved a hand to send Xia Xinji back into the clouds,
almost kicking him in the face.
Lu Yin looked at Bai Wang Yuan with a deep gaze.
Just as she finished speaking,
Actually,
she realized that something
could have
was
sent
amiss.
Xia Xinji away the moment he had appeared,
This is the
but
hell
he hadn't.
Xia Xinji had been discovered. The Xiao family would have been reduced to a laughing
and the rest
stock.
stared blankly at Hellworm,
Lu Yin
feeling
laughed
as
when
if
he
their
saw the
worldview
stunned
had been turned
cultivators.
upside down.
Your patriarch Bai Wang Yuan won't
old
do
whitehead,
anything, and N.I. Huang
I'll let
were
you
in
off this
disbelief.
time.
But the next time
Only
you fall
then
into
did
my
they
hands,
realize that
it
Lu
won't
Yin
be
was
so
calm and
easy to
fearless in
escape.
front of Ancestor Bai.
Scram.
What was going on?
Old White Ghost recovered from the shock
Shouldn't he
of
have been
Xia
captured
Xinji's
immediately
capture,
when
but when
facing
he heard Bai
Ancestor
Wang
Bai?
Yuan's name, he
Why was
shouted
he
as
still
if
like
someone had
this?
stepped on his tail.
Lu
How
Yin's
dare you?
lips
Lu
curled up as he
Shaoxian
glanced at everyone.
How dare you call
Congratulations
Patriarch Bai
on
by his
freedom.
name? Thank your ancestor Bai. Bai Wang Yuan
We've
barked,
reached an
his
agreement that the
progenitor's
four
power
cardinal
making it
scales
hard for
won't
the
attack
crowd
me
to
again,
breathe.
so I'll let you go.
He scanned the crowd.
N.I.
Follow me
Huang
back.
and the others looked at Bai Wang
With a
Yuan.
wave of his hand,
It
all
was
of the cultivators
impossible.
obediently entered the clouds.
With their understanding
not
of progenitor
daring to say
realm
anything
experts.
else. How could they give up on
Of
hunting
course,
down such
not
a
everyone
talented
was willing
genius
to
just
leave
because
with
Bai
of them.
Wang Yuan? Ancestor
Gu
Bai,
Qian was one
I
of
beg
them,
you to
and
kill
Gu
Lu
Yuan
Shaoxian.
didn't get along with the four
He's a
cardinal
peerless
scales.
genius, and he killed
Lu
Wang
Yin was
Si
also
all
a
by
death
himself.
chi cultivator and the
He's
successor
also
of the
a
death
genius
god,
of the same
so they were
generation.
family no matter how one looked
if
at
he
it.
doesn't die, the
However,
four realms
Bai
won't
Wang
be at
Yuan
peace.
was different.
Xia
He
Da
felt
also
like he would
said
never be able to
respectfully,
make a name
"Please
for
help
himself."
us, Ancestor Bai.
Bai Wang Yuan looked
Everyone
at Gu
else
Qian.
bowed.
We
Gu
respectfully
hurriedly
request
begged,
Ancestor
I
Bai
won't
to
go.
act.
I won't go to the four
We
cardinal
respectfully
scales.
request your assistance.
You're the
Ancestor
successor of the
White.
death god, so
Bai
you're my
Wang
young
Yuan's
master.
expression was ugly.
I must follow you.
His gaze was fixed on the
Lu
corner
Yin
where Xia
nodded and
Xinji's
pointed
clone
at Mount
was.
Supreme. Even a
Go in
dignified
yourself.
ancestor realm clone had
Gu
been
Qian
captured,
hurriedly
and he
jumped
looked
in.
rather miserable. Bai Wang Yuan
Now
didn't
that he
care
had
about
appeared,
someone from
he
Gu
naturally
Yuan.
wouldn't act ostentatiously.
Although Gu Qian was a direct
He was about
descendant
to
of
enter the
Gu Yuan,
clouds.
he was still just
Gu
a junior
Luo
and wasn't
suddenly
worthy of
shouted,
Bai Wang
"Isn't
Yuan's
that
attention."
Patriarch Xia Xinji?
Lu Shaoxian,
Why are you
don't
locked
forget
up as
the
well?
time. Are you
You
must
alright?
take over the fourth base within
Xia
10
Xinji
days,
paused,
or our
glaring
agreement
at
will be
Kue
voided.
Luo with a ghastly face.
Bai Wang Yuan stared coldly
Lu
at
Yin
Lu
added,
Yin. Have a safe journey,
Lu Yin
Patriarch
replied,
Xinji.
"Don't worry,
I'll take
this
over the
junior
fourth
did not
base.
treat you well and did not give
also,
you any time
my
to
name
catch
is
up with
Lu
your
Yin.
juniors.
Bai Wang
I'll
Yuan's
definitely
eyes
make it up to you
narrowed.
next time.
I hope you're
The
called
rest of the
Lu Yin."
expeditionary army
He
all
then
turned to look
and
at Xia
laughed.
Xinji, and they were
With
all
Bai Wang
stunned.
Yuan's departure, the
Xia
sky
Da
above
looked
the
at Xia
fifth mainland
Xinji
as if
became
he had
much
seen a
clearer.
ghost. The
Patriarch
KHWYRM even lowered
Patriarch
its claws.
Shinji.
It had
Xia
been baring
Tile
its
was
fangs
stunned.
and brandishing its claws.
All of the Xia
hoping to
family's
intimidate Bai Wang
cultivators were
Yuan.
stunned.
At this
Including
moment,
Hui
Lu
Hua.
Yin looked at the remaining
Even
members of
Xiao
the Lu
Luo,
family.
the famous Luo,
There were a
was
few thousand
dumbfounded.
of them, and most of them were from the four cardinal scales. They had been imprisoned all this time, such as the ones who were about to be executed in Shenwu Plain. Lu Yin was most concerned about the people in the Red Garden. He looked at them. They were also looking at him. They exchanged glances. "Why, young master?" The thin man who had been searching for the young master in the Red Garden looked at Lu Yin and hesitantly asked. Lu Yin looked at him. "I'm sorry to have made you suffer." The man was agitated, and he stepped forward and stared at Lu Yin. "Why, you're really the young master." At that moment, the fat old woman pushed the man aside and ran towards Luin. I recognize you, I recognize you. Young master, you're the young master. Luin supported the old woman and watched her tremble with reddened eyes. He apologetically said, I'm sorry, I lost my memories and don't remember you. The old woman shook her head as tears streamed down her face. It's fine, young master. It's fine as long as you're not dead. That day, I really thought that you were dead. Are you hungry, young master? I'll make something for you to eat. Young master. Hey, do you remember this old man? I'm your mentor, the one who taught you how to read. The crazy old man at the bottom of the lake stepped forward excitedly. Next, the little girl who looked to be about 10 years old stepped forward. Young master. I'm your little sister, young master. Don't take advantage of the young master. Don't believe her, young master. She's just an old woman who's gone mad from cultivation. She's been like this for hundreds of years. Back then, you pitied her and brought her back to the Lu family. This old woman has been taking advantage of you for years and insists that she's your younger sister. The girl angrily rebuked, Lu-san, you're just a housekeeper, so don't slander me. I'm the young master's little sister. The young master only buried his head in the ground to scare you once when he was young, and you think he likes to do that. How old are you to still bury your head in the ground to scare the young master? The young master is giving you face by not scolding you. Shut up, all of you. How dare you be so impudent in front of the young master? The skinny man shouted back. His words were effective, and they all quickly shut up. Luin looked at them with a complicated expression, but he finally understood a little. The crazy old man at the bottom of the lake was a teacher, and he was immersed in his own world while still teaching. Perhaps the person he was teaching was Luin. The fat old woman was the cook, which meant that even if she was crazy, she would still cook for Luin. The little girl was a cultivator that Luin had taken in, and she liked to play with him. The man who liked to bury his head in the ground was the housekeeper. Because Luin had been playful when he was young, he had buried his head in the ground once to scare the old man. After he went crazy, the old man would always remember this scene and repeat it over and over again just to play with Luin. Even if he was crazy, he still had fun, and Luin was also in his world. There was also the skinny man who looked weak but rather dignified. He should be a protector or something like that, as he was a half-ancestor. These people were the closest to Luin when he was young, which was why they had been locked up in Red Garden. There were many others like them. Luin felt uncomfortable when he heard them call him young master. The skinny man looked back and sternly said, the young master is tired. Don't disturb him for now. The group immediately quieted down and looked at Luin with hopeful eyes. Luin arranged for them to settle down, and the fat old woman and the others were naturally arranged to stay in the above heaven sect. Regardless of whether or not they had lost their memories, they were still the closest
Old
people
Sean,
to Luin.
long time no see.
Some of them would still remember
The
him
skinny
even if
man
they were
looked at
crazy,
Kuei-luo
and they
and
were
his
stunned for a
family.
moment before rubbing his eyes.
Aside from them,
there was also a group of
Kuei-luo.
surviving Lu family officials at the
Kuei-luo
back of the
laughed.
battlefield, such as
It's
Tu
me,
Chiming
Old
and the
Sean.
others. You didn't
These
expect
people
to
would
see
be
me
brought
back
back,
once
did you?
Luin took over the fourth
The
formation
skinny man
base.
smiled and looked at Kuei-luo
This had been an
in
agreement with
surprise.
Bai Wangyuan. I didn't expect
Everyone
that you would
else
still be
left,
alive,
except
for the skinny man. Have you been protecting the young
I'm the
master
young
all this
master's
time?
protector,
And I won't leave him.
Kuei-luo replied,
Even if
"Of
I
course.
die, I'll die in front
Without
of him.
me,
This kid would
what
have died a
nonsense
long
are you
time
saying?"
ago. How
He
could the
then
young
looked at
master die?
Luin.
At
This
that
guy
moment,
is your protector,
Kuei-luo
and
came
you
over.
always
call him Master Shan. He might look weak, but he's actually the best at defense. He's quite stubborn, and his defense is so strong that even Wan Ziyi is speechless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2340. Luin looked at Master Shan in surprise. Invincible defense. Shan Shifu replied, "It's not that exaggerated. It's just that it can take a few hits. Luin sized up Master Shan, but no matter how he looked at him, he didn't seem like one. Still, it was a good thing that another half-ancestor was here. Through this Master Shan, he could be said to have glimpsed how terrifying the Lu clan was back then. A half-martial ancestor with nearly invincible defense was his Tao protector. How could such a person be willing to become a Tao protector? To put it nicely, he was a guardian. To put it bluntly, he was a bodyguard. Old Shan, you don't have to protect this brat here. Anyone who comes here to cause trouble for him doesn't have a good ending. Even Xia Xinji was beaten up by him, said Kuei Luo. That was by Wang Yuan, and the other was Xia Xinji. Young master, what kind of agreement did you reach with them? Master Shan's face turned grim. Lu Yin asked Kuei Luo to inform him while he went to look for the Yao Emperor himself. He had the Yao Emperor head to the battlefield on the other side and assume the role of commander. The Shifter Emperor was surprised. Me? Lu Yin nodded. That should be fine. Of course, there was a problem, as Lu Yin was fighting at the back of the battlefield. Even though he had such thoughts, he did not dare to voice them out. Lu Yin had been fighting progenitors all this time, and they were all from 9 mountains and 8 seas. They were too terrifying, and he did not have the qualifications to object. I understand. Lu Yin was satisfied, as he had made the Yao Emperor the commander-in-chief because he wanted the Astral Beast Army to become the main force of the array formation. Of course, the Astral Beast Army was not the only one. Aside from the commander, an array base also needed an array core. Lu Yin immediately thought of Henshin, who would be the core. Of course, this guy might have ulterior motives, but it didn't matter. After all, he had been sent by the 5th mainland. Aside from the Yao Emperor and Hen Xian, Lu Yin planned to send 2 more demigod ancestors. There were too many demigod ancestors in the 5th mainland, so sending 4 would not be a problem. He wanted to show the cosmic tree the 5th mainland strength and foundation. The third choice was naturally 9 luminaries. The people of the 6th mainland definitely did not trust him as much as the people of the 5th mainland. The 6th mainland, the Astral Beast Domain, and the Above Heaven sect had sent half-martial ancestors there. The 4th candidate was naturally the 5th mainland's half-martial ancestor. Lu Yin was just thinking about who to look for. Elder Gong. Too lazy. Go to the Sage Heavenly Master? Big Sister could tear him apart. Drunkard. Almost crippled. Could it be Xia Ji? No, Xia Ji was still locked up in the heavenly prison and could not be released. Senior brother Qing Ping also could not be released. Jue was already crippled and was waiting to be appointed by him. Who else was there? It's time to go to the battlefield, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin looked over. Senior, are you going to the battlefield? Last time, I wanted to accompany you to the starry sky of trees, but I didn't manage to. This time, let me go to the battlefield at the back. Only by forgetting everything will I be able to become an ancestral patriarch. I stepped onto the path of cultivation from the battlefield, and I was favored by Senior Lu Tianyi. I will also become an ancestral patriarch on the battlefield. Lu Yin thought about it. Alright, I'll have to trouble you, Senior. The back of the battlefield seemed to be a battlefield, but in reality, the probability of a half-martial ancestor dying was not high. Especially when he sent 4 half-martial ancestors at once, it was enough to deter the other array bases and the starry sky of trees. These 4 half-martial ancestors were no ordinary people. There was no need to mention Hen Xian. Elder Chan controlled the ancestral chi of the 3 sons, which was enough to rival Hen Xian, a sect master of one of the 12 heavenly gates. 9 Brilliances was the strongest half-martial ancestor in the 6th mainland, and the Shifter Emperor was a heavenly monster, which was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kuei Luo. To put it bluntly, any one of these four could crush Xia Ziheng and rival the 12 marquises of the Eternals. After confirming the candidates for the half-martial ancestors, Lu Yin ordered the Lu Xianjun army, the Heavenly Sin army, the Giant army, and the Giant Beast army to be sent to the Fourth Array base. He wanted the Fourth Array base to become a forbidden area that the Eternals would not dare to touch. The cultivators who were preparing to head to the starry sky of trees gathered in the starry sky of trees. In the technocracy's new space corridor, Lu Yin used his eye language to contact the people from the humble school, and through them, he contacted Superintendent Qingchen. After the new space corridor was connected, Lu Yin discovered that the wireless goo could be used to communicate with eye language. The wireless goo was known to ignore distance and space, but Lu Yin could not contact the fifth mainland in the starry sky of trees, which made him unhappy. However, the wireless goo could connect to ordinary stars from Starsource universe, so why couldn't it connect to the starry sky of trees and the fifth mainland? Only when the new space corridor was connected could the wireless goo be used. In the starry sky of trees, Qingchen found a place to meet with Tong Yu. He looked at the wireless goo blankly. After Tong Yu taught him the commands, he contacted Lu Yin. Superintendent Qingchen, long time no see, Lu Yin said. Qingchen took a deep breath. Lu Shaoxian, you've caused a lot of trouble in the top realm. Lu Yin smiled. Don't worry, it won't happen for now. I've already reached an agreement with the four-way scales. Before I become a half-martial ancestor, nothing will happen. Qingchen was surprised. The four-way scales reached an agreement with you. This agreement was equivalent to slapping the four-way scales in the face, so other than a limited number of people in the starry sky of trees, no one else knew about it. However, with the fifth mainland taking over the fourth array base, this news would quickly spread throughout the starry sky of trees. I'm looking for Superintendent Qingchen to ask for your help. I want to contact Governor Mu Xie, Lu Yin sent. Qingchen glanced at Tong Yu. You want to be his disciple? Lu Yin laughed. Governor Mu Xie is my senior apprentice. If he did not look for Qingchen, he could at most find a way to send a message to Mu Xie, but he would not be able to contact him directly. If he wanted to contact Mu Xie, he could only look for the humble school's half-martial ancestor, Superintendent Qingchen. Not long after, Mu Xie saw the wireless goo through Qingchen's cloud connection stone and contacted Lu Yin through it. Not long after, Lu Yin put down the wireless goo and heaved a sigh of relief. He had looked for Senior Mu Xie to ask him to be on guard against the four-way scales. Although he had reached an agreement with the four-way scales, it would still be dangerous for them to send a half-martial ancestor to the starry sky of trees with an ancestral weapon. Sacrificing a half-martial ancestor could kill him, so why not? He could not bring the general appointment platform with him at all times, and he might not have the prison WIRM by his side at all times. It was better to be on guard. Through Mu Xie, he knew that the fog ancestor had already escaped, which made Lu Yin feel even more at ease. The fog ancestor would not help him deal with the four-way scales, but he might not leave him in the lurch. He had to go to the starry sky of trees himself. If the fifth mainland's cultivators went and he did not dare to go, how could he support them? How could he show off his prestige? Besides, there were many things waiting for him to do there. The fifth mainland's cultivators had finally been recruited, but they were dismissed after the agreement was reached. Most of them heaved a sigh of relief, as they had thought that there would be a huge battle. However, even though there had not been a huge battle, Lu Yin's battle with the progenitor had left a deep impression on them. Their faith in Lu Yin was deeply rooted, and even if a progenitor appeared in the future, they would not be so easily defeated. Lu Yin had gradually become a kind of faith in their hearts. At this moment, Lu Yin and Master Shan were sitting on the prison Wirm's back. He was curious about what had happened on the day that the Lu family had been exiled. Master Shan was bitter. "Young master, your memories are gone, and a portion of our memories have been erased as well. It just so happens that the portion that happened on the day that our family was exiled." Lu Yin was disappointed, but he was not surprised. His memories had been erased, and since the people of Red Flower Garden had been trapped, it was normal for their memories to be erased. "Our memories of the day that our family was exiled have been erased, but we still have memories before that." Master Shan looked at Lu Yin. "What I remember the most is your smile. You were very happy that day." Lu Yin muttered to himself, "I was very happy." Master Shan nodded and recalled, "You were very happy, very happy. The clan invited guests to a banquet, and you also invited guests to a banquet at the food paradise. In order to facilitate your banquet at the food paradise, the clan leader had people move the food paradise next to Lu Tianjing." "What's the Lu Tianjing?" Lu Yin interrupted. Master Shan was astonished. "You even forgot about the Lu Tianjing." Lu Yin was confused. No one had told him about it, not even Kuei Luo. Master Shan was furious when he saw Lu Yin's expression, and his hatred for the four cardinal scales grew. "The Lu Tianjing is where the family resides. The astral tree realm has the top realm, the middle realm, and the lower realm. Only the Lu family and their vassal families can live in the top realm. The top realm is the earth, and the land is the sky. It's called the Lu Tianjing. This is the title given to the Lu family by the entire astral tree realm. Only members of the Lu family can live there. Young master, your family is the Lu Tianjing, and it's the most respected place in the astral tree realm. Even ancestors like Bai Wangyuan have to submit an invitation in advance if they want to enter. That place represents the pinnacle of the human race. The family allowed the food paradise to host a banquet next to the Lu Tianjing, which is the greatest affirmation to you." Lu Yin looked at Master Shan. "What banquet was held on that day?" Master Shan replied, "Your wedding with Bai Xiener." Lu Yin nodded. Long she had told him that his dream had come true on that day. Safflower rain had scattered throughout the astral tree realm. Had that been the happiest day of his life? Unfortunately, it had also been the day of the Lu family's greatest calamity. The Eternals had destroyed the 4 continents of the human race, and the 5th and 6th mainlands had gone to war during the era of the Daosaur sect. No matter what had happened, the Lu family had always existed and controlled the 5th mainland. However, because of Lu Yin, the Lu family had been destroyed. Lu Yin would not deceive himself into thinking that this matter had nothing to do with him. The wedding, Bai Xiener, and the safflower rain were definitely related. "What else do you remember?" Lu Yin asked. "In my memories, there is only the scene of you drinking with the 7 heroes, the patriarch's laughter, and the congratulations of the other clans. Apart from that, there is nothing else." Lu Yin looked at Master Shan. "Do you remember the white dragon turning over?" Master Shan shook his head in confusion. "Yellow Springs?" Lu Yin asked. Master Shan shook his head again. "Prison lock. Isn't that the symbol of Shenwu Plain? Frost immortal fruit." Master Shan's eyes lit up. Frost immortal fruit. Yes. Lu Yin stared at him. What happened? Master Shan recalled, that day was your wedding with Bai Siener, and it was a joyous occasion for the Lu family and the Frost Immortal sect. The Lu family organized a banquet, and the Frost Immortal sect also organized one. They even sent a batch of Frost Immortal fruits to the Lu Tianjing. Is there a problem with the Frost Immortal fruit? Master Shan frowned. There shouldn't be a problem. Although the Frost Immortal fruit is precious, the Lu family can eat it whenever we want. When you were young, you went to the Frost Immortal sect with the first miss and second young master to steal the fruit. The Frost Immortal sect was furious, but they didn't dare say anything. You even said that you were sick of it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2341. Lu Yin didn't understand. If the Frost Immortal fruit was ordinary, why would the Frost Immortal sect record it and place it alongside the Yellow Springs and the White Dragon? There had to be a problem. Right, it was Bai Siener's idea to move the food park to Lu Tianjing. I was there at the time, Master Shan suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Bai Siener's idea. Master Shan nodded. Logically speaking, your wedding banquet should have been held at Lu Tianjing, but I don't know what Bai Siener said to you, but you happily arranged for your peers to be at the food park. You even asked your family to move the food park to Lu Tianjing. However, this was a small matter, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Had the food park been moved to Lu Tianjing so that it would be easier to attack? Back then, he had really listened to Bai Siener. Master Shan, is there a madman in the Lu family? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Master Shan's expression changed. Young master, why are you asking this? Lu Yin looked at him. It seems like you know. Tell me about this madman. Master Shan's face paled. There is indeed a madman imprisoned in the family, but we don't know the exact reason. We only know that Forefather Tianyi forbade anyone from visiting him or mentioning him. Young master, please don't talk about him in the future. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Forefather Tianyi is gone. What are you afraid of? Master Shan froze, and his expression darkened. Did that madman show up on my wedding day? Of course not. Forefather Tianyi would never allow him to appear. After that, Lu Yin continued to chat with Master Shan. Not long after, he called over the fat old woman and the others to see if they knew what had happened that day. In the astral tree realm, Bai Wangyuan had already returned and released the expeditionary army. Xia Xinji's clone had also appeared, and he was heavily injured. Xia Xinji and the rest didn't look too good. When Bai Wangyuan returned, the first to speak was Mu Xia. Since there's an agreement, you should abide by it. Don't let me find out that any of you didn't follow the agreement and attacked my junior, or I'll kill you. Xia Xinji looked up. What arrogance! Do you really think you can deal with any one of us? The more arrogant you are, the easier it is to die. Mu Xia looked at him. You're the arrogant one. Do you think they don't know that you have the power of time? Xia Xinji's expression changed. Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, and the dragon ancestor remained calm. Xia Xinji's expression darkened even more. Even though time is mysterious, it's not invincible. Any kind of power can be controlled, and you're no exception. Xia Xinji, no matter if it was in the past or now, you're the most ignorant one, said Mu Xia before leaving. Xia Xinji was furious, but he couldn't refute. The mist ancestor shook his head. Look, you've worked so hard to compete with Xia Shang, but do you know how your power of time was exposed? It's because Xia Shang has it too. Ha! After saying that, she also left. Xia Xinji looked at Wang Fan and the others. You guys already knew. It's just a guess, Wang Fan said coldly. Bai Zhe continued, time energy rarely appears out of nowhere. Of course, it's not like it doesn't exist, so whether or not you have time energy was just a guess. We were only able to confirm it just now. Xia Xinji narrowed his eyes. His hatred for Mu Xia was second only to Xia Shang. Not only did this person obstruct him from killing Lu Shaoxian, he even revealed his power of time. Bai Wang Yuan and the others looked calm on the surface, but they were shocked on the inside. Time energy wasn't just for show, it was indeed difficult to break through in a real fight. They all looked at Xia Xinji with fear. Su Donglai replied, although Xia Ziheng is relying on Xia Xinji's power, it's hard to change what he said. After all, he's a half-ancestor. If we don't leave tomorrow, then the four-way scales might send more than one half-ancestor to deal with us. Dean Wen replied, if they can't even beat Lu Shaoxian, then how can they be considered half-ancestors? Su Donglai raised his brows. Don't spout nonsense. Lu Shaoxian was able to solo 4 half-ancestors, which means that his strength is definitely not something that an ordinary half-ancestor can compare to. He's only at the 3rd origin tribulation. Dean Wen was only using this as an excuse to mock Xia Ziheng, but he did not look down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin was only at the 3rd origin tribulation, yet he had still managed to kill 4 half-ancestors. This was the first battle record in history, and Dean Wen was impressed. Lu Yin was also considered half a mentor of Yi Xian Academy, which made Dean Wen even more pleased with him. What a pity. I wonder what's going on in the abandoned land, Dean Wen muttered to himself. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Could Xia Xinji's attitude be related to the abandoned land? Did he fail in the wasteland? Su Donglai was at a loss. They could not obtain any information about the abandoned land, only the sovereigns knew about it. Yi Xian Academy did not have a single student, so it was not unreasonable for it to be abolished. Wen Shisui was handed over to Bai Wang Yuan by Lu Yin, but all of the students from Yi Xian Academy had been taken away by the four-way scales. Wen Shisui was no exception. He did not want to join any of the four-way scales, so the only outcome for him was to be imprisoned. It was better for him to stay at Mount Supreme, but unfortunately, he did not know about the situation at Yi Xian Academy. The food god is already preparing to break through, so we have to take a gamble no matter what. The secret of the Mountain Sea realm cannot be exposed, but there's not enough time. Just one day is not enough for him to calm down, Su Donglai said. Dean Wen's gaze trembled. One day. What a joke. If Xia Xinji has the ability, then he can personally take action. Otherwise, if he wants to rely on those half-ancestors to chase us away, then that's just wishful thinking. Lu Shaoxian dared to barge into Xinwu Plain to save someone and challenged 4 half-ancestors. Can't we even compare to him? It's time for them to experience Wen Shisui's strength. Although he's dead, his will not be extinguished. Su Donglai straightened up. Then let's take a gamble and see if the four-way scales can cover the sky in the astral tree realm. The next day, Xia Ziheng arrived outside Yi Xian Academy as promised. Wu Yao, Sir Yu, and half-ancestor Ji Feng and half-ancestor Lu Hua were also with him. A total of 5 half-ancestors had arrived, pressuring Yi Xian Academy. Dean Wen and the others knew that the four-way scales would act against them, but they had not expected 5 half-ancestors to show up. Ji Feng. Lu Hua. You guys are here as well. Dean Wen was furious. Half-ancestor Ji Feng apologized. I'm sorry, Wen Lai. We don't want to become enemies with the academy, but the world is unpredictable. Half-ancestor Lu Hua sighed. You've given the four-way scales whatever they want. What can you possibly do in the current astral tree realm? Su Donglai sighed. I never thought that you elites who graduated from the academy would turn around and attack the academy. Xia Ziheng said sternly, attack. What do you mean? You still want to resist? Wu Yao stepped forward. Wen Lai, does Yi Xian Academy want to become enemies with the four-way scales? Wen Lai raised his head. That's exactly what I'm thinking. If you want to close the academy, then come and fight your way in. He did not waste any more words and immediately activated the academy's array. The Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix soared into the sky and circled the academy. One clearly represented light while the other represented darkness, and the two had never met before. However, after the sourcebox array was fully activated, the two converged and formed a deadly sourcebox array that even half-ancestors would be wary of. Ji Feng and Lu Hua exchanged glances and subconsciously retreated. They had graduated from Yi Xian Academy, so they were well aware of how terrifying the Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix array was. This sourcebox array was not as simple as it appeared on the surface, and it contained many layers of killing intent. It was the final protective measure that Progenitor Wen had left behind for Yi Xian Academy. Xia Ziheng frowned. Stubborn. Wu Yao looked behind him. I'll have to ask you to take action. After all, this is a sourcebox array that Progenitor Wen left behind. Inside the academy, Dean Wen and the others watched a figure walk out of the void, Mu Shang, Heavenly Master Mu. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2342. In the current spacetime continuum, only a progenitor could break progenitor when sourcebox array by force. Only a celestial master would be able to do so. Since they wanted to destroy Yi Xian Academy, they had naturally thought of progenitor when sourcebox array, so they had invited Mu Shang. Mu Shang looked up at the phoenix and dark phoenix, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Progenitor 1 is indeed an origin array celestial master. This sourcebox array is truly unique and different from ordinary sourcebox arrays. It uses the danger of the sourcebox to simulate the phoenix and dark phoenix, and there are even hidden dangers within. It won't be easy to break through. Liao asked, "Is there a way to break through?" Mu Shang smiled. Any sourcebox array needs to be maintained. Dean Wen looked
Without
at Mu
an
Shang's
origin array
confident
master
and
to
arrogant
maintain
smile,
it,
and
it'll
he
just
wished
be
that
a
he
dead
could dispel
array.
the sourcebox array
There's
and use his
naturally a
half-ancestor
way.
cultivation to forcefully
Then I'll have
kill
to
Mu
trouble
Shang.
celestial master Mu.
Unfortunately,
It
many
would be too
thanks,
difficult,
Liao said,
and
Mu Shang would not be unprepared. Mu Shang smiled. One lie. I should be the one thanking the seniors. There's no need to resist
It's this junior's
honor to be able to exchange blows with progenitor
Dong
Lai
Lai
said. He then
Dean Wen
approached
had
the
no
sourcebox
choice
array
but to
and
leave the
directly entered
sourcebox
it.
array.
The strange
Rather than
sourcebox
competing
array
with
did
Mu
not
Shang
contain
in
any
lockbreaking,
killing intent
he
towards
might as
him,
well save
and the
his
path
strength
he
to
took
deal
was
with
rather
the
strange
outside
as
world.
well. The
He
five
could not
half martial
understand it at all.
ancestors had bought more time
Dean
for the
Wen's
culinary
expression
god.
turned ugly,
As
Without
this was an
Dean
origin
Wen's
array
interference,
celestial
Mu
master.
Shang's
lock-breaking speed
In
increased.
terms of
cultivation, both
many
he and
people in the
progenitor
starry
when
sky
surpassed
tree
Mu Shang,
gathered their attention.
but in terms of lock-breaking,
Ever since
Mu
the
Shang
establishment
was the
of
youngest
Yi Xian
lockbreaker
Academy
in history.
even the Lu family had
Even
people who
progenitor
studied
one
there.
might not be able to compare to
The
him.
four-way scales,
Progenitor
the
one had
family,
only become
and
a
the Lu
celestial
family,
master
which
after
family
becoming
had
a
not sent
progenitor,
their disciples
while
there.
Mu Shang was only an emissary.
Across the starry sky,
This was
quite a
especially
number of
true
elites
now
had
that Mu
graduated
Shang
from
had
Yi
broken
Xian
through the
Academy.
array and said that it was a
They
dead
also
array.
didn't want the academy to be
Dean Wen
destroyed.
was clearly an array master of the
However,
realm planes
under the
and could
tyrannical
maintain
power
the
of the
sourcebox
four-way
array,
balance,
but Mu
Yi
Shang
Xian
did not
Academy
care
couldn't
about him at
possibly
all.
withstand it.
Mu Shang only
Outside,
cared about the
Xia
origin
Ziheng
array
heaved a
celestial
sigh of
master and
relief.
progenitor one.
In
Not
the
Wen
future,
Lai. He wouldn't have to waste
Since
his
that's
breath
the
on
case,
Wen Lai
then
and the
let me
other old
experience
fellows.
the abilities of the youngest
He
origin
actually
array
hoped that these
celestial
old
master.
fellows would resist. Dean Wen then entered
would
the
either be
sourcebox
killed or
array and
thrown into
attacked
the back
Mu
of the
Shang through the
battlefield.
phoenix and dark phoenix.
No,
they would be
Mu
thrown into the
Shang's
new
expression
continent
was
so that they
calm,
could
and
release
he
the final
smiled.
fireworks for humanity.
I'm honored.
In the pinnacle
Within
realm,
the academy,
Xia
Mr.
Taili,
Tang,
Wang Su,
Mr. Zhang,
and the rest
Mr.
of the
Wen,
expeditionary
Mr. Wei,
army who had
and
just
Mr.
returned
Y
also
all
looked
watched
at Yi
on.
Xian Academy with
As
complicated
long as the
expressions.
sourcebox array could not
Liu
stop the
Hao,
four
no
scales,
Sanyang,
then the academy
and the others
would be
even
finished.
asked their families if they could
The
help Yi
Cooker
Xian
God
Academy.
had no
chance of breaking through
However,
to become a
at
progenitor.
this moment,
No one could help
and
Yi
the others
Xian
knew
Academy.
this as well.
The Lu
In the
family's
depths
old
of the
ancestor
academy,
and the others
culinary
knew that
god
the four-way
opened his
scales
eyes
had
and
suffered
then
in the
closed them
abandoned
again,
wasteland, isolating himself from
Now,
all external
whoever helped Yi
disturbances. Xian Academy would have
If
to
he
face
wanted
the
to break
four-way
through the
scales
progenitor
wrath.
array,
He needed to
not
calm
everyone
his
had the
mind.
ability to face the
Before
four-way
the
scales
sourcebox
directly.
array was broken, he
They
needed
could
to calm
restrict
his
each
mind
other,
before
but
he
there
could
were some
attempt to
things
break
that they
through.
couldn't interfere with.
Once the ancestral
On this
realm
day,
origin
Yi
tribulation
Xian
descended,
Academy was about
no
to
one
be
would be able to
destroyed under the
interfere.
watchful eyes of countless
It all
people.
depended on whether or not
This
he
should
could
be a
succeed.
rare event in the starry sky
One
tree.
day.
2
However,
days.
no one had expected that the
3
real
days.
event would come from
10
the pinnacle
days had
realm,
passed.
from the Wang family. Everyone was looking at the
Xia
Fire
Xinji
Phoenix
and the
Dark
others
Phoenix.
didn't pay any attention to Yi
At this
Xian
moment,
Academy
the
at
Fire
all.
Phoenix Dark Phoenix had
Instead,
become much
they
dimmer
stared
and
at a
had become
valley below the
transparent.
Wang family's continent.
Mu Shang's smile grew
That was
even
the
more
entrance to the
radiant
new
as he stood
void
less than
corridor,
1,000
which
meters
connected
away
the
from the
starry
Fire
sky
Phoenix
tree
and
to
the
Dark
Fifth
Phoenix.
mainland. Across
10
from
days
him,
had
Dean
passed,
Wen's
and it
face
was
was
time
pale,
for Lu Yin
as he
to
had
fulfill
lost.
his promise and lead the
He
cultivators
had been unable
to
to
take over
maintain
the
the
fourth
operation of the
formation
sourcebox
bases.
array, and the array
The
had
entire
crumbled layer
sovereign
by
realm was
layer
looking
under
at
Mu
the valley,
Shang's lockbreaking.
and they didn't know when Lu Yin and the
Furthermore,
other
as a
cultivators
half-ancestor,
would appear.
Dean Wen could not
However,
attack Mu
it was
Shang
definitely
while he was
today.
inside the sourcebox array. Just as they were thinking
Very
about
quickly,
this,
the
a
Fire
figure emerged
Phoenix
from the
and
new
Dark
void
Phoenix
corridor
vanished.
and appeared in the valley. At this moment, the valley had long since been emptied, and there were no longer any cultivators in the starry sky tree. Even the Wang family's cultivators had returned to the continent above. When this figure appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of the sovereign realm and the Wang family's continent. Countless gazes gathered on this figure. The person who appeared had a calm expression. He looked up and saw the Wang family's continent. Dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he raised a hand. The void was peeled away, and it extended to the entire valley. Above the Wang family's continent, Wang Zheng solemnly said, "Domain, Void God Realm." The newcomer was Hen Xayan, one of the 4 half-ancestors who had come to support the 4th formation base. He was also the first half-ancestor to arrive. Xia Xinji's gaze was cold. The first one to appear is already a half-ancestor. I wonder how many half-ancestors the 5th mainland will send. As soon as he finished speaking, the second figure walked out. It was 9 glories, followed by the Beast Emperor. Astral Beast. Wang Fan was astonished. The Mist Ancestor was shocked. It seems like the Astral Beast domain has been conquered by this brat. That means that the entire 5th mainland has been conquered by him. Amazing. After the Beast Emperor, Elder Chan walked out. When he saw Elder Chan, Bai Wang Yuan frowned. Why did this person look so familiar? He felt like he had seen him somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember where. 4 half-ancestors. Lu Shaoxian wants to defeat the other formations, the Dragon Ancestor said. Wang Fan replied, I can't wait for him to take over the entire battlefield. Yes. That would require him to have the ability to do so, the Dragon Ancestor said. The Mist Ancestor replied, it's not that he doesn't. The Dragon Ancestor was shocked. Senior, what did you say? The Mist Ancestor rolled his eyes. Don't call me senior. It's like I'm much older than you. You're older than all of us. The Dragon Ancestor was embarrassed. Xia Xinji's face darkened as he recalled the countless cultivators he had seen in the 5th mainland. There were more than 10 half-ancestors, and a few of them gave him an unusual feeling. In addition to the number of cultivators in the 5th mainland, it wasn't impossible for them to take over the battlefield. They had the ability to do so. While the rulers were shocked, Wang Zheng and the other cultivators of the Wang family were also shocked. Although they had a rough understanding of the 5th mainland strength through the expeditionary army and knew that there was a group of people from the above heavens era, the appearance of 4 half-ancestors at once was still very shocking. One had to know that not counting the battlefield, this army was nothing special, in the 4 as it was mainly composed of the Day-Night clan and the Sylvan Dragon clan. This meant that Lu Shaoxuan's family didn't care much to surpass the 4 sides of the Heavenly Sin's army. The Lu Xianjun army this didn't include the Ancestor realm. There were more than 10,000 explorers in above, and nearly 10,000 of them were explorers created by the starry sky of the trees with the expeditionary army. Ever since Lu Yin had established the Lu Xianjun army family, he had been constantly creating androids. Wang Shang had originally thought that the bitter experience had stopped for a while due to various reasons. Ever since Wang Xi had been killed, he had been on androids when he returned, and he had also worked with the technocracy to increase the production speed of interrogation. And his identity as an unbounded assassin had over 10,000 explorers androids, at first, which was quite a large number. To quibble, but the Xiao family had destroyed the unbounded assassin's headquarters. Coupled with the cruisers, there was irrefutable evidence, and this was a decent force that could at least protect the Array Foundations. Which was even worse than when he had been on the 5th mainland. Hey, what are they wearing? After Elder Chan, an elder from the Wang family walked out. Wang Shang was brought over, and his face was haggard. He looked much older than before. Wang Jing pointed down. Do you have any understanding of the cultivators in the wasteland? Wang Shang looked down and thought for a moment before nodding. This is the Lu Xianjun army, an army that Lu Shaoxian personally established. When we arrived at the wasteland, we faced the threat of the Eternals, and this army fought. They aren't very strong, but their equipment is quite impressive. If it weren't for Lu Bujing and the other half-ancestors watching over them, this army would have been taken away by the 3 ultimate Sky Gate. During the 20 years that Lu Yin had disappeared, there were some things that he did not know about. For example, Hen Xayan had set his sights on the Lu Xianjun army. More accurately, he had set his sights on the Lu Xianjun army, as well as the 5th pagoda. Many things had automatically disappeared after Lu Yin's return, and his subordinates had not reported everything to him. Thus, Lu Yin did not know that his Lu Xianjun army had almost been destroyed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2343. Wang Shang introduced Lu Xuanjuan's equipment, as well as the microarray weapons that the Aurora Corporation had been researching in recent years. Before his return, the expeditionary army had been the closest to the three ultimate Sky Gate, so Wang Shang had a better understanding of the Aurora Corporation's research. Wang Zheng's expression grew more serious as he listened to Wang Shang's explanation. He was not stupid, and Wang Shang's casual words had shown him something extraordinary. The microarray technology had shown him a different path, one that could not only rely on oneself but also everything else to resist the Eternals. You're talking about the Mother Soil, right? Wang Shang nodded. The abandoned lands don't know what the Mother Soil is, but we didn't say anything about it. Wang Zheng nodded. Microarray technology. Even the leaders of the above heaven's 12 Elysian gates cared about it, and Lu Shaoxian was even willing to fall out with many half-ancestors. If this technology could be used, it might be able to change something. Actually, they had always neglected the development of technology. Ordinary people found it difficult to cultivate, so they developed technology to change their environment and resist the harsh weather and creatures. Cultivators, on the other hand, wanted to become stronger. Their mindset had long been set, and they focused solely on cultivation and becoming an emissary, a half-ancestor, or even an ancestor. In their eyes, the power of technology was too weak. The Wang family's mainland had a pawn civilization that had developed technology, but Wang Zheng had cut it off as soon as it sprouted. No matter how well technology developed, it could not compare to a powerhouse like an emissary, let alone a half-ancestor. Even if those civilizations that developed technology tried their best to break free from the shackles of the pawn civilization, they would still be ordinary people in this universe. In Wang Zheng's eyes, the development of technology was a waste of time. However, Wang Shang's explanation had opened up a new line of thought. Microarray technology was also a form of technology, one that relied on combining sourcebox arrays and mother soil in addition to battle techniques. It was a technology that could change reality. Once this technology appeared, wouldn't cultivators be the same as ordinary people? Ordinary people had technology developed by ordinary people, but cultivators had technology developed by cultivators. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Wang Zheng immediately wrote down his thoughts and prepared to hand them over to the ancestor. At this point, the final astral beast army appeared. Neither the Heavenly Sin army nor the Lu Xianjun army could give the Wang family such a huge shock, but the astral beast army had done it. There were a total of 1,000,000 astral beasts of all shapes and sizes, and they shook the void. Above them were 5,000 explorers and hunters, 300 enlighters, and finally, 20 envoy-level astral beasts. The appearance of the behemoth army completely made up for the lack of high-level combat power among the cultivators from the fifth mainland who were assisting the fourth base. When the behemoth army appeared, Wang Zheng knew that the fourth formation base was secure. Compared to the current defenses of the fourth formation base, the behemoth army was several times stronger. Their appearance would turn the fourth formation base into an insurmountable cliff for the Eternals. The ancestor realm experts of the sovereign realm were all shocked by the cultivators in the valley. Mu Xiao let out a rare laugh. Junior brother, you did well. The mist ancestor sighed. That's enough power to guard the fourth formation base. That brat didn't slack off. Bai Wang Yuan and Xia Shinji looked at each other. They had seen the cultivators of the fifth mainland gather with their own eyes. Compared to that power, the ones that appeared now were too insignificant. However, it was enough to protect the fourth matrix. Both the half-martial ancestor and the army had appeared, and the last to arrive was naturally Lu Yin. In countless gazes, Lu Yin walked out of the Shinkong corridor and looked up. His gaze swept past the Wang family continent and towards the sovereign realm. He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. I'm here. Xia Xinji subconsciously wanted to attack the sovereign realm. By Wang Yuan's side. This brat really dared to come. The mist ancestor's eyes lit up. He's here. Mu Xiao looked around. Since his junior brother was here, none of these people would be able to leave the sovereign realm. On the Wang family continent, Wang Zheng's eyes went wide when he saw Lu Yin. He barked, Lu Shaoxian, you dare to come to this region of space. Lu Yin looked at the Wang family continent. Even Wang Fan hasn't said anything. Who do you think you are? Wang Zheng was furious and wanted to attack, but he knew that Lu Yin had reached an agreement with the four-way scales. The four-way scales would not touch Lu Yin unless he was a half-martial ancestor. This was the reason why he had the confidence to come here. Even so, he had not expected Lu Yin to actually come. This was not a provocation, but a challenge. This brat was challenging the four-way scales. Strange, why isn't there a single half-martial ancestor here? Zhou Yao asked as he looked at the Wang family continent. The Beast Emperor replied, this region is much worse than I imagined. Hen Axian frowned. This is a remote place that's separated from the fifth mainland. Elder Chan glanced at him. Remote? Lu Yin was amused. The astral tree continent looked down on the fifth mainland and called it a wasteland. However, the fifth mainland's cultivators had arrived, and aside from progenitors, the astral tree continent did not seem to have much of an advantage over the fifth mainland. Of course, the fifth mainland definitely could not compare to the astral tree continent. Who knew how many half-martial ancestors were hidden there? However, even if there were many hidden forces, the astral tree continent's remaining forces were not enough to pose a threat to the fifth mainland. Lu Yin understood the astral tree continent, but the others did not. From what they knew, the arrival of the fifth mainland's army meant that this region of space should have been monitored by experts. However, there were no experts at all. The million-strong astral beast army, the Lu Xianjun army, and the Heavenly Sin army formed the fifth mainland's first wave of forces to protect the fourth base. After a while, Lu Yin would have the smaller giants replace the Lu Xianjun army, followed by the Celestial army, the Giant army, the various allied armies, and so on. In Lu Yin's eyes, the battlefield at the back was just a training ground. Don't underestimate this region of space. Do you think that there aren't any experts watching? Look up at that continent, Lu Yin said. He did not want the fifth mainland's people to be arrogant. The Beast Emperor, Zhou Yao, and the others all looked up, but they could not see anything. Lu Yin continued, there's a mountain sea directly above that continent. Hen Axian and the others' expressions changed. That's right. You should know that it's the mountain sea of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. If they want to harm us, it'll be difficult for us to survive under the mountain sea, Lu Yin said. Elder Chan's gaze trembled. That's the Wang family continent. Lu Yin nodded. Don't underestimate this region of space. They've always called our fifth mainland the wasteland. Today, I'll show them how the wasteland protects the fourth base. I'll show them the so-called wasteland strength. After speaking, Lu Yin took a step forward and walked out of the kernel. Following him, all of the fifth mainland's cultivators walked out and headed towards the battlefield at the back. No one restrained their auras, and Lu Yin did not do so either. Although he had greeted Mu Xia, he still had to be on guard against the four-way scale. Thus, the caged WIRM had come as well. When Lu Yin walked out of the call, the caged WIRM immediately returned to normal and let out a roar that shook the top realm. Following that, the loud roar traveled to the middle realm and even the lower realm, causing countless creatures to feel uneasy. Hen Axian and the other half-ancestors released their auras.
Although their pressure was not as terrifying as the caged WIRMs, for half-ancestors and a group of cultivators behind them shouted in unison. It was enough to create a different kind of pressure that seemed to threaten the astral tree domain. Wang Zheng was dissatisfied, as Lu Yin was demonstrating his power to the astral tree domain. There was a considerable distance between the call directly below the Wang family's mainland and the battlefield at the back, but Lu Yin was not in a hurry. He had said that he would take over the defense of the fourth base in 10 days. Although it was only the 10th day, there were still a few hours left. When the time came, all of the cultivators would climb onto the caged WIRM's back and arrive in an instant. This was a rare opportunity to demonstrate his power, so he would not let it go. Not only did he want to spread the news of his return to the top realm, but he also wanted to spread the news to the entire astral tree domain. For the past few days, he had been thinking about how to show off his power in the fifth mainland. His return meant that the Lu family would be able to walk peacefully in the astral tree domain, and he wanted to let the remaining members of the Lu family know that he, Lu Shaoxian, had returned. Lu Yin patted the caged WIRM's head, and the creature's eyes darted around, seemingly confused. Lu Yin took out a pair of slippers. "Have you forgotten what I told you to do?" The caged WIRM was terrified at the sight of the slippers, and it blinked fiercely before its eyes widened. It finally remembered and raised its head. In the ruler's realm, Wang Fan and the others frowned. What was this kid planning to do now? Lu Shaoxian, the deadline of 10 days is almost up. What are you planning to do instead of taking over the defense of the fourth base? Bai Wang Yuan's voice rang out, carrying with it the pressure of a progenitor. Lu Yin sneered. "You'll find out soon enough." Bai Wang Yuan suddenly had a bad premonition. The next moment, the caged WIRM's progenitor power erupted, distorting the void and causing layers of spatial folds to appear. The images of their appearance were transmitted to the middle realm, the lower realm, and the middle ocean. This scene was very similar to when Long Shan had celebrated Mu Xie's acceptance of a disciple, and Lu Yin had disguised himself as Long Seven. Back then, Long Shan had wanted the entire astral tree domain to know about his return. Even the scene of Lu Yin and Celestial Master Chilling playing chess had been spread throughout the region, allowing countless people to see an Origin Formation Masters game for the first time. Now, Lu Yin wanted the entire astral tree domain to know that he had returned. Bai Wang Yuan and the others' expressions changed. Stop. They wanted to stop Lu Yin, but Mu Xie stopped them. Don't forget the agreement. Mu Xie, scram. We're just stopping the caged WIRM from attacking. We don't plan on doing anything to Lu Shaoxian. Wang Fan shouted. With Mu Xie's delay, the image of the caged WIRM distorting the void was transmitted to the middle realm and the lower realm. Countless people looked up and saw Lu Yin standing atop the caged WIRM, along with the million cultivators behind him. The attention that had been on Yi Xian Academy immediately shifted. Even Mu Shang, who was breaking through Yi Xian Academy's sourcebox array, was shocked. Was that Lu Shaoxian? He naturally knew that Yu Hao's identity had been exposed, but he couldn't believe it. He hadn't expected that Yu Hao was actually Lu Shaoxian. He and Lu Shaoxian were old friends, but now that they met again, it was in such a situation. Lu Yin stood high in the sky, standing atop the progenitor caged WIRM and commanding an army of 1,000,000. He looked down on the entire astral tree domain, and this was what everyone saw. Lu Yin faced the entire astral tree domain and said, "The Lu family is back. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content." Chapter 2344. In every corner of the astral tree, many people's eyes widened and turned red. The Lu family had returned. The King of Adventure stood on a tree branch and looked up. He let out a long sigh. There was no need to hide anymore.
The farmer who had helped Lu Yin in the central realm sat on the ground without a care for his image. He had finally returned. Everyone looked at Lu Yin's figure with reverence and anticipation, as if they had been reborn. In the central realm, Nong Sanyang, Nong Lai, and the rest were shocked. The Lu family is back. How is that possible? Why did the four cardinal scales agree? Nong Ya's eyes flickered. It seems like Lu Shaoxian restrained the four cardinal scales. Nong Sanyang did not understand. Why? The entire Lu family has been exiled, and no one can help him. Any ancestor from the four cardinal scales can deal with him. How did he do it? It wasn't that the Nong family didn't want the Lu family to return, but this scene was too shocking. The agreement between the four cardinal scales and Lu Yin had not been made public, so the shock to them was too great. Nong Ya did not understand and immediately contacted the ancestor. It was the same for the Lu family. The old Brightsword Grandmaster was hunched over, and he smiled as he looked at Lu Yin, who was standing on top of the prison WIRM's head. That kid from back then has really returned. A man was running for his life as a group of giant beasts little Stone was still alive, wanting to trample him to death. We thought that the seven prodigies had created him jumped up from time to time to avoid the attacks. We don't know who the real winner is, looked up, Lu Yi said. A distorted image even appeared further in the sky, and he saw Lu Yin gripped his blade and looked up. Lu Shaoxian. Had he returned? His name was Hua Beibei. They were really standing under the same on the battlefield at the back. But the difference was too great. However, he had only known the central realm, and when Long 7 had been revealed to be Lu Shaoxian, the death god's inheritance, he had also recognized Lu Shaoxian. We await the ancestors' orders. Were people so arrogant these days? In the top realm, Lu Shaoxian was openly showing off in the top realm. Behind him, asked why the Lu family that looked like a rhinoceros viciously and why were the remnants of the Lu family so arrogant? Hua Beibei covered his butt and ran for his life again. Clearly being hunted down by the entire astral tree. On the Wang family, they were still arrogant. Little Can looked up and recognized that it was Lu Shaoxian. That made sense. It was Long 7. Why didn't the ancestor traded an intelligence route to him, but not long after? This person's identity had been too high profile, and the entire astral tree had been hunting him down. And laughed. How could he walk around the top still above the 9 heavens, and they could not be compared? Long Tian clenched his fist. Face darkened. Lu Shaoxian, the death god's seal in his body had yet to be removed. It was all because of this bastard. Now that Lu Shaoxian had taken away his broken blade, he had lost the chance to prove his worth. The 4 young ancestors outsiders by himself, might not know this, trapped them in but the a direct descendant like him knew. Captured Long Shi. It was a great taboo for the clone to replace the main body. He had humiliated the white dragon tribe that only the suffer the ridicule of the 9 clones technique knew. He had pretended to be without the broken blade to prove its value. Even seen through the ancestral Nang blood's drawbacks, the broken blade which had caused the white dragon tribe's reputation to plummet. Shinji kill him. Even though this information had not been spread, everyone who should know had been suspicious of Lu Yin during this period of time. Mainly because he had helped Lu Yin cover up his lie. The white dragon tribe would have no advantage when it came to snatching cultivators with other surnames to observe the ceremony. It was this bastard. It was impossible for Lu Yin to contact who did everything. His explanation to Xiao Zihan was that he had seen Lu Yin contacting Gu Yan. But he didn't know that the other party was becoming more and more abnormal. It was an oversight, but whether or not Xiao Zihan believed him was another matter. He had been very apprehensive could not imagine how he had done it. Now only that he saw Lu Yin could compare to such an innate gift. He felt even more upset. Countless people looked at Lu Yin in the frigid and felt his arrogance. Yu Chen stared blankly with a strange look in her eyes. To return. She had once hated been waiting for this moment for too long. Death, and so had the remaining members of the Lu family. Walk around the top realm without distorted fear, void was she felt that this might be an opportunity. Lu Yin looked at the sovereign realm. Senior Bai, there's no need to be so petty. It's just a ceremony. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest had gloomy expressions. The more arrogant Lu Yin was, the more it reflected the 4-way scale's incompetence. At this moment, the entire astral tree tribe knew that Lu Shaoxian had returned, which meant that the 4-way scales could not do anything to him. This was an immeasurable blow to the 4-way scale's prestige. However, what had already happened, and there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Lu Yin would reach the half-ancestor realm as soon as possible so that they could kill him. Lu Shaoxian, the fourth formation base is already empty. If you don't take over, the Eternals will attack us, Bai Wang Yuan said. Lu Yin smiled and had all the cultivators climb onto the back of the caged WIRM. He patted it and said, "Charge." The caged WIRM bared its fangs and brandished its claws, unleashing its progenitor's power without restraint. It swayed in the sky as it charged towards the battlefield behind it. In the central realm, Dean Wen and the rest watched the image disappear in shock. Was that Lu Shaoxian? Mr. Tang was stunned. Mr. Wen was shocked. It's Lu Shaoxian. He's back. Impossible. How can Lu Shaoxian roam freely in the top realm? Why would the four-way scales let him go? Mr. Xing immediately denied it. However, what they had seen was not wrong. It's not just Lu Shaoxian. He's also brought countless cultivators with him. I just don't know why he appeared in the top realm, Mr. Wei exclaimed. Su Donglai and Dean Wen exchanged glances. That Colonel, Dean Wen nodded. That's the only place connected to the abandoned lands. Very few people know about it, but why did the four-way scales let Lu Shaoxian go? Did Lu Shaoxian join the four-way scales? When he said this, even he found it laughable. Even if Lu Shaoxian had set aside his hatred and joined the four-way scales, the four-way scales would not have let him go. This was an unresolvable hatred. There was only one explanation for Lu Yin's appearance. Although no one dared to believe it, they were forced to believe it. The four-way scales had yielded. How did he do it? Su Donglai did not understand. Dean Wen did not understand either, but his eyes suddenly lit up. I'll continue to delay Mu Shang. You guys hurry up and contact Lu Shaoxian. See if he can help Yi Xian Academy. The other mentors were excited, and Mr. Tang immediately contacted Lu Yin. They had to contact him, No one wanted Lu Yin to save Yi Xian Academy more than Mr. Huai. He was extremely panicked, as if the academy was destroyed, he would be finished. As he watched Mu Shang break through the sourcebox array, he really wanted to step forward and surrender, but no one wanted him. He could only live or die with the academy. You have to save them, Mr. Yu Hao. You're the most popular teacher in the academy. In the southernmost part of the top realm, the realm of trees covered the battlefield on the back of the top realm. The battlefield on the back of the top realm was too cruel, and there were some things that were better hidden from ordinary cultivators. The realm of trees covered the entire battlefield on the back of the top realm. The caged WIRM quickly arrived outside the realm of trees. All of the cultivators stared at him blankly, not knowing what to do. The caged WIRM's terrifying aura caused them to tremble. They had experienced life and death on the battlefield on the back of the top realm, but they had never experienced the pressure of a progenitor before. It was a pressure on another level, and it was not something that could be withstood just because they were not afraid of death. In particular, the caged WIRM liked to bare its fangs and brandish its claws, which almost scared them to the ground. Lu Yin was just about to command the caged WIRM to charge in when the cloud connection stone vibrated. Since he had come to this region of space, he naturally used the cloud connection stone. He also needed to use the wireless goo to communicate with the fifth mainland. It was not convenient to use the wireless goo and the cloud connection stone, so it was better to use both. From today onwards, he would push the wireless goo to the top realm of trees. Mr. Yu Hao, it's me. Mr. Tang's image appeared, and he looked at Lu Yin anxiously. Lu Yin was surprised. Mr. Tang. What's wrong? Mr. Tang said, You know, Lu Shaoxian, Yi Xian Academy is in trouble. Are you willing to help? He pointed the cloud connection stone into the distance. Dean Wen had entered the sourcebox array to delay Mu Shang's lockbreaking, but there were still 5 half-progenitors in the distance. If it weren't for the fact that we had no other choice, we wouldn't want to trouble you, but, Mr. Tang, I'm also an instructor of the academy. If something happens to the academy, I'll help as long as I have the ability, Lu Yin interrupted Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang was delighted. Thank you so much. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to enter the battlefield on the back of the top realm of trees. Instead, he quietly listened to Mr. Tang talk about Yi Xian Academy's predicament. So you're saying that the academy can continue as long as there are students? That's true, but even if there are students, they still need to be able to enter. Also, the sourcebox array can't be maintained for much longer. How long can the sourcebox array last? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Tang looked at Su Donglai. Su Donglai replied, the Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix can only last for 2 days at most, and that's under the premise that Dean Wen is doing his best to delay them. If he doesn't, then the array will be broken by today. Mu Shang is an Origin Array Heavenly Master, and he's already been lock-breaking for 10 days. Lu Yin took out the wireless goo and contacted Imperial Tutor Mending Heaven. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2345. Fifth Continent, in Heavenly Sect, Butian Imperial Tutor connected to wireless goo, Daozi. I have a mission for you. Bring a group of cultivators around the age of 20 to join Yi Xian Academy. At the same time, help Yi Xian Academy maintain their sourcebox array and defeat an Origin Array Heavenly Master, Lu Yin said. Heaven-mending Imperial Tutor respectfully acknowledged. Lu Yin had not known that this Origin Array Heavenly Master was an Origin Array Heavenly Master, and he had only found out after he had gone to the location of the human-shaped source box. This time, Lu Yin would be able to see just how capable this Origin Array Heavenly Master was. There are 5 half-martial ancestors blocking the way outside Yi Xian Academy. Senior Blood Ancestor, please make a trip there, Lu Yin said. There were 5 half-martial ancestors. He wouldn't let the half-martial ancestors fight head-on, but the blood progenitor was different. Although the blood progenitor had fallen from the progenitor realm and his progenitor realm was gone, he still had the power of the progenitor realm. His oppressive might was enough to make Xia Zihang and the others not dare to move. After ending the call, Lu Yin looked at the cloud connection stone. My men will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Rest assured, Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. By the way, what are you doing here? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll contribute to humanity by taking over the defense of the 4th base. From now on, the students of the academy can come here to train. He then put away the cloud connection stone and patted the hellworm. Enter. The prison flood dragon roared and charged into the tree world. The tree realm could block the line of sight of ordinary cultivators, but it could not block ancestor realm life forms. The prison flood dragon could clearly see the scene behind the world of trees, so it was not afraid of danger. The real threat to it was the sovereign realm battlefield, not the 5 array bases. Prison flood dragon could see the battlefield on the other side of the world of trees, but the people on the other side of the battlefield could not see it. When the huge head of the prison dragon charged into the world of trees, the new batch of cultivators who were preparing to enter the battlefield were stunned. Many of them were scared silly, unable to withstand the enormous pressure of the prison dragon. Not far away, Great Master Zan was enjoying the massage of a maid. When the hell dragon's head rushed in, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Progenitor realm power descended upon the battlefield on the other side of the battlefield. Surging waves of power swept across the cosmos and pulverized a group of eternal corpse kings that had just charged into the formation. This was the 2nd formation base. Commander Xia Yan looked over in shock. When he saw the prison dragon, his pupils constricted. The formation old monster dragon and the other token masters were all attracted by the prison flood dragon. Lu Yin stood on top of the hellworm's head and looked at the 2nd formation base. After so many years, he was here again. His attitude towards Xia Yan and Freak Long was completely different from the last time they'd met. His attitude was completely different as well. Xia Yan's expression turned ugly. That was a hellworm from the Xinwu plain, but it had been trampled beneath Lu Yin's feet. This was a great humiliation for the Xinwu plain. Monster Long's expression was rather ugly. He had tried his best to protect Long Qi back then because he wanted Long Qi to become a disciple of the Origin Formation Heavenly Master. He had even gone to the extent of asking Heavenly Master Gu Yen for Long Qi's sake. He had never thought that Long Qi would turn out to be Lu Shaoxian. Now that they had met again, he didn't even know how to react. The prison flood dragon had completely rushed into the battlefield at the back, causing the battle at the 2nd formation base to stop. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Xia Yan. General Xia Yan, have the remaining members of the Lu family returned to the top realm. I, Lu Yin, will take over the defense of the 4th formation base. Xia Yan didn't say a word as he stared blankly. In front of him, Lu Jing was shocked. This Long Qi had actually climbed to such a height that even the chief commander didn't know how to face him. Lu Yin didn't wait for Xia Yan's response. He gestured for the hellworm to head towards the 4th formation base. The 5 formation bases were incomparably huge, and the hellworm headed towards the 2nd and the 3rd, shocking countless cultivators. At the same time, countless cultivators were excited because they knew that the hellworm was on the side of the humans. If the 5 formation bases had another progenitor, the situation of the war would definitely change. Unfortunately, this was just a dream. Once the 5 formation bases had another progenitor, the Eternals would definitely have another progenitor descend. Bringing a progenitor battlefield to the 5 formation bases was not a good thing. Soon, the Hellworm arrived at the 4th formation base. At this moment, the 4th formation base was also engaged in a fierce battle, but they didn't completely retreat as Bai Wangyuan had said. How could they dare to retreat? If the Eternals attacked the other bases through the 4th formation base, no one would dare to bear the responsibility. The commander of the 4th formation base was a woman named Bai Qi. Lu Yin had never seen her before, and he had never even heard of her. However, Bai Qi was Bai Wangyuan's daughter. The formation core was a woman named Ru Ying. It had to be said that the 4th formation base had shocked Lu Yin, as both the commander and the formation core were women. When the prison flood dragon arrived at the 4th formation base, he saw corpse kings covering the sky and earth. There were countless corpse kings climbing up the formation base diagonally. The 5th mainland's cultivators were shocked. Fortunately, they had also experienced the battle with the Eternals at the border of the Starfall Sea. Otherwise, they might not have been able to adapt to the 4th formation base so quickly. Bai Qi was currently facing one of the 12 marquises. When the Hellworm arrived, that eternal half-progenitor immediately retreated, and the countless corpse kings followed suit. The Yao Emperor, Hen Axayan, 9 luminaries, and Elder Chan all ascended the formation base and attacked the corpse kings. Lu Yin waved a hand, and the Lu Xianjun army, the Heavenly Sin army, and the Astral Beast army all charged forward. The humans and the beast still needed some time to work together, and the 4th formation base was the best battlefield. Bai Qi and Ru Ying stopped and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, "The 2 of you can leave now." The 4th formation base will be handed over to the 5th mainland from now on. Bai Qi stepped forward, her face still stained with blood. She wore a feathery robe, and she stared coldly at Lu Yin. "We meet again, Lu Shaoxian." Lu Yin raised a brow. It seemed like everyone knew who he was. "I lost my memories, so I don't remember you." Bai Qi replied, "You fought at every formation base, and you left your scars here. Is that so?" Lu Yin looked at the 4th formation base. "My name is Lu Yin now, and I'm a Daoist from the 5th mainland sect above the heavens." Daoist, sect above the heavens. "That's a very distant name," Bai Qi said. She then ordered the cultivators from the Cosmic Tree sect who had originally been part of the 4th formation base to retreat while the 5th mainland's cultivators took over. She had wanted to leave immediately. As with the Hellworm and 4 half-progenitors, even an eternal progenitor would find it difficult to break through the 4th formation base's defenses. However, she had seen the 5th mainland's strange fighting style, which had attracted her to stay behind. Not only Bai Qi, but Ru Ying and the other token masters also watched the battle in shock. The Eternals had retreated because the 5th mainland's reinforcements had been too powerful, but a portion of them had still stayed behind to fight. Atop the formation bases, the Lu Xuanjuan's bodies were covered in white smoke. They had void wanderers hidden in their chests and microarray weapons fixed to their left arms as they fought against the corpse kings. Even though they were all at the same realm, and the corpse kings were even stronger, they were still easily defeated by the Lu Xianjun. This was especially true for the Lu Xuanjuan's explorers and cruisers. The cultivators of the starry sky tree were dumbfounded at the sight of him traveling through the void. The battle situation was completely different. Originally, the fourth formation base had been a battle of life and death, and it had relied on the sourcebox array's defenses. Now, the fifth mainland had taken over the defense and was chasing after the corpse kings. Even though the Eternals had retreated, it was more because of their strange fighting style. The cultivators from the fifth mainland were able to casually unleash in lighter realm sword chi, and the corpse king's attacks were completely useless against them. They could even travel through the void, which was something that only envoys could do. And what was with that white smoke? And what's with those beams of light? This was a completely different fighting style from the Cosmic Tree sect, and even Bai Qi, a half-progenitor, was stunned. Lu Yin watched the battle with satisfaction, as this was the result that he had wanted. What was humanity's greatest advantage? It was intelligence. Humans had intelligence, which was why they had created tools, civilizations, lies, and cultivation systems. Intelligence was humanity's greatest weapon, and rather than fighting against the corpse kings, they would naturally use their intelligence to their advantage. Everyone in the Cosmic Tree sect, from the progenitors to the cultivators, was too inflexible. It wasn't that they weren't smart, but rather that there were progenitors here who could change the world. They had become everyone's target, and normal cultivators wouldn't think of anything else. The fifth mainland was different. There were all sorts of civilizations, and there were no progenitors that were equivalent to faith. Thus, there were all sorts of cultivation methods, including technological civilizations. If an existence like the Aurora Corporation had come to the Cosmic Tree sect, it would have been impossible for them to survive. Mother Tree Paper could easily replace them, but in the fifth mainland, they could develop and become one of the giants. The Cosmic Tree sect had a progenitor who looked down on the fifth mainland and called it a wasteland. However, a wasteland had its own benefits. Everything had its benefits and drawbacks. The fifth mainland's new fighting style was like a boulder crashing into a calm lake in the Cosmic Tree sect, and it would definitely cause huge waves. This was the effect that Lu Yin wanted. And this was just Lu Xuanjuan's army, as the army in the sky had changed even more. They could visualize ancient golden characters and use a combination of microarrays to coordinate with various strange astral beasts. Once they appeared, even progenitors would be shocked. One person couldn't change anything, but an army was different. Bai Qi stared blankly at the battlefield, watching as Lu Xuanjuan's army easily destroyed the remaining corpse kings. Lu Xiaoxian, is this how the wastelands fight? Lu Yin replied, that's right. This is how the wastelands fight. Of course, it's far inferior to yours. Commander Bai, just watch. Bai Qi stared at the battlefield. What's that white smoke? It seems to be able to defend itself, and it's doing so on its own. It's the same as the smoke cloud sect's power. It comes from the fog ancestor. Lu Yin didn't hide anything. If he could improve the Cosmic Tree sect's ability to fight against the Eternals, it would be a good thing for humanity. As for increasing the four-way Libra's power, that didn't mean much. Lu Yin's battle with the four-way Libra wasn't something that an ordinary cultivator could interfere with. One had to be at least a half-ancestor. Even the army in the sky couldn't do anything to a half-ancestor, let alone Lu Xuanjuan's army. Although the Cosmic Tree sect's fighting style was inflexible, they had their reasons. They had seen a half-ancestor easily suppressed a region, so they were naturally more willing to cultivate. On the other hand, there were very few half-ancestors in the fifth mainland, let alone progenitors. The fog ancestor's power. Are you saying that the smoke cloud sect cultivates the fog ancestor's power? Bai Qi. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2346. Lu Yin was confused. You don't know. Aren't you Bai Wang Yuan's daughter? How can Bai Wang Yuan not recognize the fog ancestor's power? How dare you call ancestor Bai by his name? Ru Ying shouted. Bai Qi stared at her and then looked at Lu Yin. Perhaps they know, but they've never mentioned it. The Misty Clouds sect is just a small sect, so it's not worth their attention. Lu Yin looked at Bai Qi and then at Ru Ying. Your 4 cardinal scales are very good at smearing history, so use your advantage to advertise your attitude towards me. He pointed at Ru Ying. I don't want to hear such words again, or else you'll have to pay the price. Ru Ying glared at him and was about to say something, but Bai Qi stopped her. Ru Ying was a wandering cultivator and didn't know what had happened in the outside world. She only knew the outcome, and there were many guesses about the outcome. The 4 cardinal scales were secretly spreading the news that they had allowed Lu Shaoxian to appear in order to draw out more of the Lu family's remnants. This was an answer that most cultivators in the cosmic tree realm were willing to accept. Bai Qi was different, as she knew about the agreement between the 4 cardinal scales and Lu Yin. She also knew that Xia Xinji and Bai Xing had both suffered in the abandoned lands, so she knew that Lu Yin wasn't someone to be trifled with. What about that beam? What's that? Bai Qi asked. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. It's a weapon that we developed in the abandoned lands. It can directly kill an enlighter, but corpse kings have high defenses. However, a beam can easily kill a hunter corpse king. They're wearing defensive armor, right? It's enough to block a peak enlighter's attack. Bai Qi was shocked. You guys are so wasteful. Or did you use up all the resources in the abandoned lands for the 4th formation base? Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's nothing. You'll know in the future. Bai Qi looked at the battlefield again. Then, where did the sword Qi come from? Lu Yin took out the splitting heaven array from his cosmic ring and tossed it to her. Take a look. Does it look familiar? Bai Qi took it and looked at it. I think so. This belongs to Bai Xiaohong. I killed him and stole it, Lu Yin said coldly. Bai Qi's eyes widened, and behind her, Ru Ying and the rest of the commanders were stunned. They knew that Lu Yin had killed Bai Xiaohong, but to say it out loud in front of Bai Qi was tantamount to provocation. Bai Qi's gaze turned cold as she stared at Lu Yin. What are you trying to say? Lu Yin didn't care what Bai Qi thought, even if Bai Wang Yuan was standing right next to them. This thing is an instant activation weapon created using a sourcebox array. I call it a microarray weapon. In your frigid immortal sect, it's just a power vessel that belongs to Bai Xiaohong, and it's gone once it's used up. But in our abandoned lands, we've turned it into a weapon of war, and we've developed countless microarray weapons based on it. We've distributed them to cultivators and stored sword Qi within them. He then raised a finger. A sentinel can use a microarray weapon to kill an enlighter. Bai Qi and the others' expressions changed drastically as they looked at Lu Yin in shock. That's the use of microarrays. If your frigid immortal sect had discovered its use earlier, the backline wouldn't have been suppressed to this extent. Bai Wang Yuan is stupid, and so are your descendants. Your stupidity is beyond compare, Lu Yin mocked. He wasn't worried that the frigid immortal sect would be able to produce it. Aurora had taken a long time to produce it, so how could the frigid immortal sect make up for the difference? After all, this starry sky is not empty. The development of technology was more important. No one cared about what Lu Yin was saying, and they all stared blankly at the splitting heaven array in Bai Qi's hands. Something that Bai Xiaohong had treated as a power vessel was definitely not simple. How could something like this be mass-produced? They didn't believe it, but when they saw the sword Qi streaking across the battlefield, they had no choice but to believe it. Every sword chi had the power of an enlighter. How could there be so many enlighters in the fifth mainland? It was simply a mass release of sword chi, which was inconceivable. Bai Qi looked at Lu Yin in shock. How did you guys do it? Lu Yin ignored her. Leave the fourth base. From now on, this place belongs to me. He then took a step forward and appeared on the battlefield of the fourth base. Bai Qi's headquarters wasn't too far away. The Corpse King was gradually pushed back, and the million-strong astral beast army climbed up the base to chase after it. Lu Yin stepped into the headquarters, where some of the people who had originally belonged to the fourth base didn't want to leave and had stayed behind. After Lu Yin entered, Elder Chan and the rest followed suit. Within the headquarters, nearly 100 cultivators held their breaths as they watched Lu Yin's group walk over. They all bowed in unison. Greetings. Suddenly, they did not know how to address him. Lu Yin was clearly the most senior amongst them, but he was neither the commander nor the array corps. As for the 4 half-martial ancestors, who was the commander? Lu Yin laughed. Call me Daozi. My name is Lu Yin, and I used to go by the name Lu Shaoxian. The fourth base had already been notified that Lu Shaoxian would be leading the abandoned land to take over the defense of the fourth base, so they weren't surprised. However, when they heard Lu Xiaoxuan's name, they couldn't hide their shock. The four-way scales had allowed Lu Shaoxian to walk through the astral tree safely, which didn't make any sense. Greetings, Daozi. The group of cultivators bowed respectfully. Some of the cultivators who had stayed behind were worried about the fourth base's defenses and wanted to see if they could help. They weren't optimistic about the abandoned land's strength, and they didn't want the fourth base's defenses to be destroyed because of the abandoned land. There were also those who had been ordered to stay behind and keep an eye on the abandoned land. There were also those who simply didn't want to leave the fourth base, as they wouldn't be able to survive if they did. Lu Yin didn't care about their motives for staying behind, as it didn't matter. The fourth base was the humans' front line against the Eternals, and neither he nor the four-way scales could do anything here. As for learning more about Lu Yin through the cultivators from the fifth mainland, that was even less important. The more they learned about Lu Yin, the more astonished they would be. His experiences were legendary to anyone. However, one of them caught Lu Yin's attention, Zhou Zizai, the fourth base's commander and the only one who had stayed behind. He also had another identity, Redback. Back when Lu Yin had used his Dai's possession, he had coincidentally fused with Zhou Zizai's body. He knew that Zhou Zizai was a Redback developed by Marquis Wui, and that Zhou Zizai had never done anything to the fourth base. Marquis Wui's goal had been to have Zhou Zizai retire after the fourth base had been completed, and then use his contributions to return to the astral tree. As he looked at Zhou Zizai, Lu Yin wondered how many people were like him on the battlefield. Some had come to the battlefield for the sake of humanity, some had come to hide from their enemies, and some had come to fight for a future. Regardless of the situation, there was no lack of people who were afraid of death on the battlefield, and there were probably many such redbacks. It should be said that many redbacks in the astral tree had been developed here. The front lines of humanity were supposed to be a place where they would risk their lives, but instead, it had become an eternal battlefield. It was the most advantageous place for the Eternals to develop redbacks. Everyone quietly waited for Lu Yin to speak. Lu Yin just looked at Zhou Zizai, causing him to panic. He wasn't worried that his identity as a redback would be exposed, as that would be impossible. He had never done anything that was detrimental to the fourth base, so how could he be exposed? He was worried that Lu Yin would chase him away. Zhou Zizai. Lu Yin spoke up, looking down at him from above. Zhou Zizai's heart trembled, and he stepped forward. Yes, Daozi. Lu Yin asked, why did you stay? The other medallions have all left with Bai Qi. You're the number 1 medallion, second only to the commander and the core of the formation. As long as you follow her back to the astral tree, you'll definitely be put in an important position. Zhou Zizai felt bitter. If only that were the case, then his goal would have been accomplished. However, it was precisely because he was outstanding that Bai Qi thought highly of him that he had been forced to stay behind and watch over these people in the abandoned land. He didn't want to do that either. This subordinate swears to protect the fourth base to the death. I won't back down, Zhou Zizai gritted his teeth. He was unwilling, but others saw him as resolute. Hen Xian and the others looked at him with satisfaction. Not everyone wanted to stay behind, and this person was not bad. Lu Yin smiled. Not bad at all. Since you want to stay, we won't treat you unfairly. When the Fifth Mainland's army changes out, you can choose to go to the Fifth Mainland's Heaven sect. You don't have to go to the astral tree. I'll leave that choice to you. He then waved his hand, and Zhou Zizai and the others all left. He was stunned. Go to the Fifth Mainland. That was an abandoned land, right? Only an idiot would go there. Lu Yin watched as Zhou Zizai left. He hadn't given Zhou Zizai a choice, but rather the everlasting race. He wanted to see how the everlasting race would use Zhou Zizai, a redback. Dao disciple, it's unlikely that he'll go to the Fifth Mainland, Hen Xian said. The others found it strange as well. Lu Yin had given Zhou Zizai a choice on their first meeting. Why would he go to the Fifth Mainland? It was a little strange. Lu Yin smiled. Not necessarily. Maybe he'll be conquered by my magnanimity, aha. Everyone was speechless. All right, we've arrived at the back of the battlefield. From now on, this will be everyone's battlefield. I, Lu Yin, am here to thank everyone for their contributions to the human race, Lu Yin said solemnly. Outside the fourth base, Bai Qi watched the astral beast army clean up the battlefield. The astral beasts were organized, and they really did look like an army. The abandoned land wasn't as weak as she had imagined. On the contrary, it was very strong. At the very least, in a battlefield of this level, not even the blood-red fifth base could compare. The way the abandoned land fought had opened Bai Qi's eyes. She wanted to report back to her sect and her father that the astral tree's way of fighting should change. It wasn't just Bai Qi, Wang Zheng was thinking the same thing. He was one step ahead of Bai Qi and had already reported to Wang Fan. After Bai Qi's report, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan grew serious. The Fifth Mainland wasn't as simple as they had thought. On the Wang family's mainland, Wang Jing continued to listen to Wang Shang's report on the Fifth Mainland. Wang Fan's ancestor had said that everything about the Fifth Mainland had to be reported in detail. At that moment, someone reported, Patriarch, someone else has walked out of the Shinkong corridor. Wang Zheng was puzzled. Someone else. He didn't hesitate and went to the edge of the mainland to look down. Two people had walked out of the Shinkong corridor. One was the Skymender imperial tutor, and the other was naturally the blood ancestor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2347. When the two of them arrived at the New Sky Corridor, the blood ancestor immediately looked up at the Wang family continent. He felt an unusual aura. Even a half-martial ancestor couldn't sense the aura of the Wang family continent's mountain sea, but the blood ancestor could. So this is the starry sky of the trees. Ever since that battle, the Sixth Mainland has never had any conflicts with this starry sky. I never thought that it would come today, the blood ancestor sighed as he looked at the Wang family's continent. If it weren't for the Eternals, things wouldn't have turned out this way. The blood ancestor sighed. We were too arrogant and ended up being used by the Eternals. Imperial tutor Butian said, let's go to Yi Xian Academy. After saying this, the two of them left the call and headed towards the middle-level realm. Although the blood ancestor was heavily injured and had no progenitor realm ancestral world, he still had the power of the progenitor realm, which was far from what a half-martial ancestor could compare to. He also had the speed of the progenitor realm, so he disappeared in an instant. On the Wang family's continent, Wang Zheng was astonished. He couldn't see through those two's cultivation levels, which meant that they were at least half-martial ancestors. Why had more half-martial ancestors come to the fifth continent? What was their goal? He did not dare to hesitate and hastily reported to Wang Fan. The sovereign realm's gaze quickly fell. At this moment, the blood ancestor and imperial advisor Butian had already left the top realm and were heading towards the middle realm. They didn't know much about the starry sky tree, but with their strength, it was easy for them to find Yi Xian Academy. In the sovereign realm, Wang Fan was shocked. The progenitor realm. No, he fell from the progenitor realm, and his aura is extremely weak. Why would such a person come to my starry sky of trees? Xia Xinji also looked down and frowned. No matter what you do, throw it back. Bai Kun replied, the wasteland has taken over the defense of the fourth array base, and we've also reached an agreement with Lu Shaoxian to allow the two galaxies to communicate. If we send them back to the wasteland for no reason, it'll be tantamount to violating the agreement. Let's see what they're up to first. They seem to be heading towards Yi Xian Academy. Dragon ancestor guessed. They stared at the middle realm. Meanwhile, in the central realm, the blood ancestor looked up. We've been targeted. It's a progenitor from this region of space. Imperial tutor Skymender had an ugly expression. If not for Lu Yin's coercion, he would never have come to this region of space. With so many progenitors looking at him, the pressure was too great. Blood ancestor was similarly under great pressure. Any progenitor in this starry sky could easily kill him. The feeling of being on the chopping block was quite uncomfortable. However, he couldn't refuse Lu Yin's request. They remained silent and focused on searching for Yi Xian Academy. Soon after, they found Yi Xian Academy. At this moment, outside Yi Xian Academy, Xia Ziheng and the other 5 half-progenitors were watching. Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix had already disappeared, and Mu Shang's lock-breaking speed was faster than expected. Dean Wen could no longer hold on and fell down. I can't hold on for much longer. He watched as the Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix disappeared, replaced by lines. These lines were not unfamiliar to the outside world, as they were Memory Sage Academy's famous 18 horizontal arrays. However, at this moment, there were not 18 of them, but rather countless horizontal lines. This was the true danger of the array, as the 18 horizontal arrays were merely a test derived from sourcebox arrays. Mu Shang was rather interested in this sourcebox array, as he would be able to comprehend a lot of things by deciphering it. Wen Lai, why aren't you calling the food god out? What are you waiting for? Xia Ziheng shouted. Dean Wen's expression was stern. Continue stalling. We must stall until Lu Xiaoshuan's men arrive. Wen Lai, there's no need. Give up. No one can save Yi. Sage Academy, Wu Yao said. Master, please come out. This disciple wants to see you break through, Prince Yu said. His voice was gentle, and it sounded as if he really wanted the food god to break through. Mr. Tang, Mr. Zheng, and the others all had ugly expressions. Once the sourcebox array was broken, they would have to face 5 half-ancestors and an origin array heavenly master. The pressure was too great. Mr. Wei sighed. Back then, Lu Shaoxian fought 4 half-ancestors by himself. The pressure he faced was unimaginable. The others fell silent. They had so many people, and yet they still felt such pressure when facing 5 half-ancestors. How had Lu Shaoxian, who was only at the 3rd origin tribulation, withstood it? He had even killed a half-ancestor. Was this the power of a so-called absolute genius? Someone's coming. Mr. Huai cried out. Dean Wen and Su Donglai had already seen the newcomers, and they both stared into the distance with grave expressions. They did not know if these newcomers were friend or foe, but they were afraid that the four cardinal scales would continue to send experts over. They were not the only ones. Xia Ziheng and the other half-ancestors had also noticed that someone had arrived. They turned around and saw Skymender and the blood ancestor. Xia Ziheng stared at the unfamiliar faces in fear. Furthermore, he stared at the blood ancestor. This person's aura made him feel pressured. It seemed like an ancestor. Wu Yao's eyes widened. A progenitor's power. Mr. Yu was also apprehensive. That can't be. An unfamiliar progenitor. Half-ancestor Ji Feng and half-ancestor Lu Hua looked at each other in shock. How could a progenitor have arrived? The blood ancestor's cultivation level had dropped, but only progenitors could tell. Half-ancestors could not tell, so they felt that the blood ancestor was still a progenitor. This was the reason why Lu Yin had sent the blood ancestor over, to intimidate Xia Ziheng and the others. Otherwise, Skymender might not have been able to break through the blockade of 5 half-ancestors by himself. Xia Ziheng and the others did not immediately guess that the newcomers had come from the 5th mainland. This was because there were hidden powerhouses in the astral tree domain that would appear from time to time. No one knew where they had come from, and it was even possible that they were hidden ancestors of some family. From what they knew, they would not have immediately guessed that the newcomers were from a place like the abandoned land. The blood ancestor and Skymender slowly approached Yixian Academy. Xia Ziheng stepped forward and looked at the blood ancestor in confusion and fear. Senior, may I ask who you are? This junior is Xia Ziheng from Shenwu planet. The blood ancestor looked at him indifferently and did not speak. Progenitor power swept past him, causing Xia Ziheng's hair to stand on end. He had just felt this power not too long ago, and it had come from caged Wirm and Xia Shinji. Now that he felt it again, the stifling pressure made him subconsciously want to avoid it. Wu Yao and the others felt the same way. No one dared to stop the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor and Skymender Imperial Tutor walked past Xia Ziheng and the others and arrived outside Yixian Academy. The Daozi has asked us to come and help Yixian Academy, Skymender Imperial Tutor said to President Wen and the others. President Wen was delighted. Did Lu Shaoxian invite you? Xia Ziheng and the others were stunned. Lu Shaoxian. Him again. Where had he managed to invite a progenitor? Skymender Imperial Tutor smiled. That's right. He then looked up at the sourcebox array. It's been a long time since I've lock broken in front of outsiders. Today, I'll test the strength of an origin array heavenly master here in the astral tree domain. He then entered the array. Mu Shang was still immersed in lock breaking, and he had not expected Skymender Imperial Tutor to suddenly appear in front of him. Skymender Imperial Tutor moved, and President Wen hurriedly handed the sourcebox array over to him to maintain. Suddenly, the lines that had been continuously dissipating reappeared one by one, and then, the phantoms of a fire phoenix and a dark phoenix appeared. Mu Shang was shocked. An origin array heavenly master. Arihara, the power of a sourcebox array with or without an origin array heavenly master's support was completely different. The sourcebox array that protected Yixian Academy had come from Ancestor Wen. Not only was he an origin array heavenly master, but he was also a progenitor. How could a sourcebox array that he had left behind be so easily broken? Skymender Imperial Tutor was like a key that had completely unlocked the array's power. The blood ancestor turned around to face Xia Ziheng and the others. The four-way scale has an agreement with the 5th mainland. Anyone can freely travel between the two domains. This time, I'm here on behalf of the 5th mainland's elites to submit an application for admission to Yixian Academy. Xia Ziheng and the others were stunned. Admission test. If Yi Xian Academy had students, then wouldn't everything they had done be for naught? It wasn't just them, even the ruler's realm, Xiaxinji, and the others had not expected this. Allowing the Fifth Mainland's cultivators to enter Yi Xian Academy meant that they would have no way of officially suppressing Yi Xian Academy unless they shed all pretense of cordiality. If that was the case, they could have forcefully taken action long ago, and there would have been no need for them to wait until now. Attack immediately and destroy Yi Xian Academy, Xiaxinji said angrily. Do they really think that Lu Shaoxian can help them? What a joke. This is the astral tree realm, not the Fifth Mainland. Wang Fan agreed. I also agree that we should destroy Yi Xian Academy. We don't need a reason. We should have done this long ago. Ancestor Wen died in battle for the human race, which represents his contribution, not Yi Xian Academy. At most, we won't harm Wen Lai and the others. We must obtain the Mountain Sea realm, the dragon ancestor said. Bai Wang Yuan frowned. Destroying Yi Xian Academy was easy, but the results would not be good. The reason why they had not destroyed Yi Xian Academy was not just because of Ancestor Wen's contribution, but also because of the Lu family, the Farmer family, and Ghost Abyss. If they destroyed Yi Xian Academy for no reason, what would those three families think? There had to be a reasonable reason for doing something, not just destroying it. Especially when Lu Shaoxian was leading the Fifth Mainland to take over the Fourth Formation base, many things were about to change. For the past few decades, the four-way scales had been the dominant force, but now, if they pushed too hard on one side, it would only force all the powers that disliked the four-way scales to side with Lu Shaoxian. The Lu family and the Farmer family had always been close to the Lu family. If they wantonly destroyed Yi Xian Academy, it was hard to guarantee what their attitude would be. There was also Ghost Abyss. Lu Shaoxian had the Death God's inheritance, so Ghost Abyss could become his mortal enemy and fight for the inheritance. Bai Wang Yuan did not want to gamble, as if he lost, Lu Shaoxian would gain 3 more progenitors. With Mu Xia and the Fog Ancestor, they would not have the slightest advantage in the astral tree realm. Even though it was just a small Yi Xian Academy, this matter could affect the entire astral tree realm. Lu Yin had also thought of this when he received Mr. Tang's request for help. He wanted to see how the four-way scales would deal with Yi Xian Academy, as well as the attitudes of the other powers in the astral tree realm. It was like tying a pebble with a string and throwing it into a lake to see how deep it was. Bai Wang Yuan voiced his concerns, and Xiaxinji and the other two fell silent. They could suppress Lu Shaoxian and the Fifth Mainland, but if the Lu family, the Farmer family, and Ghost Abyss stood on Lu Xiaoxuan's side, the situation would become troublesome. It would be equivalent to splitting the astral tree realm into 2. I'll go talk to Lu Shaoxian, Xiaxinji said. I'll go, Bai Wang Yuan said. In the Middle Realm, due to Imperial Tutor Skymender's interference, Mu Shang found it difficult to break through the sourcebox array. As time passed, Imperial Tutor Skymender became more and more familiar with the sourcebox array, and even he could not break through it. It was not a matter of time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2348. In the end, Mu Shang walked out of the sourcebox array and looked at Skymender. I don't remember there being an origin array heavenly master in the universe. Skymender stood within the sourcebox array, a fire phoenix and a dark phoenix circling behind him. Fifth Mainland Celestial Beast Empire's Skymender, from the Above Heaven sect. Mu Shang did not understand. The Above Heaven sect. He looked at Xia Ziheng and the others in confusion. Xia Ziheng and the others had ugly expressions. Lu Shaoxian wants to interfere with Yi Xian Academy's matters? What gives him the right to do so? The Blood Ancestor said, Yi Xian Academy's matters have nothing to do with us. We're just here to bring a list of the Fifth Mainland's elites to participate in the Academy's assessment. He then raised a hand, and a piece of paper floated over to President Wen. President Wen took it and looked at it. It really was a list. Are these the elites of the Fifth Mainland? The blood ancestor replied, I've heard that Xian Academy nurtures talents and even has progenitor Wen's inheritance. Will the Fifth Mainland's disciples be able to study there? President Wen laughed. Of course. The assessment can begin at any time. Where are these children? The blood ancestor smiled. They're on their way here and will arrive soon. I wonder how many of them will be able to join. Su Donglai was delighted, and he straightened his back. Don't worry. If Senior recognizes them as elites, then they'll definitely pass the assessment. Thank you for placing so much importance on Xian Academy. The blood ancestor smiled. He had never heard of this Xian Academy before, but it seemed to be quite famous in the cosmic tree realm. However, the Fifth Mainland's elites were qualified to join. On the back of the battlefield, atop the fourth base, Lu Yin was waiting for news from Zhou Tang and the others. He had taken over the fourth base, and Zhou Tang and the remaining members of the Lu family would be released. He had stayed behind to wait for them as well. Lu Xuanjuan's army, the Heavenly Sin Army, and the Astral Beast Army were all stationed at the fourth base, which attracted the attention of the other bases. The 5 bases protected the back of the battlefield, and they all helped each other out. However, there was also competition. The most obvious example of this was the competition between the 5 bases in the New World. This competition was different from the one in the cosmic tree realm, as it had nothing to do with any family or power. However, this competition had disappeared for decades, and ever since the Lu family had been exiled, the cosmic tree realm no longer had the ability to conquer the New World. At most, they could only leave a city behind. Although this kind of competition had disappeared, the competition that was left in the Matrix base's bones still existed, especially when the person who took over the fourth Matrix base was someone they knew to be from the abandoned land. Naturally, they didn't want to fall behind. 4 half-progenitors. How ruthless. At the first array base, Commander Bai Qi had a cold expression on his face. Corpse kings were everywhere as far as the eye could see, and the sourcebox array had never stopped. The fourth formation base no longer has a corpse king. 4 half-martial ancestors have come from the wasteland, and with the addition of the Xia clan's hellworm, unless a progenitor descends, even the Eternals won't dare to step onto the fourth formation base and throw away their lives. Bai Qi disdainfully replied, even if the 4 half-martial ancestors aren't at their full strength, there's still at least half of it. Once those 4 half-martial ancestors are killed, I'd like to see how the wasteland is going to defend the fourth formation base. Keep an eye on it, and if anything happens to the fourth formation base, inform me immediately. Although he looked down on the people in the abandoned land, he could not allow anything to happen to the array base. Nothing must happen to any of the 5 array foundations. If one of them had a problem, the other 4 wouldn't have it easy either. In the second formation base, Xia Yan had personally taken action. The fourth formation base had no corpse kings, and their corpse kings were flying everywhere. This was equivalent to saying that they were not comparable to the fourth formation base. This made him unable to accept. He could not accept it. As he looked around, he suddenly saw the original formation master, Luo Fang, and he immediately felt unwell. Back then, he had used Luo Fang to confirm that Yu Hao was ancient sage Gu Yan's disciple, but in the end, he had proven that Yu Hao was not ancient sage Gu Yan's disciple at all. Even Yu Hao himself was a fake, and he had been reprimanded by the ancestor. As the commander of the second formation base, he had never been reprimanded by the ancestor before. When he thought of this, his expression turned ugly. He wanted to attack Luo Fang, but this person was actually helping Lu Shaoxian. Luo Fang happened to see Xia Yan, and when their gazes met, he panicked and turned to flee. Xia Yan snorted, and his figure tore through the void to appear directly in front of Luo Fang. The power of the void distorted, causing Luo Fang to flip over and suffocate him. "Master Luo, why did you run when you saw me?" Xia Yan asked coldly. Luo Fang clutched his head, as he had just fallen. He looked at Xia Yan with grief and indignation. "Commander, why did you attack me?" Xia Yan's gaze turned cold. "Don't you know what you've done?" Luo Fang raised his head. "Commander, you're a half-progenitor, so it's understandable for you to attack a junior like me. However, you need to give me a reason. Although I'm not a disciple of a large family, I'm still an origin array master. Have you thought of an explanation for attacking me? You dare to threaten me?" Xia Yan's pressure increased once more, and Luo Fang could not take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Grandmaster Dengua happened to pass by and saw the commotion. He hurriedly appeared. "Commander Xia, how did Luo Fang offend you? Why are you so angry?" Xia Yan coldly replied, "He assisted Lu Shaoxian in deceiving the 4 cardinal scales. This crime is enough for him to die 10,000 times." Grandmaster Dengua was shocked, and he stared at Luo Fang. "You assisted Lu Shaoxian?" Luo Fang lay on the ground and struggled to speak. "No." Grandmaster Dengua looked at Xia Yan. Xia Yan recounted his conversation with Luo Fang. If this person hadn't confirmed that Gu Yan had taken in a disciple and even said that the disciple was very good-looking, how could my Xia family have confirmed that Yu Hao was Gu Yan's disciple? How could we have allowed Lu Shaoxian to deceive us? Luo Fang coughed twice and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Commander, may I ask if I ever said that Gu Yan's disciple was named Yu Hao?" Xia Yan was stunned. Grandmaster Dengua stared at Xia Yan. "Commander, did he say that?" Grandmaster Dengua was a formation master in Realmuan, and his status was not below that of a half-ancestor. He did not need to be so polite to Xia Yan. Xia Yan took a deep breath. "No." Luo Fang continued, "Commander, may I ask if I ever said that Heavenly Teacher Gu Yan's disciple is in the 4 cardinal scales?" Grandmaster Dengua stared at Xia Yan. Xia Yan narrowed his eyes. "No. If that's the case, why is Commander so certain that I helped Lu Shaoxian deceive the 4 cardinal scales? I was only visiting Gu Yan when I accidentally heard this news. Does the person who spread the news have to take responsibility for it? I, Luo Fang, admit that I listened to the rumors. Perhaps it was those people who spread the news and spread it to my ears. Why is Commander so certain that I deceived the 4 cardinal scales? From the beginning of my cultivation, everything has been recorded. I have never interacted with the Lu family, so why would I help Lu Shaoxian? Also, how could Lu Shaoxian contact me? I didn't even know that Lu Shaoxian was Yu Hao, Luo Fang said angrily. Xia Yan frowned. This was indeed a problem. Luo Fang had been on the backside ever since he started cultivating lockbreaking. He was not famous on the battlefield, and he had always been at the 2nd formation base. Even before the Lu family was exiled, they had never contacted him. He was certain of this. Moreover, how could Lu Shaoxian, who had always stayed in the abandoned land, contact him? Why would he take such a huge risk to deceive him? None of this made sense. Could it be that this person was telling the truth? But how could it be so coincidental? Impossible. Every word this person said was leading him to a certain direction, and that was that Yu Hao was the disciple of Heavenly Master Gu Yan. The timing and characteristics all matched. You said that Gu Yan personally asked you about the Cold Immortal sect. Is that true? Xia Yan asked sternly. Luo Fang replied, it's true. If you don't believe me, you can go to Gu Yan's place to verify it. How about it, Commander? Let's go to Gu Yan's place, Master Dengua said. Xia Yan sighed. It seems like I misunderstood you. But why did you run when you saw me? Luo Fong was bitter. There are so many corpse kings attacking. Do you want me, an origin array master, to take the lead? Commander, you've already appeared, so the enemy must be a half-ancestor. How can I withstand the aftermath of a battle between half-ancestors? His words were flawless, and even Xia Yan hesitated. Commander Xia, do you have any other questions? If not, I'll take Luo Fong down for treatment. Master Dengua's tone was cold. The lockbreakers were united, and because the lockbreakers of the cosmic tree had to stay on the backside of the battlefield, they had a muddling attitude and enjoyed life as much as possible. Xia Yan had indiscriminately attacked Luo Fong, which made Master Dengua very unhappy. Xia Yan looked at Luo Fong and softened his tone. I misunderstood you this time. He then took out a power vessel and handed it to Luo Fong. Consider this compensation. Only then did Master Dengua's expression soften. Luo Fong did not dare to pursue the matter further. After all, Xia Yan was the commander and a half-ancestor powerhouse. It's good that the misunderstanding has been cleared. We'll take our leave now. Xia Yan nodded and watched Master Dengua and Luo Fong leave. His eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. The commander of the third base was Wang Sun, and his attitude was similar to Bai Qi's. However, he was more concerned about why the ancestor had let Lu Shaoxian go and even signed an agreement with him. Could there be something in the abandoned grounds that made the ancestor apprehensive? No one believed that Lu Yin had the ability to fight against the four-way Libra's ancestor, as that was impossible. The four-way Libra's ancestor was equivalent to half of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Who in this era could fight against him? Even if the Lu family, the farmer family, and the Ghost Abyss had roughly the same number of ancestors, they still would not be a match for the 9 mountains and 8 seas. How had Lu Shaoxian done it? The commander of the 5th base was Kuang Yen, who was also known as Commander Kuang. He did not think too much about it, and he only knew that the 4th base had changed. He could feel the pressure from the caged WIRM progenitor's power, but not only was he not afraid, but his battle intent had also been aroused. Compared to the people from the four-way Libra, he did not have any prejudice against the abandoned grounds, especially when he felt the caged WIRM's pressure. He even had the urge to approach it, feel it, and endure it. Only by facing it head-on would he dare to accept it. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. The attacks that the 5th base faced were not very strong, and the 4th base's Ruing had also arrived at the 5th base. Now, there were 3 half-ancestors in the 5th base, and Kuang Yen would be able to find the time to leave. Kuang Yen stepped out of the 5th base and traveled through space. He did not go to the 4th base, but instead headed straight for the battlefield in space. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2349. A straight line was the shortest distance, but not everyone could cross it. There were too many variables in between. With the ability of a half-martial ancestor, it was very easy to cross the distance between the array bases. Kuang Yen was not the first to do so, nor would she be the last. Before her, all the other commanders had crossed the array bases. It was too common. Kuang Yen took 2 steps to the empty space between the 4th and 5th bases. He looked at the huge hellworm in the distance with a shocked expression. He had never been so close to a progenitor in all the years he had spent on the backside of the battlefield. Whenever a progenitor of the Eternals descended, they would be blocked by the sovereign realm. The most recent time was when the corpse god of the 7 sky gods had attempted to overturn the limitless kinetic array. The hellworm looked up at Kuang Yen. He was a half-step ancestor after all, and because he had been fighting on the back battlefield for so long, his killing intent was as dazzling as a lamp. Kuang Yan's expression turned solemn after being stared at by the hellworm. He took another step forward. Although the pressure was great, the greater the pressure, the more he wanted to get closer. This was his personality, this was his Commander Kuang. Suddenly, the hellworm's eyes widened as he stared in Kuang Yan's direction. Kuang Yen was startled by the hellworm's change, thinking that it was going to attack him. Although the hellworm was controlled and might be harmless, it was still a living creature. What if it bit him? "Hey, you're in my way." A pleasant voice suddenly rang out beside Kuang Yan's ear. Kuang Yan's pupils shrank as if he had encountered something inconceivable. He turned around and saw a figure standing quietly in the starry sky less than 5 meters behind him. This was a woman. She was beautiful and possessed an unrivaled beauty. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, and even though they were several meters apart, Kuang Yen could see her own reflection in her pupils. The most unique thing about her was that she had a flower-like pattern on her face. It only had a shape and no color, but the moment she saw it, the image of a flower dancing in the wind naturally appeared in her mind. The flower was red, and when paired with the woman's enchanting eyes and gorgeous face, even Kuang Yen was attracted to her. The woman stood calmly in the starry sky. Her gaze didn't linger on Kuang Yen at all. Instead, she looked at the 4th base, at a certain person. Kuang Yen didn't dare move. He had a premonition that if he moved, he would turn into ashes. This woman did not give him any pressure, but this was the greatest pressure. Kuang Yen could only think of one reason why she was able to appear a few meters away from her without making any sound or presence. She was in the ancestor realm. Kuang Yen did not know how many progenitors there were in the Eternals, but when he looked at this woman, an image gradually overlapped in his mind. 7 sky gods, the god of oblivion ruins. At the same time, on the 4th formation base, Lu Yin looked up at the sky. His gaze also swept past Kuang Yen and landed on the Forgotten Ruins god. The two exchanged glances. The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled. His smile was beautiful, and the curve of his lips was enough to topple a nation. His eyes were filled with an inexplicable meaning. He opened his mouth and said, "I'm here to kill you." Lu Yin's expression changed drastically, and a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder as he stared at the appointed general platform. Terrifying rune lines extended outwards as Lu Yin punched out. In the next moment, the void condensed into land and instantly covered the 4th, 5th, and 3rd formation bases. The moment the land appeared, everyone's eyes went blank. It was as if they had forgotten everything. Even the half-martial ancestors, Old Zen, Han Axayan, and the others were no exception. No one could maintain their consciousness on this land, except for Lu Yin. He used the appointed general platform's progenitor realm talisman. The rune lines barely separated the land. With my blood, I summon the general. Chi charged at the Forgotten Ruins god with his serrated blade and slashed down, ignoring Kuang Yin as well. Kuang Yin just stood there with his back to Yi Qi as he looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. He saw the shadow in the Forgotten Ruins god's eyes and saw Yi Qi descend. The stench of blood suffocated him and made him unable to move. Another progenitor. Where did so many progenitors come from? The Forgotten Ruins god watched Yi Qi's attack with interest. So that's how it is. Is this a trump card that the Lu family left for you? He then waved his hand and used an invisible method to shatter half of Yi Qi's body. The other half passed right through Kuang Yin. If not for the Forgotten Ruins god, Yi Qi's strength would have been enough to shatter Kuang Yin. Kuang Yin stared blankly at Yi Qi, who was still in his charging position. He felt his hair stand on end, but there was a force in his heart that urged him to move. He was Kuang Yin, the Kuang Shui of the 5th base. So what if he was a progenitor? Move, move, move. Kuang Yin growled, the muscles on his arms bulging as he punched the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god hadn't expected Kuang Yin to suddenly attack. You're in the way. He then slowly raised his hand. When he had waved his arm, Yi Qi had lost half of his body. Now that he was facing Kuang Yin, he couldn't even move a finger, let alone an arm. Kuang Yin knew this, but he refused to accept it. He was unwilling to accept it, and he was even more unwilling to be afraid. He was a half-progenitor, and he had fought on the back of the battlefield, making the 5th base the last place the Eternals wanted to set foot in. He had his own pride, so why should he be afraid? At worst, he would just die. At that moment, Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes as he stared in front of Kuang Yin. The Forgotten Ruins god waved his hand, and an invisible force attacked. It was this attack that had destroyed half of Yi Qi's body, and Kuang Yin definitely couldn't resist it. He couldn't even understand the Forgotten Ruins god's attack. Lu Yin couldn't understand it either, but he didn't need to. The moment the Forgotten Ruins god attacked, Lu Yin had set up rune lines in front of Kuang Yin. As the Forgotten Ruins god attacked, her attack passed through the rune lines and was immediately reduced by more than half. The rest landed on Kuang Yin's body and sent her flying. Kuang Yin's body crashed down like a meteor. Lu Yin's face was pale. Charge! The caged WYRM roared and charged at the Forgotten Ruins god with bared fangs. The Forgotten Ruins god's gaze turned cold as he stared at the caged WYRM. Scram! He then struck out with his palm. Lu Yin stared in front of the caged WYRM again. This time, however, his rune lines weren't able to reduce much of the Forgotten Ruins god's power. The Forgotten Ruins god's lips curled up. A battle technique that borrowed the power of another person's rune lines couldn't offset her attack at all. His attack on Kuang Yin had been like child's play, but even so, Kuang Yin's fate was unknown. How could he treat the caged WYRM the same as he treated Kuang Yin? Lu Yin couldn't offset much of the Forgotten Ruins god's attack, but the Forgotten Ruins god's attack didn't cause much damage to the caged WYRM either. The caged WYRM was only pushed back a little, but he still charged forward with a fearful gaze. The Forgotten Ruins god was astonished. You're quite durable. Then. She was about to attack again when Yi Qi charged at her from behind. Below, Lu Yin clenched his fists as 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. He mobilized all the rune lines he could borrow to form an invisible attack that pressed down on the Forgotten Ruins god. Even Xia Xinji had to be careful when facing this encirclement, and the Forgotten Ruins god should be no exception. However, Lu Yin had still underestimated the Forgotten Ruins god. He had underestimated the 7 sky gods. The Forgotten Ruins god had merely moved the land that covered the 3 array bases upwards, but it had already crushed Yi Qi, bombarded the rune lines, and sent the caged WYRM flying. Lu Yin's body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't win, as they weren't even on the same level. He could have used his previous strength to fight against Xiaoshinji, but even if Xiaoshinji wanted to break through, he would have to pay a price. Previously, Lu Yin had teamed up with Bai Xing to stall the caged Wirm and Yi Qi, however, it was useless against the Forgotten Ruins god. Was this the Forgotten Ruins god's true power? Hee, have you misunderstood something? The Forgotten Ruins god looked at Lu Yin, and the flower on his face bloomed with a smile. His eyes were bright as he said, I am one of the 7 sky gods. With that, the void condensed into another land that enveloped the 4th array base and viciously pressed down. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Do you have to be so ruthless? He took out half of the Golian and was about to use the Grim Reaper's left arm to unleash an attack. Another figure appeared outside the 4th array base, and it was also a woman. It was the Fog Ancestor. A progenitor bullying a junior with 3 tribulations. Is this how the 7 sky gods act? The Fog Ancestor appeared, and a white fog surged forth, forming a layer of clouds above the 4th array base. It lifted up the land that the Forgotten Ruins god had brought over and continuously resisted. When he saw the Fog Ancestor appear, Lu Yin relaxed, he was saved. At this moment, Elder Chan and the rest woke up and looked up in shock at the 2 progenitors' powers that were continuously resisting each other. The 2 women faced each other above the 4th array base. There's no need to be in such a hurry. It's just a greeting. The Forgotten Ruins god looked at the Fog Ancestor charmingly. The Fog Ancestor coldly replied, that greeting is a little scary. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Someone who can greet the 7 sky gods is definitely not an ordinary person. Why? You seem to be quite nervous about that little guy. The Fog Ancestor stared at the Forgotten Ruins god. You're the Wang family's ancestor, Wang Miao Miao. Why did you betray the humans? The Forgotten Ruins god blinked and pointed at Lu Yin. If he asks, I'll answer. If you ask, I won't answer. The Fog Ancestor raised her brows and subconsciously glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin heard this and directly asked, why did you betray the humans? This scene was familiar, as when he had traveled through the river of time in the Daosor sect's main hall, the Forgotten Ruins god had said the same thing. Lu Yin had asked, and the Forgotten Ruins god had actually answered. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Bored, right? Lu Yin's face twitched, as he had heard this answer before. Could it be true? Hey, you should join the Eternals as well. That way, you won't be bored, the Forgotten Ruins god said to Lu Yin and even beckoned him over. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If you really joined the Eternals because you were bored, then you deserve to die. The Forgotten Ruins god rolled her eyes. Why are you so serious? Every living being is born from the universe, and their origins are the same. It's just that they live in different forms. What will you do in the future if you're so calculative? You're too tired. Forget it, I'm just here to greet you and also to see how powerful you are to be able to make the 4 cardinal scales fear you. At this point, she smiled. Actually, it's just a so-so. She then turned to leave. The Fog Ancestor immediately moved to stop the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god's entire being suddenly changed, becoming incomparably cold and gloomy. Even the sky above the 4th array base was frozen. Little girl, have you thought about the consequences of keeping me here? The Fog Ancestor's expression changed, as the Forgotten Ruins god was exerting an unimaginable pressure on her. Even though she was from 9 mountains and 8 seas, she was not good at fighting, and none of the sovereigns from the realm of sovereigns had made a move. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2350. The Forgotten Ruins god's transformation only lasted for an instant, and just as the mist ancestor was feeling apprehensive, she smiled again. That sinister coldness seemed to have been an illusion. "I'm leaving. We'll talk about it the next time we meet. You'll definitely join the Eternals, hee. The mist ancestor stared blankly at the forgotten ruins god's disappearance, her face flushing red. She had actually been frightened. How could she have been frightened? She was 9 mountains and 8 seas, the mist ancestor. Little girl. This traitor had actually dared to call her little girl. Anger accumulated in her heart, and the mist ancestor clenched her fists. She wanted nothing more than to chase after the Eternals. Aside from the mist ancestor, no one else had heard the forgotten ruins god's words. He stepped into space and arrived beside the mist ancestor. "Senior, thank you for saving me." The mist ancestor glared at him. "Senior. Go play somewhere else." She then returned to the sovereign realm in a bad mood, leaving Luwine confused. Had he offended the mist ancestor? The forgotten ruins god's attack had not lasted long, at least not in the time that the sovereign realm could react. Aside from Luwine and Kuang Yin being injured and the caged WIRM being hit twice, there had not been any losses. The people from the 3 array bases had only been momentarily confused. That continent had not only confused the humans, but also the corpse kings. Otherwise, their losses would have been great. Luwine calmly looked at the heavily injured Kuang Yin. She was not dead yet, but her injuries were too severe. She would need to recuperate for a few months to recover, and she was still unconscious. If Luwine had not used the Ian evolution scripture to block that attack, she would have died. "I really don't know if she's unlucky or lucky to be able to survive an attack from one of the 7 god kings," Elder Chan lamented. Luwine looked at Kuang Yin, but in reality, he was thinking about something else. He had underestimated the 7 god kings. He had thought that he could use his own methods to defeat Xiaoxinji and Bai Xing, and that he would be able to fight against one of the 7 god kings. In reality, he did not even have the qualifications to make the Forgotten Ruins god use his ancestral world. That continent was just the Oblivion Ruins, the ultimate embodiment of the Wang family's Oblivion technique, not his ancestral world. Even so, it was very difficult for him to break through it with Lu Jian's progenitor realm rune lines. The difference between him and the Forgotten Ruins god was too great. Lu Yin and Lu Yin's progenitor. Even when an ancient progenitor's body progenitor, it was only progenitor's physical strength. Ancient progenitor's body was the most ordinary progenitor's physical strength. That was the strength of the 7 sky gods. Just as the god of Forgotten Ruins had said, he was just average. Even Xiaoxinji had not used his full strength when fighting against Yi Futian. Even Bai Xing should have been hiding something. Those progenitors might be afraid of Yi Futian and did not want to fight to the death with him. However, if they really fought to the death, Yi Futian might not be able to gain an advantage even if he used all his means. Even if he could borrow progenitor Chen's strength in the 5th mainland, it would still be the same. What really made the 4 cardinal scales wary was the threat he posed to Bai Xiener. He wanted to thank the god of forgetfulness. If it weren't for her, he would have been too arrogant and thought that he was on the same level as the 4 cardinal scales patriarch. He was still far from that level. However, he was only at the 3rd origin tribulation, and was not far from the 4th. Once he reached the half-martial ancestor realm, he should be able to fight them head-on and reach the ancestor realm. Luwine didn't want to think about it, it was too far away. However, even though the Forgotten Ruins deity had made Luwine realize the gap between him and the strongest ancestor realm experts, it didn't mean that Luwine was afraid. He couldn't defeat these strongest ancestor realm experts, but it wasn't like he didn't have the ability to resist. No matter what, those people were afraid of him, and that was enough. On the other side of the battlefield, everything was quiet. After Ji and the Forgotten Ruins deities retreated, the countless corpse kings that were attacking the 5 array bases also retreated like a tide. Although the war continued, there were also times when things calmed down. Bai Qi, Wang Sun, and the other half-martial ancestors fell silent. They had also seen the Forgotten Ruins deity attack the Fourth Array base, but they hadn't been there, so they didn't know the exact situation. They had only seen the Forgotten Ruins deity attack, the hellworm flying through the sky, and Lu Yin summoning progenitors to attack the Forgotten Ruins deity. They had seen more than one ancestor realm expert. At that moment, they finally understood why their families had come to an agreement with Lu Shaoxian. This Lu Shaoxian actually possessed more than one ancestor realm expert. It was no wonder that the four cardinal scales were wary of him and didn't dare to attack him. Their attitudes towards the Fourth Array base changed abruptly. There was no need to even think about competing for it. If Lu Shaoxian had left behind a single ancestor realm expert, how could they compete for it? Even without a single ancestor realm expert, there were still 4 half-martial ancestors there. 4 of them were equivalent to the strength of 2 array bases. In addition to that, the Fourth Array base's combat style was based on cultivation and technology. It was definitely the strongest of the 5. The Forgotten Ruins deity's attack on the Fourth Array base had shocked everyone, but it had also left them with lingering fear. The unluckiest one was Kuang Yin, the most terrifying one was Lu Yin, and the most durable one was the hellworm. Lu Yin hadn't expected the hellworm to be so durable. He recalled that this fellow had also been very durable in his battles with Xia Xinji and Bai Xing, and it hadn't been injured at all. The Forgotten Ruins deity had been merciless against the hellworm, but it hadn't been able to injure it. Lu Yin looked at the hellworm, who was still baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. He was curious as to who had left such a deep lightning scar on its head and even destroyed its intelligence. Could Xia Xinji have done such a thing? Suddenly, the hellworm lowered its head and looked at Lu Yin, its large eyes filled with intimidation. Lu Yin grabbed the progenitor's rune lines and used them to fill the area. He instantly looked in a certain direction, whereby Wang Yuan was walking out. Ancestor Bai, are you planning to attack the Fourth Array base? Lu Yin asked coldly as he stared at Bai Wang Yuan warily. Bai Ran replied, I'm here to talk to you about Yi Xian Academy. Lu Yin coldly replied, showing up here without telling me is a sign of hostility. Bai Wang Yuan didn't care. Lu Shaoxian, we've already reached an agreement with you. There's no need for you to guard against us, and we won't go back on our word. Besides, if we want to attack you, it'll be useless even if you guard against us. I'm just afraid that I'll accidentally hurt you, Ancestor Bai, Lu Yin retorted. Bai Wang Yuan asked, are you sure you want to interfere with Yi Xian Academy's matters? Lu Yin replied, the Fourth Array base was just attacked by the 7 sky gods. Shouldn't you be thinking about how to guard against them? Aren't you even going to ask? Shi Wei has already been here, so there's nothing to ask, Bai Ran replied. Lu Yin looked at him. Does the ruler's realm not have any countermeasures when the 7 sky gods casually descend upon the array base? Even if it's only for a second, it's enough to kill everyone. Bai Wang Yuan shook his head. That's our problem. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Yin. Or do you want to enter the ruler's realm and participate in the defense? We welcome you. Lu Yin sneered. Do I look like an idiot? The wastelands are blocking the Eternals, and the 7 sky gods' half-ancestor corpses in the wasteland seem to have all died. If they focus on the ruler's realm, it'll be very difficult for us to defend against them. At that time, you might even need to take action, Bai Ran said. Lu Yin was puzzled. Haven't you been defending the 7 sky gods in the ruler's realm for so many years? Of course not, Bai Wang Yuan said solemnly. The 7 sky gods are all ancient monsters, just like the god of Forgotten Ruins. He's much older than your Lu family's ancestor, Lu Tianyi. Any one of the 7 sky gods' true strength is terrifying. If Shi Wei can't defend against them, then it'll be very difficult for us to do so as well. Then why haven't the 7 sky gods attacked the ruler's realm? Wouldn't it be easier for the 7 of them to attack at the same time? Luin was puzzled. Bai Ran replied, "You'll naturally find out when you enter the ruler's realm. There are some things that we won't tell you until you reach a certain level. Even if you have the strength of a progenitor, just like how Mu Xie didn't participate in the ruler's realm's battlefield, he still doesn't know." Then what level are the Eternals at when they've appeared in the ruler's realm? Luin asked. Bai Wangyuan clasped his hands behind his back. "I told you that you haven't reached that level, so you don't need to know. I'm here today to talk about Yi Xian Academy." Luin didn't understand. "What about Yi Xian Academy?" Bai Ran replied, "There's no need to pretend. You sent someone to help Yi Xian Academy, which is clearly an enemy of the 4 cardinal scales. We have an agreement not to deal with you, but that doesn't mean that we can't touch the others in your wasteland." Luin frowned. Yi Xian Academy is the best academy in the cosmic tree realm, but you keep saying that our place is a wasteland. Besides, we don't have any astral sources there. Is there a problem with bringing some of our elite disciples to the academy to study? You knew that we wanted to destroy Yi Xian Academy. I didn't know, but now that I know, I'm curious. Why do you want to destroy it? Bai Wangyuan stared at Luin. It doesn't matter if you know it or not, Yi Xian Academy cannot exist. Luin laughed. It's just an academy. Why bother, Ancestor Bai? Lu Shaoxian, I can tell you that Yi Xian Academy has a mountain sea, and we need that one, Bai Wangyuan said bluntly. Luin was astonished. A mountain sea. They should all have an owner, right? How many of the 9 mountains and 8 seas are still alive, and how many are dead? We don't know who exactly that mountain sea belongs to, but no matter who it is, it has to be ours. Anyone who inherits the mountain sea battle technique will experience a transformation in strength, and this will be beneficial to defending the battlefield on the other side, Bai Ran explained. Luin was vexed. If Bai Wangyuan hadn't explained things clearly, he would have been able to deal with the situation. No matter who the previous owner of the mountain sea was, since it's now an Yi Xian Academy, it should be controlled by Yi Xian Academy. I agree with Ancestor Bai's words. It's a pity that the mountain sea isn't inherited, but not just anyone can inherit it. The mountain sea belongs to the entire human race, not the 4 cardinal scales, Luin said. Bai Wangyuan's face sank. So you want to steal the mountain sea? Luin shook his head. It's not stealing. It's a fair distribution. The 4 cardinal scales can have people try to inherit it, and my 5th mainland can do the same. What a joke. Lu Shaoxian, do you really think that you can go against the 4 cardinal scales? The mountain sea must be controlled by the 4 cardinal scales, and no one can change that. Bai Wangyuan barked. I can choose not to destroy Yi Xian Academy, but they must hand over the mountain sea. Otherwise, the 4 cardinal scales will directly take action. You can try and see if you can stop them. Luin hurriedly said, don't be in such a hurry. I'm not done yet. Bai Wangyuan stared at Luin coldly. If they had a choice, they naturally would not want to destroy Yi Xian Academy. After all, they had to take into account the reactions of the Lu family, the farmer family, and the others, as well as the reactions of Mu Xie and the Fog Ancestor. The mountain sea was too important. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2351. Luin looked at Bai Wangyuan. You've only been eyeing Yi Xian Academy's mountain sea. Why haven't you considered that our 5th mainland has a mountain sea as well? Bai Wangyuan's expression changed. It was as if a new train of thought had been opened up. That's right, the 9 mountains and 8 seas. There were 2 4 scales. The Fog Ancestor controlled one, and Xian Academy controlled the other. There were also a few other mountains and seas, and they were all on the 5th mainland. They hadn't considered it before, but now, why wouldn't they consider it? Since the 5th mainland had extended its reach into the starry sky tree, they could naturally consider the 5th mainland's mountains and seas. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes suddenly became clear. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't just one mountain sea, but a few. He looked at Lu Yin, unable to understand why Lu Shaoxian had reminded him. From Bai Wang Yuan's point of view, Lu Shaoxian should not have mentioned the mountains and seas in the 5th mainland. He had already gained control of the entire 5th mainland, and the mountains and seas were already his. How could he not know the purpose of the mountains and seas? That was impossible. He was not surprised when he mentioned the mountain-sea battle technique. Ancestor Bai, the 5th mainland has more than one mountain-sea. Don't you care? Lu Yin asked with a smile on his face. Bai Wang Yuan could not tell what Lu Yin was thinking. What was Lu Yin thinking? It was very simple. He wanted to deepen the value of the 5th mainland. The astral tree realm had always referred to the 5th mainland as a wasteland, but Bai Xiener had made an agreement with it. However, the Forgotten Ruins deity's attack had made Lu Yin realize the difference in strength between them and the 5th mainland. He had also seen the hidden strength of Bai Wang Yuan and the others. He needed to increase his own value in order to have an equivalent capital. The mountains and seas were what the 4-way scales cared about the most. How many mountains and seas do you know? Bai Wang Yuan asked as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin answered, 2. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes turned cold. 2 mountains and 2 seas. 2 mountains, 1 sea. Bai Wang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He did not know who one of the mountains and one of the seas belonged to, but he was sure that the lone mountain belonged to Xiaoshang. Among the 9 mountains and 8 seas, only Xiaoshang had 2 mountains and 1 sea to himself. Of course, it was possible that the 2 mountains and 1 sea all belonged to Xiaoshang. It wasn't impossible, but he remembered that Lu Yin could borrow Xiaoshang's strength. Why would he do that? Perhaps it had something to do with the mountains and seas. Back then, Huiwen had gone around trying to trick them into leaving behind some power for the 5th mainland. He hadn't done so, and neither had Wang Fan. However, Xiaoshang, Old Fu, and the others had. This kid was borrowing Xiaoshang's power. Why should I believe in the 2 mountains and 1 sea? Bai Wang Yuan said in a deep voice. He did not believe that Lu Shaoxian would be so generous as to tell him about the mountain sea realm. Lu Yin shrugged. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just making a suggestion. If you insist on keeping an eye on Xian Academy's Shanghai, then pretend that I didn't say anything. Bai Wang Yuan pondered for a moment. What do you plan to do? Lu Yin looked up. Trade. Bai Wang Yuan was surprised. Exchange. That's right. I'll allow you people from the Astral Tree Society to head to the 5th mainland to receive the Mountain Sea inheritance. As long as you can obtain it, it'll be yours. As for Xian Academy's Mountain Sea inheritance, you can forget about it, Lu Yin said. Why? Bai Wang Yuan's first reaction was that Lu Yin wanted to obtain Xian Academy's Mountain Sea inheritance. Right, this kid had stayed at Xian Academy before, so he might know what the Mountain Sea inheritance's battle techniques were. Lu Yin looked at Bai Wang Yuan. Don't overthink it. I'm just returning a favor to Xian Academy. Back then, I used the alias you how to stay at Xian Academy, and I was surrounded by 4 half-progenitors in Shenwu Plain. If not for the food god blocking an attack for me, I would have already died. Although I wanted to disassociate myself from the food god after the incident, the outcome still turned out this way. Xian Academy's current situation is related to me, so I must return this favor. Bai Wang Yuan stared at Lu Yin. He did not believe Lu Yin's words, but they did make sense. He would rather believe that this kid knew about Yi Xian Academy's Mountain Sea inheritance and was thinking of ways to obtain it. Lu Yin smiled. Sometimes, people tend to overthink things when they get older. How about this? I'll give you two choices. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed. You're giving us a choice. Lu Yin's lips curled up. First, I'll give you one of the fifth mainland's mountains and seas in exchange. Don't even think about Yi Xian Academy's mountains and seas. You can go to the fifth mainland at any time to receive the mountains and seas legacies. Of course, you would definitely prefer to obtain Yi Xian Academy's mountains and seas since it would be closer to you. Thus, I'll add on another condition. His expression was solemn. Cultivators from the cosmic tree realm can also enter the fifth pagoda to receive the legacies. Bai Wang Yuan had originally rejected this condition, but when he heard the words, fifth pagoda, he was tempted. The expeditionary army had naturally brought back all sorts of information about the fifth mainland, including the fifth pagoda. There were all sorts of legacies within the fifth pagoda, not only from the fifth mainland, but also from the sixth mainland. In particular, there were the sword sect's 13 swords, secret techniques, Xie Shang's reverse step, withered things will move when pushed too far, and the death god's legacies. All of these things were very tempting. When they had learned about these legacies, they had wanted to personally obtain them, as they understood the value of these legacies far better than the people from the fifth mainland. The 13 swords had not become famous in the fifth mainland, but in this part of the universe. It was a pity that the Lu family had also lost their legacies. Many people had seen how Lu Yin had used the 13th sword to injure Xia Ziheng during the battle on Shenwu Plain. The strategy's secret art, the Yu's secret art, the Day-Night clan's battle techniques, the sourcebox array. All of these were priceless treasures. As for reverse step, others might not know about it, but how could they not know? That was Xia Shang's footwork battle technique, and when cultivated to its peak, it could even reverse time and space. It was extremely powerful. Why was Withered so difficult to defeat? No one wanted to fight him, and he had even dared to become the first person after Lu Tianyi to charge into the Eternals. This was because his things will move when pushed too far was too abnormal. Even Bai Wang Yuan had to admit that this was a top-notch life-saving battle technique that was practically invincible. Lu Yin had also used things will move when pushed too far to fight on Shenwu Plain. Who wouldn't be tempted by these battle technique legacies? You're willing to open the fifth pagoda to the four-way scales? Bai Wang Yuan could not believe his ears, and he thought that he had misheard. Lu Yin corrected him. Not to the four-way scales, but to the entire cosmic tree realm. Bai Wang Yuan gave Lu Yin a deep look. Was this kid really that selfless? This was different from the expeditionary army's description. Of course, Lu Yin was not being selfless. The rules of the fifth pagoda stated that one battle technique would be exchanged for another, and they would also have to accept Lu Yin's kindness as half a teacher. With half a teacher's kindness, how could those who had accepted the fifth pagoda's legacies act against him? Even if they did, they would have to be careful. However, Bai Wang Yuan's consideration was that these battle techniques were definitely not in the fifth pagoda. Otherwise, why would Lu Shaoxian be willing to let others obtain them? Regardless of whether they were in the fifth pagoda or not, they were all tempted and wanted to try to obtain them. What's the second option? Bai Wang Yuan asked in a low voice. Lu Yin replied, I won't accept Yi Xian Academy's Mountain and Sea Inheritance trial. You can send someone to supervise it, but you can also go to the fifth mainland and accept the Mountain and Sea Inheritance trial. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes flashed. This condition did not have much of a disadvantage to them, as they would just have to travel a bit more. However, it would have a huge impact on Lu Yin. Bai Wangyuan had originally thought that Lu Yin wanted to obtain Yi Xian Academy's mountain and sea inheritance, but Lu Yin's condition had completely shattered his guesses. I really don't understand. Is Yi Xian Academy's favor worth such a sacrifice? If you send someone to help them, then you'll be returning the favor. Bai Wangyuan was puzzled, as he wanted to obtain some information from Lu Yin. Lu Yin laughed. Alright, I'll return the favor, so these two conditions will be nullified. Do you agree? Bai Wangyuan was just about to agree when he suddenly realized why he should agree. Since when was this person in charge of this matter? Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yin's voice rang out. The fifth pagoda's inheritance. Do you want it or not? Bai Wangyuan choked on his words and sighed. Are there any secret techniques in there? Yes. Are there any 13 swords? There are. What do you mean? Bai Wangyuan was stunned. Lu Yin said, you don't understand the 13 swords at all. The 13 swords in the fifth pagoda is just a qualification that allows one to try it out in the sword sect. Of course, my understanding of the 13 swords is also included in there. If someone truly has an innate gift and successfully cultivates it, then there's nothing to say. However, the possibility is not high. Bai Wangyuan continued asking, are there any reverse steps in there? Yes. Are there any reverse steps? There are. Bai Wangyuan was speechless. What do you mean by that? Lu Yin shrugged. That's the Withering Ancestors battle technique, and it's not that easy to inherit it. However, as long as there's in reverse steps, I'll be able to inherit it in the future. Don't worry. Bai Wangyuan looked at Lu Yin and felt that he wasn't very reliable. However, the only way to obtain these battle techniques was through the fifth pagoda. He felt somewhat sullen. Since when had the Great Nine Mountains and Eight Seas been led by the nose by a junior? However, unless he didn't want these battle techniques, he had to follow Lu Yin's instructions. My Starry Sky Tree's disciples have entered the fifth pagoda. You didn't send people to intercept them on purpose, did you? Bai Wangyuan asked in a deep voice. This was what he was most worried about. He had seen how many half-martial ancestors there were in the fifth pagoda. Lu Yin answered seriously, of course. Bai Wangyuan was furious, but Lu Yin interrupted him just as he was about to speak. Whether it's the cosmic tree, the sixth mainland, or even the fifth mainland's people, even my son, if he wants to obtain the inheritance, he'll be intercepted. Otherwise, how could there be so many inheritances for others? Do you know how many cultivators there are? There are billions of them. Even if only 1 in 100 million cultivators enter the fifth pagoda, that's still not something that the fifth pagoda can handle. Bai Wangyuan replied, I'm talking about malicious interceptions. Whether it's the fifth mainland or the fifth pagoda, if you send a half-ancestor to intercept them, who will be able to pass through? Unless there's also a half-ancestor from your side, that would be equivalent to declaring war. Lu Yin replied, don't worry, that won't happen. I guarantee that someone from the cosmic tree will obtain the inheritance. Of course, there will definitely be people who don't like the cosmic tree and will try to stop them, but that's normal. I won't send people to intercept them, and the sixth mainland will do the same. Your situation is probably similar to theirs. Bai Rao nodded, as this was more like it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2352. It looks like Ancestor Bai has agreed. Since that's the case, please have Xia Ziheng and the rest leave. Don't disturb the assessment, Lu Yin said. Bai Wangyuan stared at Lu Yin. I also hope that you will abide by the agreement and not send anyone to maliciously intercept the people from the four-way scales. Otherwise, this agreement will be voided. This isn't an astral palm strike agreement, it's just a verbal agreement. Don't worry, that won't happen, Lu Yin said. Bai Wangyuan turned to leave, but he suddenly looked at Lu Yin. He had unknowingly been tricked by this kid. When had he agreed to the first choice? Lu Yin smiled at Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan took a deep breath. Forget it, it didn't matter. The fifth mainland Shanghai could also accept the trial, and they would even gain the fifth pagoda. They wouldn't lose anything. If you want to protect East Xian Academy, then don't do anything useless. Don't interfere with the decisions of the four-way scales, he said before vanishing. After Bai Wangyuan left, Lu Yin raised his wireless gu and gave some instructions. A few days later, Lu Yin thought that he would be waiting for Zhou Tang and the rest, but he didn't see them. As for Yi Xian Academy, everything was fine. Xia Ziheng and the rest received a notification and left the Yi Xian district. Yi Xian Academy regained its peace. Dean Wen contacted Lu Yin to thank him and also asked how he had managed to deal with the four-way scales. He didn't know how Lu Yin had managed to reach an agreement with the four-way scales, but even so, it was unlikely that he would be able to help Yi Xian Academy. He had contacted Lu Yin with a sliver of hope, but he hadn't expected him to actually succeed. Lu Yin didn't hide anything and told Dean Wen about his agreement with Bai Wangyuan. Dean Wen was silent for a long time, but in the end, he only said 2 words, "Thank you." Although it was only 2 words, they were better than 1,000 words. There were some words that were useless, but there were some that could be said with 2 words. A few more days passed, and Lu Yin couldn't wait any longer. He directly contacted Bai Wangyuan since there was no need to contact the others. Bai Wangyuan didn't know that Zhou Tang and the rest hadn't left the new city, and in fact, he had never cared about them. Their life and death had nothing to do with him, so it didn't matter if he let them go. But now that Lu Yin had asked, he handed the matter over to Bai Qi. Bai Qi was the commander of the 4th base, had nothing to do, and she was still at the back of the battlefield, where she was calculating her contributions. Bai Qi arrived at the 4th formation base and found Lu Yin. The people from the new city can't come up for now. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This is the agreement that Bai Wangyuan promised me. At this moment, countless corpse kings surged towards the matrix bases. Although the 4th matrix base was far more difficult to attack than the other matrix bases, it still had to be attacked. Not only that, but there were also emissary-level corpse kings constantly tearing through the void and rushing into the matrix bases to fight. Lu Yin didn't care about the battle outside as he stared at Bai Qi. Bai Qi continued, "Ever since your identity as Long Qi was exposed, the White Dragon tribe was enraged. Everyone who was related to Long Qi's identity was investigated, and the new city was no exception. There were too many remaining members of the Lu family there, and the White Dragon tribe believed that they definitely knew that Long Qi was Lu Shaoxian, but they had chosen not to reveal it. Thus, they paid a price and asked Mu Shang to set up a sourcebox array above the new city. That sourcebox array can only be entered, not exited. The key is in Mu Shang's hands." Lu Yin frowned. Mu Shang. He's at Yi Xian Academy, so there's no way to open the sourcebox array without him. Bai Qi shook her head. Everything at the back of the battlefield has to be settled there. Once Mu Shang left the battlefield, he had to hand over the key. He handed it over to his disciple Qiao. But she hesitated when she said this. Lu Yin didn't understand. But what? Bai Qi replied, "Qiao lost the key." Lu Yin's eyes widened. "What did you say?" Bai Qi helplessly replied, "Qiao lost the key." Lu Yin stared at Bai Qi in a daze for a long time. Bai Qi's expression was unnatural, as she had not expected this outcome. "You lost the key." Lu Yin confirmed once more, and when Bai Qi nodded, he laughed heartily. His laughter spread throughout the 4th foundation and into the ears of countless people. Zhou Yao looked over, as this was the first time he had ever heard Lu Yin laugh in such a manner. It was not a happy laugh, it was filled with a chill. Even Elder Chan could tell that Lu Yin's laughter was filled with rage. Even the hellworm could tell, and it lowered its head to look in Lu Yin's direction with a confused expression. It subconsciously raised its claws, wanting to bare its fangs and brandish its claws, but there was no one around. Not even a corpse king dared to approach, so the hellworm could only lower its claws and lower them. Bai Qi watched Lu Yin laugh and felt uneasy. Even though she had been overseeing the fourth foundation for many years and knew Lu Shaoxian well, the person in front of her was Lu Yin, not Lu Shaoxian. This was someone who had disguised himself twice in the astral tree realm and caused chaos. The ghost genius of the divine martial heaven in the upper realm was someone who dared to do anything. She didn't do it on purpose, Bai Qi said. Even she could not believe it. How could a cultivator lose something so important? The key had definitely been placed in her cosmic ring, so how could it have been lost? If Bai Qi knew Gu Shower, Lan Si, and Yao Gu, then she would not have had such doubts. Lu Yin laughed heartily. How should he put it? It had been a long time since he had felt this way. Was he being provoked? Was he being treated like an idiot? Furthermore, this was happening right after he had fought Xia Xinji and threatened by Wang Yuan. What was this? Lu Yin would never have imagined that something like this would happen. Even Bai Wang Yuan and the other old fellows would not have expected this. They dreamed of killing Lu Yin, but they definitely would not use such a method. Let's go. Take me to see that sourcebox array, Lu Yin said. His expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Bai Qi looked at Lu Yin. Based on my understanding of Qiao, she didn't do it on purpose. There are too many uncertainties in the battlefield. Lu Yin replied, I know. I don't blame her. Let's go. Bai Qi did not understand Lu Yin, so she could not tell what he was thinking. Lu Yin did not ride the caged WIRM, and he simply followed Bai Qi to the first formation base. The general appointment platform floated beside him, which attracted Bai Qi's attention several times. She could not understand why this platform was an innate gift. Could it be that it could exist forever? She did not know that this platform did not belong to Lu Yin, and she could not imagine that it had been created by a person. If not for the candle god's experience, Lu Yin would not have thought of this. Out of the 5 major array bases, the one closest to the new city was the first array base that could connect directly to the new city. When Lu Yin and the others had first fallen from the second formation, they had been searching for the new city, which was also the direction to the first foundation. The 5 foundations did not seem very far from each other, but they were actually piled together to form a star. If Lu Yin and the others had fallen from the 5th instead of the second formation, they definitely would not have been able to reach the new city because it was too far away. The sourcebox array that Mu Shang had set up for the new city could only be unlocked from the first foundation with a key. When Lu Yin arrived at the first foundation, he saw a battlefield. The commander of the first foundation was Bai Qi, and Lu Yin had heard of this person before. He had wanted to exchange for the cloud landing robe, but it had been reserved by Bai Qi. If not for Xia Yan, it would have been very difficult for him to obtain it. The core of the first foundation was Xia De. When he saw Xia De again, Lu Yin acted as if he did not know him at all, and he directly looked at Bai Qi. Xia De had an uncomfortable expression, as his experience in the 5th mainland's prison had been too embarrassing. He was afraid that Lu Yin would speak about it in front of everyone, even though many people already knew about it. At this moment, Bai Qi was also looking at Lu Yin. He had not expected Lu Yin to grow so quickly. How many years had it been since he had first needed to exchange for the cloud landing robe to become someone who could reach an agreement with the 4 cardinal scales patriarch? Lu Yin was not interested in conversing with Bai Qi, as he only cared about Bai Wang Yuan and Bai Xian, in the entire frozen immortal sect. However, Bai Qi was very interested in Lu Yin, or more accurately, he was interested in Bai Zhang's death. You killed Bai Zhang. Lu Yin ignored him and looked at Bai Qi. Where's the sourcebox array? Bai Qi glanced at Bai Qi and then led the way. Bai Qi's expression sank. Arrogant brat. He then looked at Xiaoda. If not for your soft-heartedness, the remnants of the Lu family would already be dead. Now, not only will you leave behind a huge threat, but you will also almost be killed. Xiaoda replied, that's right. We're soft-heartedness. Lu Shaoxian is right there, and he's a third tribulation origin cultivator. Go ahead and kill him. Bai Qi snorted and then turned to leave. Kill him now. Regardless of whether or not he could kill Lu Shaoxian, the four cardinal scales had already reached an agreement with Lu Shaoxian. If he killed Lu Shaoxian and broke the agreement, he would not be able to bear the consequences. After all, this was an agreement set by the four cardinal scales patriarch. Furthermore, he knew that Lu Yin had single-handedly challenged four half-progenitors in Shenwu Plain. No matter how powerful Lu Yin was, he would not be able to do such a thing. More importantly, they had just seen Lu Yin fight against the Forgotten Ruins deity. Killing him. That was more like suicide. Xiaoda disdainfully replied, all talk and no action. Elsewhere, Lu Yin saw the sourcebox array that covered the sky above the new city. He could see the sourcebox array from the first array base, which meant that it was not too far away from the first array base. This meant that it was relatively far from the new city, and it could even be considered very far away. Is this a light shadow? Lu Yin was astonished. Bai Qi nodded. That's right, it's a light shadow. Otherwise, you would not be able to see the sourcebox array from the array base. Lu Yin sighed in amazement, as Mu Shang was indeed an origin array celestial master. Lu Yin did not know where this sourcebox array had come from, but this light shadow technique should have been created by Mu Shang himself. He looked for sourcebox arrays that were related to light shadows and then added another layer to an existing sourcebox array. This way, no matter how far away someone was, they would be able to see the sourcebox array. This was not to increase the array's power, but rather to allow others to see it. It would not affect the sourcebox array's power. Normal people would not do such a thing, but it was necessary here. This was because no one was willing to venture deep into the new world to help the new city dispel the sourcebox array. By doing so, the person holding the key would be able to see and dispel the sourcebox array from the first array base. It was a very effective method. This sourcebox array is called Coiling Knot, and Qiao told me about it. I don't know its origins, but it's used to prevent anyone from leaving the new city. They can only enter, but not leave, Bai Qi explained. Lu Yin asked, where's Qiao Bai Qi was also puzzled, and only after asking around did she realize that Qiao was not around. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2353. She's not here. Bai Qi found it strange as well. She had first contacted Mu Shang before contacting Qiao, and she had never come here before. After finding out that Qiao had lost the key, she had gone to the fourth base to look for Lu Yin. She did not know that Qiao was not here. Lu Yin remained calm. Bai Qi summoned a lockbreaker who was only a junior discerning lockbreaker. He could be considered Qiao's follower, and he respectfully said, it'll be Celestial Master Mu's birthday soon. Sister Qiao has gone to prepare a gift for him, so she's not here. Bai Qi was about to speak, but Lu Yin beat her to it. When did she leave? The lockbreaker did not recognize Lu Yin, and with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to have seen what had happened at the fourth base. A month ago. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. She had left a month ago, but no one had told him. He calmly said, "I heard that the key to the sourcebox array was lost." The lockbreaker replied, "Yes, Sister Chiao, accidentally lost it." "Then how do we deal with it?" Lu Yin asked. The lockbreaker did not care. "Deal with it? Let's talk about it later. Sister Chiao is still in a hurry to prepare Celestial Master Mu's birthday gift, so she doesn't have the time to care about this." Bai Chi's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin smiled. "Yeah, so what if she lost it? It doesn't matter. Those people in the new city were destined to die anyway, so it's fine if they're dead." Sister Chiao said the same thing. The lockbreaker smiled. "Those people were exiled by the four-way scales, and they're all sinners. It doesn't matter if they die. If they die on the battlefield, it'll be considered atonement for their crimes, and they'll have to thank Sister Chiao. Enough, shut up." Bai Chi barked. The lockbreaker was startled and did not dare to say anything else. He felt that something was wrong and was somewhat apprehensive, but he was not afraid. He was Chiao Er's follower, and Chiao Er was Celestial Master Mu Shang's disciple. Mu Shang was the origin array Celestial Master, and even a half-step ancestor would not dare to offend him. Lu Yin laughed again and looked at the lockbreaker. "Does Celestial Master Mu know that the key is lost?" The lockbreaker thought about it but did not answer. "It seems like he doesn't know. If Celestial Master Mu finds out that Chiao is hiding something from him, he'll definitely be furious." Lu Yin muttered. The lockbreaker immediately replied, "Of course, Celestial Master Mu knows that the key has been lost, but the birthday celebration is more important. He said that everything will be discussed after the celebration." Lu Yin smiled and nodded. "It seems like those people from the new city will have to wait until after Heavenly Master Mu's birthday." The lockbreaker was about to say something when Bai Chi frowned. "Let Chiao do it." The lockbreaker was confused. "Sister Chiao is currently preparing Heavenly Master Mu's birthday gift, so it's not convenient for her to come." "It's fine, there's no rush. Celestial Master Mu's birthday is important, so she can come back when she's done," Lu Yin said. He then waved his hand. "You should go too. Aren't you going to give Celestial Master Mu a birthday gift?" "Thank you, Senior. This junior will take his leave now." The lockbreaker was delighted, and he did not ask Bai Chi any further as he hurriedly retreated. The lockbreaker felt that Lu Yin was an easy person to talk to, and he probably wanted to build a good relationship with Heavenly Master Mu. If there was an opportunity in the future, the lockbreaker could put in a few good words for Heavenly Master Mu. After the lockbreaker left, Bai Chi wanted to say something, but Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Do you think that the key has been lost?" Bai Chi's calm demeanor suddenly became hesitant. She knew that using the key to unlock the sourcebox array would take a certain amount of time, at least 5 days. Mu Shang's birthday was approaching, and Chiao was in a hurry to prepare a gift. Chiao might have really lost the key, or she might not want to waste time. It was even possible that she had thrown the key away to save time. Bai Chi hoped that Chiao had simply not wanted to waste time and that she could still unlock the sourcebox array if she found her now. She had not really lost the key, as that would make things even more troublesome. Just as she was about to discuss this with Lu Yin, he summoned the hellworm and said to Bai Chi, "Unlocking the sourcebox array isn't that troublesome." The next moment, the hellworm roared, causing the first array base to tremble. Countless people paled in shock as the hellworm swept across the first array base, blocking out the entire area. Following that, its enormous strength sent countless people and corpse kings flying, and even Bai Chi was almost sent flying. He angrily glared into the distance, but he did not dare to voice his anger. This was a progenitor. Xiaoda's expression turned ugly. This was the hellworm of the Shenwu plain, and now, it had been reduced to Lu Xiaoshuan's mount. Bai Qi was shocked when she saw the hellworm approach. Lu Shaoxian, what are you doing? With the might of a progenitor, any action would attract everyone's attention, including Bai Wangyuan and the others from the sovereign realm. Lu Yin replied, don't worry, I'm not planning on doing anything. However, this sourcebox array needs to be broken, or else my people won't be able to come out. He then looked at Bai Qi. Or do you want me to wait as well? Bai Qi did not reply. She wanted him to wait. In the current astral tree realm, only a progenitor would dare to do such a thing. Mu Shang had gone overboard, and so had Qiao. She was clearly such an obedient girl. Did she have a grudge against the Lu family? Even if she did, this was not the time for revenge. The hellworm arrived and bared its fangs at Bai Qi. Bai Qi remained vigilant and apprehensive. She had spent so many years in the back of the battlefield, and she had experienced many life and death situations, but she had never been threatened by a progenitor at such close range. Lu Yin stood on the hellworm's back. Let's go. The sourcebox array did not need to be broken, as it could be torn apart. The hellworm could completely tear apart the sourcebox array below. As for the threat of the new continent, to a progenitor, the new continent and array base were all the same. If the Eternals could threaten him on the new continent, then they could do the same on the array base. Bai Qi was envious as she watched Lu Yi nonchalantly charge towards the new continent. Progenitor was a realm so far away that countless people could not reach it no matter how hard they tried. How many progenitors have been born since ancient times? It seemed like a lot, but when compared to the entire human population, it was unimaginably low. It was not something that could be counted with 1 in 100 million. Out of 100 cultivators who had the qualifications to become progenitors, it was already quite good if one could become one. These so-called 100 cultivators were mostly people like the 4 young progenitors and the 12 Elysian Gates leaders. However, the number of such people in the human population was also incalculably low. How many 10 arbiters had been born in the 5th mainland, and not all of them had the qualifications to become progenitors. Even if they had the qualifications to break through 3 stages, they would only be at the 4 young progenitors level. What were the 4 young progenitors' chances of becoming progenitors? It was far too low. However, such a low probability of becoming a progenitor had actually been subdued by Lu Shaoxian, who was only at 3 origin tribulations. She could not figure out how Lu Shaoxian had done it. Lu Yin did not care about what Bai Qi thought. Even Bai Wangyuan and the others could not figure out how Lu Yin had done it, let alone Bai Qi. The one who regretted it the most was Xiaoxinji. If he had known that it was possible to tame the hellworm, he would have tried it a long time ago. In their minds, how could a progenitor be a mount? They did not have such a concept. All they knew was that the hellworm had been locked up in Shenwu Plain and had promised to help them more often. Every time they helped Shenwu Plain, they would have one less chance. Once that chance was used up, the hellworm would be free. This was the only way that Xiaoxinji could think of to use the hellworm. He had not thought of taming it, and the hellworm had not thought of such a thing either. If given a choice, the hellworm would rather be tamed by Xiaoxinji. At least it would be able to go out and bare its fangs and claws. After all, it was still trapped in Shenwu Plain. One did not think, and the other did not have any intelligence. In the end, they had both helped Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood on the hellworm's head and charged towards the new continent. How long had it been since they had fallen from the second matrix? Only a few decades had passed, and now that he had returned to the new continent, everything would be different. He would also have the qualifications to take these people away. When he had left, he had promised that he would take them away, and that day had finally arrived. The closer he got to the sourcebox array, the more amazed Lu Yin was at Mu Shang's abilities. This coiled sourcebox array did not have any offensive or defensive capabilities, but it was interlocked with layers upon layers. It formed a deadly sourcebox array that even a half-ancestor would not be able to break through. Lu Yin fell into deep thought as he looked at the sourcebox array. It seemed like this sourcebox array could be stacked, and as long as a suitable sourcebox was found, the array could be stacked infinitely. Lu Yin could tell, but he did not know if Mu Shang had intentionally created this array or if he had obtained it. If Mu Shang was the one who had created this array, then he truly deserved the title of the youngest origin array celestial master in history. Lu Yin had originally wanted to tear apart this sourcebox array, but that would have been too much of a pity. He could have used this sourcebox array to gain insights, and with his knowledge of lock-breaking, he would have been able to learn it. Mu Shang had gone to Serenity Memory Academy to decipher the Fire Phoenix Dark Phoenix sourcebox array that Progenitor One had left behind because he wanted to gain insights and learn from it. For any origin array master, the opportunity to gain insights and learn from a sourcebox array was very rare. Of course, this was an exception to the battlefield. This sourcebox array made Lu Yin feel an urge to learn it. However, he still needed to bring Zhou Tang and the others out first. They had been in the new city for too long, and they could have left long ago. Since he did not want to destroy the sourcebox array, Lu Yin had the caged WIRM shrink before entering. This sourcebox array could only allow entry and not exit, so it would not stop him if he wanted to enter. Actually, with his understanding of sourcebox arrays, he could easily pass through most sourcebox arrays. It was very difficult for a sourcebox array to trap an origin array celestial master, but Mu Shang could easily pass through Serenity Memory Academy sourcebox array. Even if Lu Yin was not an origin array celestial master, his experience did not lose out to any of them. Lu Yin looked at the two sides of the sourceboxes that were wrapped around each other like knots. Although this arrangement was not difficult, it was very cumbersome. 1 or 2 knots would be easy, but there were at least tens of thousands of knots as far as the eye could see. Every knot was composed of the sourcebox's killing intent, and it was thousands of times more complicated than lock-breaking. It would be very difficult for anyone who was not an origin array celestial master to set up this array. Lu Yin did not spend too much time studying it. After entering the sourcebox array, he arrived at the new city. The new city was silent, and when he looked down from above, he saw that the ground was dark red. Lu Yin frowned. With this sourcebox array, not only would Zhou Tang and the others be unable to leave, but the corpse kings would also be unable to leave. This meant that any battle would be a battle to the death. If he did not kill all of the corpse kings, then they would not be able to leave. Even the eternal race's demi-ancestor powerhouses would not be able to leave. The battlefield here was crueler than any that Lu Yin had ever seen before. And the result of this cruel slaughter was death. How many people were left in the new city? Lu Yin had the caged WIRM retract its aura, and he slowly descended to the ground. He had returned to this place. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2354. Lu Yin immediately released his domain, and he immediately sensed the auras of 2 half-ancestors. One was on the mountain, while the other was underground. The stronger a person was, the better they could stay at the top. Since it was dangerous down there, the half-ancestors naturally lived at the top. When Lu Yin's domain swept across the entire new city, which was the folded mountain range, his expression turned ugly. The number of people here had decreased by nearly half. He saw Zhou Tang, Guahai, Tu Qiming, and Big Sis Rakshasa, but he did not see Hongo, Old Mother East Mountain, or Wan. Senator Lu Yin saw everyone in the new city, and the half-ancestor at the very top naturally sensed Lu Yin's arrival. Shock flashed through his eyes, and he walked up to Lu Yin. You've been punished as well. You've gone through 3 origin tribulations, so your domain should be at the Void God realm. Senior, you are. Lu Yin was puzzled. This half-ancestor was an old man who was nearly 5 meters tall. He had a gloomy expression, and his hair was combed into braids. Each braid had a small skull tied to it, and there were dozens of them. The old man sized up Lu Yin and even circled around him as he sighed in admiration. What tender flesh! You have such a cultivation at such a young age, which is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the direct descendants of those behemoths. What's your name? How did you get punished? Who did you offend? Lu Yin frowned, as this person's approach made him smell the stench of blood. There was also a nauseating smell that was familiar. I offended Bai Qi. Bai Qi. Commander Ji of the 4th Formation. Consider yourself unlucky. She's the daughter of Ancestor Bai from the Frigid Immortal sect. You should be considered lucky that she didn't kill you. The half-ancestor was puzzled. No, punishing you here is even more painful. This person? The old man laughed strangely, and his smile was not polite. He sized up Lu Yin with a strange gaze. You'd better watch your words. If I slowly torture you, do you think Bai Qi will see it? Ancestor, will she be willing to let me go? To feed the corpse king? Lu Yin did not answer, and he instead looked up and saw if it wasn't for the ancestor, you would have been fed to the corpse king. Lu Yin smiled at the half-ancestor's face darkened. It's you. Tu Qiming retorted and then stared at Lu Yin. He looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Let me punch you. He seemed both excited and nervous. Why should I? As he knew that Lu Yin was none other than Lu Shaoxian. That's because you were asking for it. Lu Yin had disguised himself as Long 7 and fallen into this place. If I knew it was you, he had gotten acquainted with Tu Qiming, and he had even beaten up Tu Qiming for some inexplicable reason. The more you're asking for it. After that, someone had been punished to bring news that Long 7 rolled his eyes and casually tossed him aside. When they had heard this news, Uncle He's heartache and the others had not believed it at first, but he did not stop, and they had thought that it was a scheme by the 4-way scales. What a nostalgic scene. However, back then, the young master had been beaten up by the 7 heroes just like this. Even set up a sourcebox array. It had been a long time since then, Tu Qiming laughed, but it felt like it had just happened. Even though he was suffering from mental torture, rushed down he was still laughing. Tu Qiming. He stared at Lu Yin and asked in a low voice, Uncle He and the others were laughing as well. This person was laughter also came from underground. His expression was extremely ugly. The skies of the new world had cleared up for them. Were you no matter what kind of torture they suffered here, they saw hope. Tu Qiming panted heavily as he stared at Lu Yin. Tu Qiming had always wondered when he would be able to see Lu Yin again. Those who recognized Lu Yin and knew his identity all looked at him with ugly expressions. Everyone was waiting happily at Tu Qiming. Lu Qiming swallowed his saliva, and his gaze went from perplexed to excited before the half-ancestor elder spoke up first. I'll be the one to beat you up. It looks like you've been here before. He then charged at Lu Yin. These people all recognize you, so you should be a remnant of the Lu family, causing Tu Qiming to crash into the ground, coldly at the his mouth filled with dirt. Scram! More and more people walked out. You have no right to speak and when they saw Lu Yin, the half-ancestor was furious. Some were confused, some were curious, do you really think that I won't dare to touch you? Lu Yin's arrival had changed the entire city. As he looked at the half-martial ancestor. Tu Qiming was shocked, and so were Zhou Tang and the rest. They could hear the confidence and tyranny in Lu Yin's voice. He was clearly only at the 3rd origin tribulation, so where did his confidence come from? The half-ancestor elder had not expected Lu Yin to suddenly rebuke him, and a thick killing intent appeared in his eyes. He sneered, very well. After not coming out for so many years, has the outside world already forgotten my reputation as a cave ancestor? Even a random junior dares to speak such arrogant words. Do you really think that Wan Ziyi can protect you? He's been imprisoned underground for a long time, so I'll kill all of you today. Let's see what Wan Ziyi can do. He then grabbed at Lu Yin. From what he knew, a 3rd tribulation cultivator like Lu Yin should be able to easily capture him. Tu Qiming was shocked. Grandpa Ji. The half-ancestor was on guard, and his attack suddenly slowed down. He was wary of Wan Ziyi underground. Even though he was sure that Wan Ziyi was at the end of his rope, he was still Wan Ziyi. He had not even been willing to kill the 4 cardinal scales and had been forced to imprison an expert who was infinitely close to the progenitor realm. However, before Wan Ziyi could do anything, the half-ancestor elder's hand was already inches away from Lu Yin. Tu Qiming roared, "He's Lu Shaoxian." Zhou Tang and the rest were not surprised, and they all watched silently. However, the half-ancestor elder suddenly stopped and looked at Tu Qiming in disbelief. He then looked at Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian. Tu Qiming relaxed when he saw the half-ancestor stop and looked underground. "Grandpa Ji, you know that he's Lu Shaoxian." Lu Shaoxian. However, there was no response from underground. Uncle He and the rest were puzzled. How could Wan Zi not react to Lu Xiaoxuan's arrival? Should he respond? That's not right. The half-ancestor was bewildered, and he no longer dared to attack. Although Lu Shaoxian was also a junior, he was not someone that the half-ancestor could deal with. Even if Lu Shaoxian was the 4 cardinal scales target, the half-ancestor did not dare to casually attack. Lu Xiaoxuan's name represented an identity, a will, and an unparalleled hegemony. Lu Yin looked underground, as it seemed that the half-ancestor had sensed Wan Zi's arrival. This half-ancestor was infinitely close to the progenitor realm, and even progenitors treated him with respect. He was at least comparable to the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates, or even stronger. "Grandpa Ji, why aren't you saying anything?" Tu Qiming did not understand, as Wan Zi should have reacted to Lu Xiaoxuan's arrival. The half-ancestor's face darkened. "Are you sure that he's Lu Shaoxian? And not an imposter?" Tu Qiming was stunned, and he subconsciously stared at Lu Yin. An imposter. They had been abandoned here for so many years, and the 4 cardinal scales had long since forgotten about them. What awaited them was death. Were they of any value to the 4 cardinal scales? The 4 cardinal scales had never sent anyone to obtain anything from them, and they had never sent anyone to impersonate anyone. This was why they had never considered such a possibility. When news had first spread that Long Qi was Lu Shaoxian, they had indeed thought that he was an imposter. However, that possibility had been denied, as Long Qi was indeed Lu Shaoxian. At that time, Long Qi had been Lu Shaoxian, but that did not mean that this person was the same Long Qi. Right, perhaps Grandpa Ji had sensed something, which was why he had not appeared. Tu Qiming and the rest stared at Lu Yin. "You're an imposter." Zhou Tang's gaze turned cold. If this person was truly an imposter, then even if he was a direct descendant of the 4 cardinal scales, he would still die. Lu Yin faced everyone's gazes and slowly said, "There are 2 possibilities why Senior Wan did not act. First, I'm an imposter." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Second, he looked at the half-ancestor. A piece of trash like you is no threat to me." The half-ancestor's eyes went wide. "What did you say?" Lu Yin frowned. "You're called the cave ancestor. Are you even worthy of that?" Behind him, the hellworm soared into the sky. Its body had recovered, and it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its progenitor power swept across the folded mountain range. In that instant, everyone was shocked, as they were all intimidated by the hellworm's terrifying aura. The half-ancestor was targeted by the hellworm, and it only took an instant for him to collapse to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered all over his face, making him look rather miserable. His mind crumbled, as he had suddenly been intimidated by a progenitor at such a close distance. Anyone would have been frightened to death, and even a half-ancestor was no exception. Tu Qiming and the rest were stunned as well. Fortunately, the hellworm had not targeted them, and they had only felt its supreme strength. The hellworm streaked across the sky, and the folded mountain range darkened. Zhou Tang and the rest gaped as they stared blankly. When had they ever been so close to a progenitor? Was this the strength of a progenitor? They had never encountered one before, but they could instantly guess that only a progenitor's strength could cause them to feel such despair. Lu Yin looked down at the half-ancestor from above and kicked out, sending the half-ancestor flying. From today onwards, you're not allowed to call yourself cave ancestor. You don't deserve that pronunciation. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin's domineering display, forgetting everything else. Their minds went blank, and they felt like they were in a dream. Lu Yin pressed down with his hand, and the hellworm retracted and shrank once again. It took a while for everyone to regain their senses. Tu Qiming gulped. You. Lu Yin smiled. I'm here to fulfill my promise and bring you all back. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2355. Tu Qiming's eyes turned red. It was not fake, not even the 4 cardinal scales could make a progenitor cooperate with a fake. What were they planning? But that was a hellworm, something from the Xinwu plane. Lu Yin looked at Zhou Tang, Che Zhan, Honga, where's Old Mother East Mountain? I told you that I'd be back and asked you to wait for me. Zhou Tang also reacted and had a complicated expression, she's dead. Lu Yin's heart sank, as he had expected this result, but he had still hoped to hear a different answer. Just a few days ago, Zhou Tang said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he clenched his fists. What did you say? Zhou Tang said in a low voice, 2 days ago, there was a battle to the death here. Che Zhan died at that time. Brother Hong died not long after you left, and old mother Dongshan died about 10 years ago. Lu Yin's eyes changed. Just 2 days ago, he had been waiting at the 4th base. If he had arrived earlier, Che Zhan would not have died. Those people had fallen into the new world with him and fought against the everlasting tribe there. They had lived and died together, and their smiling faces still appeared in his mind. It was clearly a danger zone, but he remembered their smiles. The promises they had made and the dreams they had hoped for echoed in his ears. He looked up at the first base with an indescribable killing intent in the depths of his eyes. Not long after, Lu Yin entered the ground and saw Wan Ziyi tied up in chains like a mummy. Wan Ziyi looked up and stared at Lu Yin, his gaze lingering on Lu Yin's face. His face was haggard and his eye sockets were deeply sunken, so Lu Yin could not see his expression. However, he could feel the old man's agitation because the chains were trembling. I'm back, Wan Ziyi said hoarsely. When Marquis Qing Zhu had attacked the new city, he had said that Wan Ziyi was high-spirited, but this old man could not be linked to that. Lu Yin walked towards Wan Ziyi and bowed deeply, Grandpa Ziyi. Wan Ziyi smiled, but his voice was hoarse, do you still remember me? Lu Yin shook his head, no. Wan Ziyi sighed, you must be tired. Lu Yin straightened up, no. I can't break through to Ancestor Realm, so I can't help you, Wan Ziyi said calmly, as if breaking through to Ancestor Realm wasn't important to him. However, everyone knew that Wan Ziyi, who was confirmed to have a 99% chance of becoming an ancestor, was unable to do so. This was a huge blow to him, but he had seen through it after so many years. It's not that there's no hope. Everyone has a chance, Lu Yin said. He then looked at the chains and summoned the hellworm, which tore them apart. The chains were strong enough to imprison Wan Ziyi, but under the claws of the prison flood dragon, they were no different from thin paper. Wan Ziyi rubbed his arms. Is this Shengwu Heaven's prison dragon? It seems that you've grown a lot since the beginning. Different experiences, the same results. But no matter what you do, I won't be surprised, because your surname is Lu. You are the ruler of this part of the universe. Grandpa Ji, let's go back, Lu Yin said as he helped Wan Ziyi up. Only after coming into contact with Wan Ziyi's body did he realize how broken his body was. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave, not a half-martial ancestor. Lu Yin clearly remembered that Wan Ziyi had crushed Marquis Qing Zhu's bamboo, but he hadn't expected that Wan Ziyi had relied on this body. When Lu Yin helped Wan Ziyi out of the ground, Tu Chiming and the rest finally saw him for the first time. Count. It had been 10 years since Marquis Qing Zhu had exposed Wan Ziyi's existence, and they had tried their best to meet him, but they had never been able to. Fortunately, they were able to converse occasionally, and the cave ancestor had not attacked Tu Chiming and the rest because he was afraid of Wan Ziyi. Otherwise, with Tu Chiming's attitude, he would have been killed long ago. Wan Ziyi's body was like a dried corpse. Tu Chiming hurriedly went forward to support him. At first, there had been thousands of Lu family members in the Folded Mountains, but now, there were less than 100. Lu Yin remembered this blood dead in his heart, and he would get his revenge one day. Tu Chiming and the rest picked out the people they needed to take away and climbed onto the hellworm's back. Only a portion of them were Lu Yin's family members, while the rest were those they needed to save. As for the rest, Lu Yin would not take them away, as most of them had committed heinous crimes. Plus, this was the only human city in the New World, and they would not give up on it. The cave ancestor naturally had to stay here as well. As the hellworm soared into the sky, Tu Chiming and the rest looked down with a complicated expression. They had finally left, and they were about to bid farewell to a life worse than death. With the hellworm's strength, it could easily tear apart the sourcebox array, but Lu Yin did not allow it to do so. Instead, he followed the lock-breaking route and spent half a day before leaving, as he did not want to destroy the sourcebox array. After passing through the sourcebox array, the hellworm instantly reached the first array base, where Bai Qi had been waiting. After the hellworm appeared, she saw a group of Lu family members, as well as Wan Ziyi. Although she looked young, she was Bai Wang Yuan's daughter, so how could she be young? Her true age could be traced back to the era of the Dao Source sect, and she was older than Xia Zihang and the other half-ancestors. She was almost the same generation as Wan Ziyi. Bai Qi did not recognize the current Wan Ziyi at all. "You haven't changed, Bai Qi," Wan Ziyi said when he saw her. Bai Qi looked at Wan Ziyi with a complicated expression. "You've changed a lot." Wan Ziyi laughed. "You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you?" Bai Qi had indeed not expected this, as none of them had expected that the Lu family's remaining members would come out one day. The cosmic tree realm would no longer be peaceful. Why had her father come to such an agreement with Lu Shaoxian? Aside from the few ancestors, no one else knew the reason, including Bai Qi. Lu Yin had gone down again for the sourcebox array. Without the Lu family's remaining members, this sourcebox array had lost its meaning. Perhaps it would soon be dispelled by Mu Shang, and now was the time to comprehend it. Elsewhere, the lockbreaker that Bai Qi had summoned to answer Lu Yin's questions contacted Qiao, and explained the situation to her. Qiao did not care at first, but Bai Qi immediately contacted her and reminded her to stay by Mu Shang's side for the time being and not to go anywhere. Mu Shang belonged to the Frigid Immortal sect, and Qiao was his disciple. She had met Bai Qi a few times and was very obedient. Bai Qi had a good impression of her and did not want anything to happen to her. Lu Yin did not care about Mu Shang. Although Bai Qi did not understand Lu Yin, she knew that this matter would not end so easily. Lu Yin was someone who even the four-way scales patriarch addressed by name. Bai Qi wanted Qiao to follow Mu Shang so that even if Lu Yin caused trouble for her, Mu Shang would be able to protect her. However, Bai Qi did not understand Qiao at all, or rather, she had been deceived by Qiao's obedient appearance. She thought that Qiao would do as she was told, but in reality, after following Mu Shang for so many years, Qiao had become arrogant. She was only obedient in front of certain groups of people and did not care about anyone else. Thus, even if Lu Yin had come to an agreement with the four-way scales and the four-way scales allowed her to use the key to open the sourcebox array, she could ignore it. Mu Shang's status gave her too much of a guarantee. She could ignore most of the people in the cosmic tree realm. Bai Qi's warning did not frighten her. Instead, it angered her. She wanted to see what Lu Shaoxian was capable of. She guessed that the four-way scales wanted to use Lu Shaoxian to eliminate all the remaining members of the Lu family. Qiao was not the only one who thought of this, as many people in the cosmic tree realm shared the same thought. Otherwise, why would the four-way scales let Lu Shaoxian go? This was a guess that some people in the four-way scales had spread to protect their reputation. It's just bait, Qiao said disdainfully. Now that the birthday gifts were almost ready, it was time to take a look at the sourcebox array. Her mission was to look after the sourcebox array. As for the key, her lips curled up. Did it matter if she lost it or not? If she said that she had lost it, then she had lost it. Of course, she was not stupid. She had only gone after confirming that Bai Qi was there and that her master would be there soon. Otherwise, who knew if Lu Shaoxian would go crazy? Her life was much more precious than Lu Xiaoxuan's. Lu Shaoxian was just a stray dog. 10 days later, Qiao returned to the first formation base and arrived at the edge. When Bai Qi saw Qiao arrive, she barked, "What are you doing here? Where's Mu Shang?" Qiao bowed respectfully with an obedient expression on her face. "Qiao accidentally lost the key, and I'm here to apologize. This is Qiao's negligence, and I'm sorry for causing trouble for the commander." Bai Qi frowned. "Go find Mu Shang. Leave immediately." Qiao blinked. "Master will be here soon." Bai Qi was displeased. "Leave before Mu Shang arrives. Stay away." "Commander, that person down there should be Lu Shaoxian, right? Is he trying to unlock the knot? How interesting. He'll be trapped to death." Qiao smiled as she looked down with a mocking gaze. Bai Qi looked down and saw that Lu Yin had long since entered the sourcebox array. He seemed to be trying to comprehend something, but she could not understand it. After all, she was not a lockbreaker. "Do you know what he's doing?" Bai Qi asked. Qiao replied respectfully, "He's probably trying to learn Master's coiling array, but he's too arrogant. Master is an origin array heavenly master, and the coiling array that she set up isn't something that he can comprehend. He's already trapped to death." Qiao pursed her lips. "In this situation, he can't even retaliate. Anyone can kill him." Bai Qi raised an eyebrow. "Anyone can kill him." This sentence made her feel tempted. She did not have any ill feelings towards Lu Yin, and she had not been aware of the banishment of the Lu family, nor had she participated in it. However, since the Lu family had been banished, they had become mortal enemies. It would be best if she could get rid of this enemy. Qiao glanced at Bai Qi and continued, "Many people say that Lu Shaoxian is a redback. Commander, if he really is a redback, then he should be killed." Killing intent flashed through Bai Qi's eyes. According to the four-way scales propaganda, the Lu family was the greatest redback. It did not matter whether or not Lu Yin was a redback. The Lu family's people were draining the human race's internal strength, which meant that they should be killed. A realm origin array master has entered Master's sourcebox array and can't come out. He's as stupid as a pig. It would be great if those monsters attacked at this time. Qiao smiled. As she spoke, Lu Yin suddenly looked up from below and stared at Qiao with a cold gaze. Qiao was shocked. She had also been training at the back of the battlefield and had fought against corpse kings. She believed that she did not fear anyone else, but Lu Yin's gaze caused her to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if the sky had collapsed. She looked at Lu Yin in fear. "Thank you. Impatience will lead to nothing." Caramel Roddy. Surrounding stars. Back in reincarnation. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2356. Lu Yin stared coldly at Xiao as he slowly walked out of the sourcebox array and headed towards the first array base. Xiao was shocked. Impossible. How could he have walked out of Master Sourcebox array? Bai Qi saw Lu Yin's icy gaze, and she had a bad premonition. She shouted at Xiao, hurry up and leave. I'll stop him. Xiao bit her lips. Why did she have to leave? What could he do about a mere bait? Under Mu Shang's protection, she was treated as an honored guest no matter where she went. Even Bai Qi and the other half-step ancestors took good care of her, which made her forget herself. She had never thought about why Bai Qi had asked her to leave, as even a half-step ancestor had lost her composure. The only thought in her mind was that Lu Yin was the bait for the four-way scales, and she firmly believed that as Mu Shang's disciple, no one would dare to do anything to her. Bai Qi grabbed Xiao, and was about to throw her out. Suddenly, Lu Yin appeared next to them and placed his hand on Xiao's shoulder. He looked past Xiao and looked at Bai Qi. You're a dignified half-ancestor. Are you planning to attack this junior? Bai Qi stared at Lu Yin. I just told her to go away. I have something I need her to do. Lu Yin smiled and looked at Xiao. Xiao looked back at him, and the two looked at each other again. I'm Lu Yin said with a gentle expression. Xiao was at a loss. That bone-chilling gaze just now was like an illusion. I heard that the key to the sourcebox array was lost. Lu Yin asked. Only then did Xiao react. She was secretly angry. What was she afraid of? The remnants of the Lu clan were nothing more than stray dogs. Yeah, sorry, I lost it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? To tell you the truth, I just went down and a few people have died in the past few days. If you had told me earlier, they wouldn't have had to die, Lu Yin said softly, but it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Bai Qi's heart sank. She didn't know about this. Xiao casually replied, it's their honor to die on the battlefield. Many of those people from the remnant army deserve to die. It's fate. Lu Yin nodded. Right, did you really lose your key? Although Xiao was arrogant, she was not stupid. There were some things that needed to be done, but there was a need for sufficient reasons. She would not allow herself to be passive. Lost. Lu Yin sighed. That's troublesome. How are you going to save yourself without the key? Lu. Bai Qi was shocked. She had only managed to say one word when the miniature candle god appeared on Lu Yin's shoulder and attacked her with rune lines. Bai Qi was caught off guard and was forced back by half a set of rune lines. The candle god wasn't a half-martial ancestor, but after he cultivated himself into a candle, he possessed half-martial ancestor-level rune lines. Although he was a half-martial ancestor, it was impossible for him to fight against a half-martial ancestor like Bai Qi. However, this was rune lines, an invisible power. Even Zhu Yi, the leader of one of the 12 heavenly gates, was caught off guard and forced to retreat, let alone Bai Qi. If the candle god was still alive, he would definitely not be Bai Qi's match in a one-on-one battle. However, his sudden attack was not something that they could defend against instantly. Bai Qi was pushed back. She didn't know what kind of power it was. Lu Yin grabbed Xiao and leaped down, heading straight for the sourcebox array. Xiao was terrified. Lu Xiaoxian, let go of me. What are you doing? Lu Yin replied, I'll help you comprehend the sourcebox array that your master left behind. Perhaps it'll help you reach the ranks of origin array heavenly masters earlier and surpass your master. He then led Xiao deeper into the sourcebox array. Bai Qi looked down from the first array base with an ugly expression on her face. It's over, Qiao is done for. How could she speak like that? Lu Xiaoxian, let's talk things over. Qiao will take responsibility for her mistakes. Bai Qi shouted. Lu Yin completely ignored her. After leading Qiao deeper into the sourcebox array, he placed her at a node. This node was the center of millions of knots, and it was also the most important step in unraveling the sourcebox array. It was also the key to opening the sourcebox array. Qiao blankly looked around her. From the outside, she could see that her master was an origin array heavenly master, and she marveled at his ingenuity and praised his shocking strength. Just as she had said, even a realm origin array heavenly master would not be able to escape once they entered a sourcebox array. However, when she truly entered the sourcebox array, she saw the countless killing intent all around her overlapping and interlocking with each other. This was the first time that she had entered a sourcebox array that her master had set up, and she could not imagine how such a sourcebox array could be set up. The boundless killing intent followed a certain pattern and formed a specific pattern. Every strand of killing intent caused her scalp to go numb, and she felt as if she was standing at the edge of a cliff where she could die at any moment. She had experienced many battles on the backside of the battlefield, but she had always been prepared for each one. She knew that she would not truly die, as those cultivators, the array core, and the commander would not allow her to truly die. Otherwise, she would not be able to answer to Mu Shang. However, at this moment, she was truly facing death, and the feeling caused her to collapse. She wanted to scream out loud. Lu Yin was about a meter away from her, and he looked on with interest. This is the interior of your master's sourcebox array. He didn't show you around before, right? I'll help him teach his disciple. Take me out. Take me out. I don't want to stay here. Qiao screamed with a pale face. Bai Qi and Xiade had arrived at the first array base, and they both looked down. Lu Xiaoxian, if you have anything to say, bring Qiao up first. Xiade did not speak, as Qiao was Mu Shang's disciple. The frigid immortal sect needed to answer to Mu Shang, but the Xia family did not. He even hoped that Lu Yin would fight Mu Shang. In terms of cultivation, Mu Shang was naturally not Lu Yin's match. No matter how he had done it, Lu Yin was still able to face off against a progenitor. However, Mu Shang was an origin array heavenly master, and the methods that an origin array heavenly master could use were incomprehensible. It was rumored that progenitor Hui and the fog progenitor were not adept at fighting, but the unlimited power that he had created had protected humanity for so many years and even blocked the Eternals. This was an origin array heavenly master. Mu Shang was known as the youngest origin array heavenly master in history, and no one knew if he would be able to match progenitor Hui's talent in sourcebox arrays in the future. Lu Yin smiled and looked at Qiao. You should be thanking me. I'm helping Mu Shang teach you, but I'm a strict person and have high standards for my disciples. The rest is up to you. If you don't understand this array, then you might die. Qiao looked at Lu Yin in fear. Let me out, and I'll apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Please let me out, I'm begging you. Lu Yin soared into the air and left the sourcebox array to ascend to the first array base. Bai Qi walked in front of Lu Yin and stared at him. Lu Xiaoxian, bring Qiao up immediately. We will take responsibility for her mistakes. Lu Yin looked at Bai Qi and spoke to him for the first time. Scram. Bai Qi's gaze turned cold, and he subconsciously wanted to attack, but Bai Qi stopped him. Even if they could defeat Lu Yin, there was still caged WIRM at the fourth array base. If not for the fact that caged WIRM had gone to the fourth array base, Bai Qi would not have lost his composure no matter how furious he was. Lu Shaoxian will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Anything can be discussed, but bring Qiao along first. Come, she's Mu Shang's disciple, and he's one of the 4 origin heavenly masters. He's a treasure of the human race, and if he's unhappy with us because of Qiao, it'll be a loss for the backline. Bai Qi lowered her voice, as she did not want Lu Yin to think that she was threatening him. Lu Yin looked at Bai Qi. If you lose 1 origin heavenly master, I'll take 1. If you lose 2, I'll take 2. Bai Qi and Bai Qi exchanged glances, as they could not refute his words. Xia decide. There's more than 1 origin heavenly master in the 5th mainland. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked down. Qiao was in pain and despair, and she did not dare to move at all. She was afraid of triggering the danger of the source box and dying. Master, where are you? Master. Bai Qi did not say anything else. Lu Yin did not care about him at all, and he was not even interested in talking to him, even if Bai Qi was a half-ancestor. Bai Qi's tone was gloomy. Can't you let her go this once? Lu Yin raised his head. She can come out if she has the key. Bai Qi frowned. If she doesn't have the key, then doesn't that mean that she lost it? She didn't do it on purpose, so she doesn't deserve to die. Lu Yin shook his head. If she had told me a few days earlier, then Che Zhan would not have died. Bai Qi did not know what to say. Some people's lives did not matter to others, but some were very important to others. They did not care about Qiao but they did care about Mu Shang, and Qiao was still very important to Mu Shang. Che Zhan, on the other hand, was just a sinner that could be sacrificed at any time. However, to Lu Yin, Che Zhan was a comrade who had gone through life and death with him, and he had even promised to take him away. If Che Zhan had died because of this woman's so-called birthday gift, then even Bai Wang Yuan and the others would not be able to save Che Zhan, let alone Mu Shang. No one spoke again, and Qiao did not dare to move within the sourcebox array. Although she was in despair and fear, she knew that Mu Shang was about to arrive. As long as he was here, then she would be saved. An hour later, Mu Shang arrived and saw Lu Yin's group standing beside the first formation base. His gaze was fixed on Lu Yin, and there was a trace of surprise and shock in his eyes. There was also an indescribable feeling in them. When Bai Qi saw Mu Shang arrive, she immediately spoke up. Qiao is trapped in the formation. You should save her. Mu Shang was puzzled. How did she get trapped in there? Bai Qi glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked back at Mu Shang. Nice to meet you, Heavenly Master Mu. Mu Shang exchanged glances with Lu Yin and nodded. He then walked over to the first formation base and looked down, where he saw Qiao. Qiao had been waiting for Mu Shang for a long time, and she screamed at the top of her lungs, Master, save me. Master. Mu Shang frowned and looked at Lu Yin. You did this. Lu Yin smiled. I helped you teach your disciple and see if she can walk out on her own. You're trying to kill her. Mu Shang's gaze turned cold. Lu Yin did not mind. She has the key, so she can come out. Mu Shang stared at Lu Yin. You've changed. Lu Yin raised a brow. Another acquaintance. I'm sorry, but you only know the old me, not the current me. Mu Shang gave Lu Yin a deep look, and then he leapt down and entered the sourcebox array. Bai Qi did not understand. Mu Shang was the one who had set up the formation, and he could have unlocked it at the first formation base. It was as if he had the key, so why had he chosen to enter alone? Bai Qi thought of something and looked at Lu Yin. You changed the formation. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2357. Lu Yin praised, as expected of the Origin Array Heavenly Master. You were able to see the problem with a single glance. Xiada glanced at Lu Yin, as this guy was still as ruthless as ever. If Mu Shang had not seen through Qiao Er's plan and had used the same old method to dispel the sourcebox array, then Qiao would have died without even leaving behind a corpse. Lu Yin wanted Mu Shang to personally kill Qiao Er, which was too ruthless. Mu Shang arrived a few meters away from Qiao Er and frowned. He raised a hand and grabbed a strand of the sourcebox's murderous intent. It was as if he had pulled at the entire knot, causing it to change. Qiao Er's face was deathly pale. She did not understand why her master had pulled on the knot when he could have easily taken her away. Mu Shang could not possibly explain this to Qiao Er, as he was currently competing with Lu Yin in the art of lockbreaking. Since Lu Yin had changed the knots, Mu Shang had to change them back to their original state. As for Qiao Er, he could take her away whenever he wanted. In the first array, the humans were engaged in a bloody battle against the Eternals. It was a miraculous form. At the edge of the array formation, if a sourcebox was suddenly placed within a sourcebox were watching array, the battle below, it would be like a mountain crashing into a calm lake. Even though they did not understand sourcebox arrays, forget about the lake, they could tell that even the entire lake would collapse. Once the sourcebox fell, the sourcebox array would undergo a massive change, to challenge and it would undergo an irreversible change. Ridiculous. No one could predict what would happen next. The formation master of Jiyuan not even he spoke of was naturally the heavenly master of formations. Xia decided. He dared to take the risk. I've never seen a realm-plane array history, master modify there have been many instances where heavenly masters had died heavenly array master before. In other words, he was also astonished, within a sourcebox array that Lu Yin was very close to becoming an origin array heavenly master. When he saw the sourcebox fall, Lu Yin stared at Mu Shang, grabbed Qiao and tried to flee. Every move that Mu Shang made gave Lu Yin a different feeling. Bai Qi and Bai Qi both moved to stop them, truly as they had not expected Lu Yin as an origin array celestial master. If this sourcebox array was not something that an ordinary origin array master could set up, unfortunately, a Realmuan array master would find it difficult to do so. This was because it was too complicated from the general appointment platform to suppress Bai on his intuition to see with the might of his progenitor while Lu Yin could make changes based on his experience. They allowed their source boxes to fall to the ground, Lu Yin had too much danger from the source boxes and the experience he had gained from fusing with Celestial Master Chilling's body was unparalleled and escape from the source box array. Coupled with the various realm force array masters and origin array masters, another wave of rune lines as well as the lock-breaking methods from the Dao source sect, progenitor power descended from the sovereign realm to protect Mu Shang. In terms of lockbreaking, Lu Yin had also fused the experiences of many other lockbreakers. Life or death, but he could not allow anything to happen too difficult for Mu Shang. After all, he was the heavenly master of formation him and the origin heavenly master. Progenitor power revolved around Mu Shang recovered and came to Qiao Er's side. And the rune lines descended without any killing intent. Qiao Er's eyes were red. Lu Yin did not want to kill Mu Shang. Qiao he only wanted to push him down and see how the youngest heavenly master of formations in history would react to the sudden change in the sourcebox array. Qiao felt unnatural. The rune lines slammed into Mu Shang's head, had said, and because of his care about the life and death of the people was able to withstand the attack. Master. However, he could no longer hold Qiao back, and his hand unconsciously loosened as she fell into the array. Her eyes filled with venom. Qiao stared blankly at Mu Shang as he rose into the air. The experience from before was unforgettable. Icy gaze. It had even left a shadow in her heart, done, and she should not have provoked this person. However, when she looked up and saw Lu Yin, and she happened to see him take out a source box and slowly place it down. Why had things turned out this way? No one could answer Qiao's question, as her body was submerged within the source box array. Mu Shang looked up and saw the source box fall. The source box had fallen, he was shocked, and the array suddenly changed. Lu Shaoxian, how dare you! It was as if the killing intent had formed a monster that swept out in all directions and tore through the void. The principle behind a source box array was no longer a source box of a source box, but rather an amalgamation of forming a path that only the master of the array could control. As for Qiao Er, she had completely vanished, and it was impossible for her to appear again. Mu Shang lowered his head and watched Qiao Er disappear, and his face was extremely gloomy. As Mu Shang fell into the first array base, the progenitor power also disappeared. Bai Wang Yuan's voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. Lu Shaoxian, don't go too far. Lu Yin smiled, and he no longer relied on the rune lines from the general appointment platform. Instead, he looked down at the changing sourcebox's killing intent. At this moment, even an heavenly master of formations would find it difficult to dispel the sourcebox's killing intent. This was the charm of sourceboxes, as only lockbreakers could see through them and see the other side of the universe. They were people who could uncover secrets. Mu Shang stood up and glared at Lu Yin with an icy gaze. She doesn't deserve to die. Lu Yin continued to look down with his back facing Mu Shang. What you say doesn't count. Lu Shaoxian, you're too ruthless, Mu Shang said slowly. Bai Qi walked over and whispered a few words to Mu Shang. Bai Qi looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Was he not going to show any mercy to his enemies? Xiaoda laughed. What was Chao to him? He had killed Wang Xi in front of everyone, and she was a half-ancestor, and a rather important one at that. Killing Wang Xi was equivalent to becoming a mortal enemy of the Wang family, but did Lu Yin care? He didn't care at all, as he was already a mortal enemy of the four cardinal scales. Now, the only thing that he cared about was the progenitor realm. Bai Qi said something, and Mu Shang took a deep breath. His expression was resolute as he stared at Lu Yin's back. Back then, Yu Hao and I had an agreement that the moment we met would be the moment he challenged me. Was that Yu Hao you or someone else? Lu Yin was puzzled. Was there such a thing? Right, Lu Yin recalled that when the students of the academy had been on their way to Shinwu Plain to train, he had asked Lu Shaoge to disguise himself as Yu Hao. Lu Shaoge had only said that in order to not expose himself. Now that we've met for the first time, do you dare to challenge me, Lu Shaoxian? Mu Shang asked coldly. Lu Yin turned around and met Mu Shang's gaze. After a moment, he replied, sure. Mu Shang was terrifyingly calm. Time and place. You choose. Lu Yin asked, when is your birthday? Mu Shang's eyes narrowed. It's an auspicious day. My birthday is 48 days from now, and many senior lockbreakers will be present. I'll let them witness and see if you, Lu Shaoxian, have the potential to replace me and become the youngest origin array master in history. I'm looking forward to it, Lu Yin replied. Mu Shang took a deep breath and then turned to leave. He needed to make his preparations. His sourcebox array had been modified, and he could not determine Lu Yin's strength. Logically speaking, it was already inconceivable for someone to become a Realmuon array master at such a young age, but Lu Yin still had the ability to modify Mu Shang's sourcebox array. Even an experienced Realmuon array master like Grandmaster Deng Guo might not be able to do so. Furthermore, Lu Yin was confident that he could challenge Mu Shang, which meant that he was not blindly confident. This person needed to be taken seriously. After Mu Shang left, Lu Yin left the first base as well. His duel with Mu Shang had been unexpected, but he had no choice but to accept it. Even if Lu Shaoge had said so, he had used his identity. With his current lock-breaking ability, he was definitely not Mu Shang's match. Fortunately, he still had 40 days. After returning to the fourth base, the first person he contacted was Chuling. The only way he had a chance of beating Mu Shang was to enter her body again and gain all of her lock-breaking experience. Although Mu Shang was the youngest origin array master in history, he was still young and might not necessarily be Chuling's match. Even if he was not, she would not be any weaker than Mu Shang. It was not difficult to find her contact information, and with Lu Yin's identity, it was easy to find. You're Lu Shaoxian. Chuling had not expected him to contact her. In other people's minds, Celestial Master Chuling was an origin array heavenly master who leaned towards Shinwu Plain. Given Lu Yin's relationship with Shinwu Plain, he shouldn't have had any contact with her. However, Lu Yin knew that Celestial Master Chuling was read back. Long time no see, Celestial Master Chuling. I still haven't thanked you for what you did back then, Luin smiled. Chilling was confused. What? Are you talking about the Dragon Mountain Go? Then there's no need to thank me. The White Dragon clan paid a price for me to guide Long Qi, but I never thought that Long Qi would be you, Lu Shaoxian. Luin replied, of course, I'm not referring to that. If it weren't for the sage, I would not have been able to escape from the top realm. With the sage's abilities, it would have been easy for you to capture me back then. I will remember this favor. Chilling solemnly replied, don't spout nonsense, Lu Shaoxian. I didn't help you with anything. Luin solemnly replied, no matter what you say, I will definitely repay this favor. Chilling shook her head, there's no need for that. You shouldn't have contacted me anyway. That's all. She then wanted to end the call. Luin hurriedly said, Senior, you must be a descendant of the Lu family. Celestial Master Chilling jumped at those words. What are you talking about? How could I be a descendant of the Lu family? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2358. Why would you help me if you weren't a vassal of the Lu family? You helped me just like the Adventurer King. The Adventurer King was targeted by the 4 cardinal scales and almost died. I'm worried about your safety, but with my current strength, I can protect all of the Lu family's vassals. I've even reached an agreement with the 4 cardinal scales. As long as you admit that you're a vassal of the Lu family, no one will attack you, including Shenwu Plain. I'll tell them everything. Qiuling grew anxious. Don't do anything rash, Lu Shaoxian. I'm not a vassal of the Lu family. But you've helped me before. I'm not an ungrateful person, Lu Yin said loudly. Qiuling was speechless. She wanted to say that she hadn't helped him of her own volition, but that the Eternals had ordered her to do so. However, she didn't dare to say that. If Lu Yin told Shenwu plain that he had helped her in the past, then things would get troublesome. Not only would this ruin the Eternals' plans, but the four cardinal scales might even find out that she was a redback. No one would investigate her if she was on the same side as the four cardinal scales, but if she was on the opposite side, who knew what would be discovered? You've misunderstood, Lu Shaoxian. I'm really not a vassal of the Lu family. Qiuling didn't know how to explain herself. Lu Yin snickered inwardly, but he maintained a solemn expression. I don't believe you. How can I make you believe me? Qiuling rebuked. Lu Yin thought about it. Let's meet. Things like this can only be explained in person. No, what if someone finds out and tells Shenwu plain? Qiuling refused immediately. Lu Yin said, I know that you're a vassal of the Lu family and don't want to cut ties. Don't worry, I'll tell Shenwu plain about this and ensure your safety. He then ended the call. This time, Qiuling was truly anxious. Wait. Fine, let's meet. Where do you want to meet? Where are you? Lu Yin replied, I'm at the fourth foundation. If you don't want to be discovered, we can choose a secret location. Qiuling felt helpless. How could there be such a person? She had helped him in the past, but now, he had dragged her down with him decades later. She had to explain herself, or Shenwu plain would find out that she had helped him in the past. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated Celestial Master Qiuling felt. She hadn't been this upset in years. In the end, the two of them chose a secluded place. It was on the back of the battlefield, at the intersection of the third and second base, located on the mother tree. He was no stranger to that location. It was where he had merged with Celestial Master Qiuling's body. After ascertaining the location, he hurried over. He couldn't wait to enter Celestial Master Qiuling's body and gain all of her lock-breaking experience. Celestial Master Qiuling, on the other hand, was thinking about how to solve the problem. She couldn't silence them. How could he explain it clearly? With this thought in mind, the two of them headed in that direction. On the other side, a group of people had gathered in the valley below the Wang family's continent. They were all the elite cultivators of the four-way balance. Among them were Long Tian, Wang Su, Wang Yi, Xia Shenfei, and the others. They had been summoned to the fifth continent to receive the inheritance of the fifth pagoda. The one leading the group was Bai Qi. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Bai Qi. Bai Qi had just left the battlefield at the back and was rushing over. Wang Su, among us, only you guys have been to the abandoned land. Are there really so many inheritances in the fifth pagoda? Long Tian asked. The others looked at Wang Su, Wang Yi, and the others. Wang Su's expression was cold. Because he cultivated a supreme secret technique, he had a unique temperament. Some of them are, but some of them aren't. What do you mean? Xia Shenfei asked as he took a sip of wine. Wang Su wasn't interested in answering. Wang Yi explained, the abandoned land was attacked by the Eternals, and Lu Yin disappeared for 20 years. During that time, some half-progenitors investigated the fifth pagoda, and they found most of the inheritances there. However, they didn't find anything similar to Ancestor Ku's inheritance. It's just a qualification. Furthermore, once you obtain the fifth pagoda's inheritance, you'll have to accept Lu Yin as half a teacher. Everyone knew that Lu Yin was only half a teacher. By Wang Yuan's meaning was that he didn't want the ordinary inheritances. This group's only goal in going to the fifth pagoda was to obtain the 13 swords. As long as they could obtain the 13 swords, what did it matter if Lu Yin was half a teacher? The other inheritances were meaningless, and they weren't worth half a teacher's favor. He wanted Lu Yin to cancel this half a teacher's favor, but Lu Yin would definitely not agree. Otherwise, how would he explain himself to the 5th and 6th mainlands? So Bai Wangyuan could only make such a decision. He didn't even mention it to Lu Yin. The group discussed amongst themselves as they waited for Bai Qi's arrival. Bai Qi was already on her way here, and she reported everything that had happened at the first array base to Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan had only acted because he had sensed the power of the progenitor's rune lines. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep an eye on Lu Yin. It was also because of Bai Qi's report that they understood what had happened. They didn't care about Xiao since she was just an ant. They were more concerned about Lu Yin's challenge to Mushang, as he wanted to snatch the title of the youngest origin heavenly master in history. It was only now that they remembered that Lu Yin was also an array master of realm planes, and he even had the confidence to challenge an origin heavenly master. This fact caused their killing intent to rise once again. The combination of an origin heavenly master and a progenitor was terrifying, just like Huiwen. Once Huiwen had some achievements in lockbreaking, his future would be unimaginable. During the Daosor sect's era, they would never have dreamed that the humans would have to rely on Huiwen's strength to protect themselves. Even Lu Tianyi hadn't expected this. Could Lu Shaoxian be the next Huiwen? It was not impossible. Bai Wangyuan looked at the battlefield behind him. It would be great if Lu Shaoxian died in this challenge. He had brought this upon himself, and it had nothing to do with the 4 scales. On the battlefield behind him, Lu Yin had already arrived at the meeting place with Heavenly Master Chuling. He looked up and saw that it was exactly the same place where he had fused with Heavenly Master Chuling. The general appointment platform floated behind him, and he glanced behind to use the platform's rune lines to cover his surroundings. He wanted to make sure that Bai Wangyuan and the others weren't watching him. Although he couldn't defeat those people, he could still use the progenitor rune lines to confirm that no one was watching him. Fortunately, no one was watching him, and Bai Wangyuan and the others knew that they couldn't monitor him. Besides, the ruler realm was also a battlefield for progenitors, so it wouldn't be easy for them to monitor him. Hold on, Lu Yin suddenly realized that this might have been Heavenly Master Chuling's doing. She definitely didn't want the 4 scales to know that they were meeting, so she had thought of a way to have the Eternals delay Bai Wangyuan and the others in the ruler realm. If that was really the case, then Lu Yin was amused. The Eternals had helped him a lot, but the consequences were that the 4th formation base might have changed. Chuling definitely didn't want to spend too much time with him, so she would definitely think of a way to lure him away. Come out, senior. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction and smiled. Chuling walked out and looked at Lu Yin with a judgmental and helpless gaze. You're very fast. The speed of a half progenitor, but I can use other methods to reach the speed of a progenitor. Not too long ago, I fought against the eternal 7 sky gods, and that was the true 7 sky gods. On the 5th mainland, even Xia Xinji and Bai Xing were forced to retreat by me. That was why the 4 cardinal scales came to an agreement with me. Senior, you don't have to worry about anything. I'll definitely protect you. Celestial Master Chuling was speechless. Although she was prone to jealousy, it was only because of her dark nature. Ever since she became an Origin Formation Celestial Master, her personality had changed a little. She had become more approachable and gentle, which made it easier for her to get closer to people. Over time, she had become different from her younger self. She even wondered if she would still want to surpass that person and join the Eternals if she could live again. Even so, Lu Yin had infuriated her. Why couldn't he understand human language? I told you, I'm really not a remnant of the Lu family, Chuling repeated. Lu Yin looked around vigilantly. Is someone watching us? Senior, don't worry. Even if Bai Wangyuan and those old fogies are watching, you can still boldly say it. Nothing will happen. I understand that you've endured humiliation in the astral tree for so many years. I'm here to pick you up. Chilling clenched her fists subconsciously, but then she relaxed them. Alright, I admit that I helped you, but that was because I was once indebted to the Liu family. After that, I no longer owe the Liu family anything. I don't owe you anything, and you don't owe me anything. I'll say it again, I'm definitely not a remnant of the Liu family. Lu Yin grew agitated and took a step forward. I don't believe it. The Adventurer King hasn't come looking for me, and you won't admit it either. Did the four scales do something to you? Lu Yin suddenly said, was it a restriction? The four scales must have placed a restriction on you as well. Senior, don't worry, I can remove the restrictions on the four scales. I was the one who removed the restrictions in the alliance. Qiuling was very wary of Lu Yin, but she didn't know why. It was just that when he approached her, she felt a chill that made her subconsciously want to distance herself from him. Lu Yin stopped in place and looked at her with a complicated expression. Senior, are you wary of me? Qiuling took a deep breath. I told you, I'm not a remnant of the Liu family, and I don't want to have anything to do with you. Especially now that I belong to Shenwu Plain, I don't want Patriarch Shinji to be unhappy. Lu Yin looked at her bitterly and mocked himself, I see. Yes, you belong to Shenwu Plain now, so of course you don't want to have anything to do with a remnant of the Liu family. Qiuling relaxed when Lu Yin didn't move forward. She looked at the fourth base, he should be here. Just as she thought this, a vast wave of progenitor power swept across the 5 bases. Lu Yin suddenly turned around. Not good, there's a progenitor enemy. He looked at Qiuling again and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. He left in disappointment. A moment later, Yi Qi appeared and was summoned by Lu Yin to charge towards the 4th base. Qiuling relaxed when she saw that Lu Yin had summoned a progenitor. It was finally over. She shouldn't have appeared to help him in the first place, but who would have thought that he would appear in this part of the universe so openly? It was unbelievable. She took a deep look in the direction of the 4th base and then turned to leave. Suddenly, her expression shook and her gaze became sluggish. Lu Yin walked out from the shadows behind her and merged into her body. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2359. Although Qiuling was an origin heavenly master, her cultivation was only at the peak of the envoys. She wasn't even a half-progenitor. Unless she had a falling out with Lu Yin and set up a sourcebox array to resist him, she wouldn't be able to avoid him at all. Furthermore, Lu Yin had ambushed her, so she didn't even have the chance to set up a sourcebox array. Lu Yin hadn't expected things to go so smoothly, and he had even planned on smacking her with his slipper. He had assumed that Qiuling had some sort of triggering sourcebox array, but she didn't. Lu Yin had successfully merged into her body, and as for the progenitors that had suddenly appeared, he would leave them to jailworm and Yi Qi's appearance had helped him cover up his alibi. Otherwise, Qiuling's biggest mistake would have been losing the time when he had merged with her memories. Before coming here, Lu Yin had already considered how to disassociate himself from that blank corpse king, and Qiuling had used the Eternals to be distracted and attack her. Without any delay, Celestial Master Qiuling was even more certain that the Eternals were controlling and began to merge them. Was it a warning? He could quickly obtain a person's techniques through their memories, which was why Lu Yin was so confident she felt a chill run down her spine. If he hadn't merged with what she had done and becoming a he might not have agreed to this gamble. But it had already happened. Ever since he had defeated Xia Shinji and the others on the 5th mainland, Lu Yin had already returned to the 4th base and was in seclusion. He
had
always
been successful in the astral tree domain,
if he could use his
this time would be no exception
with the other origin celestial
As more
masters.
and more memories flooded in,
This was the battlefield at the back,
experience
and the origin
rapidly.
Celestial masters of the astral
progenitor
tree were
that had
all
attacked
here.
the 5 array bases
There was
wasn't
still
one
more
of the
than a
7
month
sky
until his
gods,
match with
but
Mu
rather a
Shang,
progenitor
which was
corpse
very
king
close.
that had fallen from the autonomous
On the other
realm.
side, Bai Qi
It
arrived
seemed like
at the
someone had
valley
struck
and did
it
not
down,
say much.
and the battle in the ruler's realm
She led
had
a group
left
of
by Wang
elite
Yuan
cultivators
and the others
through the
with
new
no
void
time to
corridor
monitor
and
Lu Yin.
arrived at the 5th mainland.
Everything seemed to make sense.
As soon as they arrived,
The
they saw what
progenitor
had once
corpse
been the
king
great
that had
Eastern
fallen was
Alliance's
struck
first
by
allied
Yi
army,
Chi's blade,
a legion
and
of
it
miniature
crashed into the new
giants,
continent.
and millions of astral beasts.
Lu Yin wanted to see a progenitor
These were the
corpse
armies
king
that would be
wasn't one of
rotating
the
with the
7
current
sky
fourth
gods.
base. But unfortunately,
Even further
he didn't
away
get
were
to
the
see
Sky
one.
Genesis Court's bewildering
Yi
legion,
Chi wasn't
a
the
legion
only
of
one to
gigantic
attack.
mechanical giants,
Jailworm also
and so
bared
on.
his fangs and brandished
They
his
were
claws.
so densely packed that the
In
cultivators
everyone's
of the
eyes,
astral tree
this was
jumped in
Lu
fright,
Yin's doing,
thinking that
as
they were
only
about
he could
to
summon
attack.
Yi Chi an hour later.
Even Bai
The
Qi was
progenitor
surprised.
corpse king disappeared.
These armies were
It
enough
had only
to support
appeared
the
to lure
defense of a
Lu Yin
base.
away from Chioling.
How
Not to
could the
actually
5th
fight.
mainland have so many cultivators?
After the progenitor realm corpse
These
king
armies
disappeared,
were not weak,
Lu Yin
and there were
returned
quite
to
a
his
few
body,
envoys and
recalled
half-ancestors
Yi Chi,
among them, and then left. The half-ancestors
The timing
outside
was
the
just
new
right,
void corridor
and Lu
were the
Yin
medicine
even
immortal and
suspected that the
Zhanlin.
progenitor realm corpse king
As the
was
celestial
cooperating with
sex
him.
law enforcers,
Once
they
he
had been
left,
assigned to
Chioling's
watch over
body
the corridor.
shook and she regained consciousness.
An important place like the new
Her
void
surroundings
corridor
hadn't
naturally
changed at
required
all,
more than one
but as an
half-ancestor
origin
to
heavenly
oversee
master,
it. She could sense With
that
the
something was
technocracy's
missing.
strength, it was enough
Very
to keep an
soon,
eye on it.
her expression changed.
When Bai Qi appeared with
The
Xia
time-
Shenfei,
the time
Long
was not
Tian,
right.
and the others, the
She
medicine
did not have an
immortal and
hour's worth of
Zhanlin
time.
also appeared in front of them.
The reason why she noticed this was
Zhanlin
because
had a
she
deep
actually
grudge
did
against
not
the
have
4
any
cardinals
memories
of the
scales,
progenitor
so
realm
he was
battle.
not suited to be here.
The battle between the eternal
However,
progenitor
he was
realm
very
corpse
familiar
king
with the
and
astral
Yi
tree,
Chi had been witnessed
so he was
by the
most
entire
suited to be
battlefield.
here.
The
She was
commander
also
of the
a
4th
peak
base,
emissary,
Bai Qi.
so how could she not know?
Zhanlin was
But
shocked,
she just didn't
but he
have any
quickly thought
memories
it
of it.
through.
That
The
was
5th
strange.
mainland had taken over the defense
What's
of the
going
4th
on?
base, so Bai
Who's
Qi naturally
controlling
had
me?
some free time.
This had happened before.
She was also
and
by
she
Wang Yuan's
suspected
daughter,
that it was the
so it
Eternals.
made sense that she would be the
This
first to
time,
come to the
she was
5th mainland
controlled
to
after
receive
she
the
contacted
mountain
the
inheritance.
Eternals. Could it
Bai
really
Qi
be the
recognized
Eternals?
Zhanlin.
She did not
I
suspect
didn't expect
Lu
you
Yin
to be here
as
as well.
KHWIRM and
She
Yi
then looked
Chi
around
were
and
fighting
saw
the
that the
progenitor
astral
realm
source
corpse
universe
king.
had been devoured, and there was no more astral source or star energy. Zhanlin hated the 4 cardinal scales, but he did not have any ill feelings towards Bai Qi. Although she was Bai Wang Yuan's daughter, she had always been in charge of the 4th base. She had also been like this when the Lu family was still around, so it had nothing to do with his hatred. It seems like the frigid immortal sect is indeed the most powerful sect in the astral tree. Bai Wang Yuan was the one who signed the agreement with the Tao child, so you were the first to receive the Mountain Sea inheritance. Zhanlin's words caused Bai Qi's expression to change, as he was clearly trying to sow discord. The 3 families didn't have anyone suitable for the time being, and the agreement with Lu Shaoxian was also a joint decision of the 4 families. Xia Shenfei took a sip of wine. Joint decision. He did not know about the others, but he was sure that Patriarch Shenji would not agree. He actually wanted to know the reason, but unfortunately, his level was too low. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Shaoxian already told you to open the Mountain Sea inheritance and the 5th tower, Bai Qi said to the medicine immortal as she glared coldly at Zhanlin. Zhanlin was a half-ancestor from the Star Alliance, and he had not been here for long. The other half-ancestor should be Lu Shaoxuan's trusted aide. The medicine immortal nodded. The Tao child said that I'll give you the location, but it's up to you how to get there. He then tossed his gadget to Bai Qi and the others. There was a technological civilization in the astral tree, but it was trapped in a pawn civilization. However, they had more or less come into contact with it, so they were able to pick it up quickly. After Bai Qi knew the location, she stared at the medicine immortal. I hope you guys don't break the agreement, or else our agreement with Lu Shaoxian will be voided. Don't worry, the Tao child won't go back on his word like the 4 cardinal scales, Zhanlin said indifferently. Although he did not hate Bai Qi, he had never been courteous to the 4 cardinal scales. Bai Qi did not argue with him, and she glanced behind her. Xia Shenfei put away his wine gourd,
and Long Tian stood up. The cultivators of the astral tree all looked in the direction of the outer verse and then rushed out. Their only mission was to obtain the top inheritances in the fifth pagoda. Xia Shenfei, let's compete and see who can obtain those top inheritances first. Long Tian shouted. Xia Shenfei wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth. Okay. In the distance, Bai Weiwei's expression was solemn as Xia Shengguang approached. Most of the cultivators in the wasteland don't understand how precious those top inheritances are, but if they know our goal, they will definitely gang up on us. We should work together. Bai Weiwei was surprised. You're actually thinking of working together? That's rare. Xia Shengguang frowned. Although I look down on the wasteland, there have been geniuses who have snuck in and snatched origin artifacts. It's not like there aren't any experts here. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp blade flashed past. They were shocked and hurriedly dodged. Who is it? In front of them, a figure walked out of the void and looked at them calmly. They were confused, but they were still quite vigilant. Who are you? Wei Yin. I'm here to greet you. The person blocking Xia Shengguang's path was Wei Yin, an expert who had undergone 2 tribulation origin tribulations. He considered himself Leng Qing's disciple and was proficient in blade techniques. He had once fought for the position of above sky sect's Dao disciple and was extremely strong. Bai Weiwei asked, did Lu Shaoxian send you to stop us? Does he want to go against the agreement? Wei Yan's lips curled up. I'm very young. This sentence made Bai Weiwei and the others' expressions turn ugly. Bai Wangyuan and Lu Yin's agreement was that the older generation would not intercept them, but the fifth pagoda's inheritance was a competition. What was wrong with the younger generation competing? Wei Yin was about the same age as Long Tian and the others, so he could naturally take action. It would be considered an early start to the competition for the fifth pagoda. Wei Yin naturally did not appear alone. In the starry sky, youths walked out from all directions. As long as the age gap was not too large, Bai Wangyuan and the others could not say that Lu Yin had deliberately sent people to intercept them. The astral tree's cultivators were not all youths, there were also older experts. The fifth pagoda did not have an age limit. However, the ones who intercepted the astral tree's elites were all youths. Hen Mo, Lu Lai, Lu Jiao, and the other above sky sect youths walked out one by one. Following them were Wen Sanxi, Ling Gong, Lu Tianmu, and the other former 10 arbiters. There was also the Tear Girl, Xu Jing, Yu Hua Mavis, and so on. The cultivators of the astral tree's cultivators all had solemn expressions. Long Tian pointed his white dragon spear at Lu Lai. You want to stop us? Let's see if you have the strength to do so. When Sanxi and the others had not broken through to become emissaries, so they did not take them seriously. Their target was not Longtian's group, but Bai Weiwei's group. Only the above sky sex experts could deal with Longtian's group. Be careful, there's no astral source or star energy here, someone warned. Xia Shenfei's expression turned grim. Without astral source or star energy, it would be difficult to fight. However, this was not the most difficult part. They had read the information on the fifth continent, and there was something even more difficult to deal with. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2360. Whatever came to mind. In the distance, Zhelan, He Luo Mavis, and Chu Yuan walked out from 3 different directions. These 3 directions just so happened to block the path that they had to take to reach the human domain. The appearance of these 3 caused Long Tian and the others' expressions to change. These 3 were truly Tao children from the era of heavens above, and they were the top geniuses of their respective continents. On the other hand, Long Tian and the others were only direct descendants of the fifth mainland's Lu family. If they had been in the era of heavens above, they wouldn't have had the qualifications to compete with them. Xia Shenfei smiled. How interesting. Just nice, I want to see the difference between myself and a Dao child. He was the first to charge out. Long Tian also charged out. If they could defeat these Dao children, it would mean that they had the ability to fight against the Lu family's direct descendants. As for Lu Yin, they no longer considered him. Wang Su's expression turned serious. They had no chance. Their appearance meant that Lu Yin had no intention of letting them enter the fifth tower. No one in the same generation could pass through this line of defense. As for the older generation of the cosmic tree, they would naturally be stopped by the fifth mainland's experts. The fifth mainland had merged with the sixth mainland, the astral beast domain, the era of heavens above, the cosmic tree star alliance, and the Lu family's remaining members. She was more clear-headed than Long Tian and the others because she had been here before and had fought in this region. Bai Qi's expression darkened as she looked at the medicine immortal. Beside her, Zhan Lin spoke up, "It's a competition between peers, so it shouldn't be considered a violation of the agreement. Or does the 4 Libras not have the guts to compete with us?" Bai Qi coldly replied, "It's a competition between peers. Let them do whatever they want, but don't let me find out that you've interfered, or the 4 ancestors won't be polite. The agreement between the 4 Libras and Lu Shaoxian is that we won't attack him. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 half-ancestors die." She then vanished. Lu Yin could stop the cosmic tree's people from entering the fifth tower, but he couldn't stop Bai Qi from accepting the Mountain Sea inheritance. The agreement with the fifth tower was only an additional one, and they could do whatever they wanted. However, they couldn't make any mistakes with the Mountain Sea inheritance. If Bai Qi could really accept the inheritance, then that would be her fate. However, the possibility wasn't high. How many half-martial ancestors had received the inheritance of the mountains and seas in history? How many of them had actually succeeded? That's great, there are so many ancestor realm experts, you can threaten whoever you want. The medicine immortal was envious. Zhan Lin said, "It's no use. The 4 cardinal scales great ancestor can't leave the sovereign realm. Otherwise, the situation in the starry sky of trees would have changed a long time ago, and East Yen Academy wouldn't have been able to do anything. If the 4 great ancestors came together, even the Tao child wouldn't have been able to stop them." That's true. They've been caught in their own trap. I just hope that Bai Qi doesn't inherit the mountains and seas. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it, said the medicine immortal. The mountain sea that Lu Yin had given to Astral Tree was one of the mountains and seas within the Tao Source sect's ruins. Astral Tree had entered it a few times, but he could not understand it, so he might as well take it out. If there really was someone who could inherit it, then it would be beneficial to the human race, unless that person was a mortal enemy. If they were mortal enemies, he would have to think of a way. With Bai Qi's speed, it only took her half a day to reach the outerverse and successfully find the mountain sea. Unlike the cosmic tree, Lu Yin did not hide these 2 mountain seas, and anyone could try to inherit them. Bai Qi entered the mountain sea space, crossed the sea, and approached the mountain peak. Then, her body disappeared, and she heard 5 words, "Those who have broken through, enter." A circle of torches lit up in front of her, and just as Lu Yin had seen, the flames rose. Soar, and they merged together in front of her. With each flame that merged, the color of the flames deepened. Eventually, the color of the flames could no longer be seen, and all Bai Qi could feel was an incomparably high temperature. Even though she was a half-ancestor, this high temperature was like an ordinary person facing the sun. She could not understand what was happening, and her fingers twitched. She wanted to touch the flames, but she did not dare to do so. She had a premonition that if she touched them, she would be reduced to ashes. She was clearly a half-ancestor, but she would still be burned to death. As her surroundings turned dark, Bai Qi retreated from the mountain sea, and 5 more words rang out in her ears: those who have broken through, fail. She stood outside the mountain sea, her entire body drenched in sweat. She looked on unwillingly, but she did not understand. She did not understand at all. That's normal. A familiar voice rang out. Bai Qi turned around and saw a thin man. She was shocked. It's you. Shan. The person who had appeared was Master Shan, Lu Xiaoshuan's protector. Master Shan looked at Bai Qi. We meet again, Commander Bai. Bai Qi was curious. I thought you had been exiled as well. Master Shan laughed. I was lucky to be able to preserve my life to protect the young master. Bai Qi fell silent. She had met this person several times. When Lu Xiaoxian had been training at the 4th Formation Base, this person had been at the headquarters, secretly protecting Lu Xiaoxian. They had even fought side by side. Although he was thin, his defenses were terrifying. She had thought that this person was dead, but he had appeared again. She suddenly thought of the Lu family. Would the Lu family appear again? No one knew what had happened to the Lu family. The 4 cardinal scales had done everything they could to expel the Lu family, but they were powerless to destroy them. They could only leave the matter to the Eternals, but could the Eternals really destroy the Lu family? Aside from Lu Tianyi, the ultimate powerhouse who had sealed 9 mountains and 8 seas as a god, the Lu family had another legend. She still felt that the 4 cardinal scales had made a mistake. Only those who had been guarding the battlefield at the back all year round were certain that the 4 cardinal scales had made a mistake. This was because the Lu family's disappearance had affected the battlefield the most. They were under too much pressure, and they could no longer go to the New World. Bai Qi was about to leave, and she had nothing to say to Master Shan. After all, they were enemies. Master Shan looked at Bai Qi's back. You're not going to try anymore. Bai Qi quietly replied, there's no need. If I don't understand, it'll be the same no matter how many times I try. What about you? Have you tried before? Not yet, and I don't have much hope, Master Shan replied. Bai Qi left to find a replacement. The direct descendants of the 4 cardinal scales had to be tested one by one, and then it was time to test the emissaries. Although it was rumored that it was impossible for an emissary to inherit the mountains and seas, and only 1 or 2 people had succeeded, they still had to try. After all, the mountains and seas were in the 5th mainland, and if the 5th mainland had another 9 mountains and 8 seas, it would not be a good thing for the 4 cardinal scales. Master Shan looked at Bai Qi's departing figure with a complicated expression. He had lost his most unforgettable memory, otherwise, he would have acted against this woman. He looked up at the sky. Young master, the Lu family will definitely prosper. Bai Qi returned to the technocracy from the outer verse and saw the pale Long Tian, the incredulous Xia Shenfei, and the bitter Wang Su. They had all been defeated by a Dao disciple from the above heaven sect. As for Chu Yuan and the others, they all looked calm. What kind of monster is he? How can he be so strong? Long Tian couldn't believe it. He had already put down his pride and not compared himself to Lu Yin, but he hadn't expected that the difference between them would still be so great. However, even though this region of space had no astral source, and their cultivations had stagnated, they were still able to suppress them. Across from them, Sky Cloud Jalan was disdainful. Lu Yin hadn't even been able to force out his innate gift. It seemed like there was a gap between them, but in reality, they would never be able to catch up. This was the difference between the continent's Tao disciples and the direct descendants of the continent's great powers. Just like the difference between the Lu family and the four cardinal scales, it was impossible to close. The more Sky Cloud Jalan and the others suppressed Long Tian and the others, the more they could see how abnormal Lu Yin was. He had defeated these above heaven sex Tao disciples by himself. Bai Qi couldn't do anything about this situation. Lu Yin hadn't violated the agreement. "Let's go back," Bai Qi said coldly. Bai Weiwei and the others were unwilling, but they still left under Bai Qi's strict orders. With the above heaven sex Tao disciples obstructing them, how could they cross over? For the people of the Starry Sky Trees generation, this was a natural disaster. However, it was impossible for the above heaven sex Tao disciples to bring cultivators of all ages. There were bound to be some that they couldn't bring. She didn't believe that the Fifth Mainland's peers could suppress the Starry Sky Trees experts. When they returned, they would have everyone in the Starry Sky Tree of all ages and cultivations take action. She wanted to see if the Fifth Mainland could block them all. It was impossible for the Fifth Mainland to block them all, but there was no rule that Chu Yuan and the others couldn't challenge those of a higher realm. With Chu Yuan and the others' strength, they could easily challenge 4 or 5 Origin Tribulations cultivators. Back at the fourth base of the battlefield, Lu Yin lowered his arm in melancholy. He had rolled his die 4 times, but he hadn't rolled a 6. Instead, he had rolled a 4. He had been in seclusion for almost a year to continue cultivating the serious art, but he would have to wait 10 days before he could roll the die again. He didn't know if he would be able to merge into an Origin Heavenly Master's body again. To be honest, it wasn't very likely, and it would all depend on luck. However, luck was something that no one could say for sure. He had previously wanted to merge into a Star Alliance cultivator's body to help remove their restrictions, but he hadn't succeeded. That had been luck. Right, did this universe have cultivators with innate gifts like luck? Lu Yin pondered. 10 days passed, and he looked up and continued rolling his die. He tapped it, and the die slowly spun, enhance. 5. Lu Yin was about to roll again when he suddenly remembered that this was the fourth base, and there were plenty of cultivators around. The first person he thought of was 9 Radiance. Hen Xan had no innate gift, and no one in Team E had either. Elder Chan didn't seem to have any innate gift either, as he had never seen him use it. As for the Yao Emperor, who knew if a celestial beast's spiritual force could be considered an innate gift? The only one he could find was 9 Radiance. He would just treat it as a test of luck, and it would be a waste if he didn't use it. Lu Yin's body disappeared and reappeared on the battlefield. 9 Radiance and Hen Xan stood side by side, looking at the endless corpse kings in the distance. Lu Yin's sudden appearance gave them a fright, and they almost attacked. Lu Yin patted 9 Radiance on the shoulder. "I didn't send you to the front lines to watch the show. Go fight." He then vanished. 9 Radiance only reacted after Lu Yin left, and he looked at Hen Xan in confusion. Hen Xan looked back at him, not understanding what had happened. Lu Yin returned to the headquarters and raised his hand. There was a new symbol on the die's 5 side that resembled a brain. He was surprised. What was 9 Radiance innate gift? How could it be a brain? He thought about it and memorized it, planning to ask about it when he returned to the Fifth Mainland. He tapped it again and continued rolling the die. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2361. After 4 rolls, Lu Yin sighed, as he still hadn't been able to roll 6 pips. He had, however, managed to roll 3 pips, but he only wanted to upgrade something on the level of the slippers. How could he upgrade it here? His aura might attract by Wang Yuan and the others. He waited for another 10 days. For most cultivators, each day on the battlefield felt like a year, but the reverse battlefield didn't feel the same way. This was because the battles here were never-ending, and battles could happen at any moment. None of the 5 main array bases were idle, and no one knew where so many corpse kings had come from. After the past few days of fighting, the 4th array base's battlefield had successfully attracted everyone's attention, as its battle style was too unique. Even an explorer could travel through the void and unleash an enlighter's attack, let alone an enlighter. After the past few days of fighting, very few people had died in the 4th array base, including the Astral Beast army. There were too many void wanderers, enough for everyone to have one. If they encountered any danger, the void wanderers would do their best to travel through the void, rendering the corpse king's attacks ineffective. It could be said that the 4th array base had sent out the most cultivators and astral beasts to participate in the battle. The average cultivator had the highest cultivation, and the death rate was also the lowest. There were even occasional instances where the corpse kings were repelled. The reason why the cultivators of the cosmic tree realm feared the battlefield on the other side was because of the never-ending battles there. However, the 4th array base had been able to force the corpse king back, which was extremely rare. Furthermore, their sourcebox array had not been destroyed, which was also quite rare. The cosmic tree realm did not send any origin array masters to reinforce the 4th array base, as there was no need for it. The 4th array base's dazzling performance caused many people to discuss it. Some said that they could give them another array base to defend, but this was not something they could decide. It seemed like giving the 5th mainland another array base to defend was a good thing for the cosmic tree realm, but Bai Wang Yuan and the others saw it differently. The 5th mainland had 2 array bases to defend, which meant that they couldn't do anything to the 5th mainland. Otherwise, the first to be affected would be the reverse battlefield. They didn't want to be led by the nose by Lu Yin. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and there were only 28 days left until Mushang's birthday. Lu Yin also received news that the 4 origin array heavenly masters would be present on that day, and they would be playing Eternal's Radius. The location would be at the entrance to the backside battlefield, and 1 step north would lead them to the topmost realm. This single step separated the peaceful topmost realm from the backside battlefield, and the bloodthirsty backside battlefield. Mu Shang had chosen this location to give Lu Yin a hint that he could leave at any time, but once he did, it would mean that he had lost. Although neither side mentioned the price of losing, they both knew that they couldn't afford to lose. Back at the headquarters of the 4th base, Lu Yin tapped his die, causing it to slowly spin before finally stopping at 6 pips. His eyes lit up, and his consciousness appeared in that dark space. He looked around at the dim orbs of light around him and felt somewhat disappointed. The one he wanted to merge with the most was the Origin Array Heavenly Master, but there were only 4 Origin Array Heavenly Masters in the Starry Sky Tree. The chances of him merging with them were too small. The one with the lowest cultivation was Mu Shang, but the light that Mu Shang represented was brighter than these. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up, and he sent his consciousness into the distance in search of the bright ball of light. He couldn't control his consciousness in this dark space at all. He didn't know how far he would go with a casual move, and there weren't any bright balls of light around him. Now that he could battle a half-martial ancestor, the bright light definitely represented a half-martial ancestor. At the very least, it was an emissary at the 5th or 6th stage of tribulation origin. How many? The position where the 6 points of consciousness appeared had little to do with his own position. Fortunately, he had a lot of star essence, so he could use it as much as he wanted. His consciousness moved again, but there were still no bright balls of light. Again. He was well aware that every move he made would consume an astronomical amount of star essence, but if he couldn't merge with someone of value, then the 6 pips on his die would be wasted. He wasn't confident that he would be able to roll 6 pips again. Finally, after his 5th move, he saw a bright ball of light that was especially bright. It was even brighter than the ones he had faced against Celestial Master Chioling and Henyi. It should be a half-martial ancestor. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment, but he still chose to merge with it. The moment he merged with the ball of light, he felt a mixture of pain and numbness in his mind. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, only to find that his surroundings were pitch black. Where am I? Memories flooded into his mind, and his expression changed. He was in the depths of the new world, and he had not merged with a human. Instead, he had merged with one of the 12 eternal marquises, the Blue Marquis. Lu Yin had never thought that he would actually merge with one of the 12 eternal marquises. Even though he could battle a half-martial ancestor, that was under the premise that he had borrowed various powers. If not for the power in his heart, he would not have been able to face a half-martial ancestor's inner world. The 12 eternal marquises were similar to the sect masters of the 12 Elysian gates, so it wouldn't take long for him to merge with them. Sure enough, such a bright ball of light represented a half-martial ancestor. He did not move and allowed the memories to enter his mind. Lu Yin's expression changed. Lan Ho had not left for nearly 10 years and had been recuperating underground. Lu Yin already knew where these endless corpse kings had come from. They had come from a parallel space. It was possible to travel through parallel space, but it was difficult to return. However, this was not difficult for the Eternals since they had coordinates. This was similar to the seal that Lu Yin had obtained from the Eternal Kingdom. Through Lan Ho's memories, Lu Yin knew that the seal had come from the Eternal Race's only true God. He had also seen the scarlet vertical eye that represented that true God in Lan Ho's memories. He had experienced Lan Ho's reverence at the time. It wasn't just Lan Ho, even the progenitor corpse kings had to respect the true God from the bottom of their hearts. It wasn't just reverence, there was also fear. In Lan Ho's memories, that scarlet vertical eye did not have any terrifying aura, but it still made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Yin could also feel this fear. At that moment, his consciousness suddenly disappeared and returned to his body through the dark space. It had not been long since he had entered Lan Ho's body, or rather, it had been too short. After all, he was one of the 12 marquises of the Eternals. Lan Ho's memories did not give Lu Yin much useful information. Other than seeing the symbol of the Eternal Race's only true God, there was also the person who had injured him. It was a middle-aged man covered in lightning, and Lan Ho had not been able to see his face clearly. Just the aftermath of the lightning had been enough to injure him, forcing him to go into seclusion to recuperate. However, that person was in a parallel space and not in this space. Lu Yin took a deep breath. The Eternals could continuously create corpse kings through parallel space, and there was an endless supply of them. If they had a way to locate coordinates, then could they also use parallel space to pull people into battle? Actually, the theory that the corpse kings had come from parallel space had long been inferred. Many cultivators in the new city were said to have come from parallel space, such as Big Sis Rakshasa, but none of them had been confirmed. Now that Lu Yin had confirmed it, he stopped thinking about it and checked his cosmic ring. Lu Yin knew that constantly moving through the dark space would consume a lot of energy, but he had not expected it to be so much. He had spent a total of 250 billion star essence, which was nearly 100 billion star essence more than when he had fused with Henye's body. When he had fused with Henye's body, he had only spent 146 billion star essence. Henye had been on the 5th mainland, while Lu Yin had been in the cosmic tree realm. He had spent a lot of time in Henye's body and had even endured the bombardment of progenitor power, which was why he had consumed so much energy. Now, he had actually consumed so much energy when he had fused with Lan Ho's body. Lan Ho had been on the new mainland and had not crossed through space. Was it because Lan Ho was a half-progenitor? The cost of going from an emissary to a half-progenitor was too ridiculous. No, it was more likely that Lu Yin had been moving through the dark space, and every time he moved, the cost would be ridiculous as well. Lu Yin sighed. The higher his cultivation, the more energy he would consume. Sure enough, no matter how much money he had, it would not be enough for the dye's consumption. He stopped thinking about it and started again. If he did not have enough, then he would continue to earn more. He did not love money, as it was used to increase his strength. He tapped out, and the dye slowly spun before stopping. 4 pips. Lu Yin's vision changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. Here, Lu Yin could obtain as many pips as he wanted. At most, it would take a bit more time. He looked at his cosmic ring and fell into deep thought. When he had been on Junior Ancestor Planet, he had had the opportunity to upgrade the slippers. However, the amount of star essence required to upgrade the slippers had been too ridiculous, and even if he had upgraded the slippers to the point where they could instantly kill a progenitor, he would not have been able to get close to a progenitor. After all, the slippers were meant for close combat. However, things were different now. He could summon Qi, and he had the Hellworm. He could also borrow the rune lines of a progenitor, and he could even borrow progenitor Chen's strength from the 5th mainland. It was not impossible for him to rely on the slippers to win. Xia Xinji and the others would definitely be on guard against the slippers, but the Eternals might not be. And even if they were on guard, as Lu Yin's strength increased, they might not be able to defend themselves against the slippers. In that case, it was time to upgrade the slippers. He would make them into a weapon that could defeat a progenitor, just like the Grim Reaper Go Lien. When the die rolled to 3 pips, Lu Yin looked at the 2 screens and took a deep breath. The true cost had come. When he had upgraded the needle, he had spent a total of 460 billion star essence. As for the slippers, Lu Yin took another deep breath. He was prepared to be poor. He tossed the slippers onto the upper screen and then began to frantically spend star essence. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin had already become numb. He did not know how many star essence he had left in his cosmic ring. It was impossible for him to store all the star essence he had obtained from the astral beast domain in a single cosmic ring. He had collected the largest cosmic ring in the 5th mainland and had stored a total of 3 of them. Now, 2 of them were empty, and the last one was constantly decreasing. Lu Yin did not even want to calculate how much star essence he had spent. He just watched as the slippers gradually descended and landed on the lower screen. Lu Yin gulped as he looked at the slippers. There had been no change at all. No, the footprints had become even darker. His face darkened. It couldn't be. If nothing had changed even after using so much star essence, then he would have felt like dying. Lu Yin picked up the slippers and wanted to find someone to slap them on. He could not find anyone, but he had the Hellworm. Coincidentally, the frozen space's time was up. Lu Yin grabbed the slippers and walked out of the headquarters. He then looked up at the Hellworm. At this moment, one of the Hellworm's claws was deep in his nostrils, and no one knew what he was digging for. He did not look like a progenitor at all, and those who had seen this scene were already numb to it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2362. Lu Yin grabbed the slipper and climbed onto the Hellworm's back. Suddenly, the creature felt a chill, as if something bad was about to happen. It slowly turned its head, its claws still in its nostrils. It looked at Lu Yin on its back and then stared at the slipper in Lu Yin's hand. Its pupils shrank, and it let out a mournful roar without warning. Its claws accidentally pierced its nostrils, causing blood to flow out. Lu Yin was startled. "What are you roaring about?" "Shut up." The hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws to intimidate Lu Yin. It was afraid of the slipper, but Lu Yin was displeased. "Are you trying to rebel?" The hellworm subconsciously lowered its claws, bent them, and blinked. It carefully moved its head closer to Lu Yin, and Lu Yin actually saw a pleading look in its eyes. Countless cultivators at the 4th, 3rd, and 5th bases were shocked, including the commanders and the eyes of the bases. They had thought that a progenitor had arrived and had beaten the hellworm until it screamed, but they had not sensed any progenitor's power. Lu Yin looked at the hellworm's pleading gaze, and his heart softened. "I'll just test its power." The hellworm's claws continued to bend, which was a sign of submission. When it had first arrived at the 5th mainland, it had been driven mad by the slipper. The experience of being whipped had already traumatized it. Lu Yin pursed his lips and wanted to harden his heart, but when he saw the hellworm's pleading gaze, he sighed. "All right, I won't whip you." He then put the slipper away. The hellworm was delighted, and it raised its head high as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. "Shut up!" Lu Yin barked. The hellworm's howl stopped abruptly, but it did not show any dissatisfaction. As long as it was not whipped, anything was fine. Countless people were stunned as they watched Lu Yin teach the hellworm a lesson as if it was a dog. How could a progenitor do something like that? Countless people's worldviews were shattered, and the progenitor's image in their hearts was no longer as unreachable. Progenitors were still living creatures. Ever since they had seen Lu Yin teach the hellworm a lesson, the people at the back of the battlefield looked at the 4th base in a different light. They had originally thought that the hellworm and Lu Yin were working together, and they would never have believed that Lu Yin could subdue a progenitor. But now, it seemed that something was amiss. Perhaps the hellworm really had been subdued. Xiaoda was the most disgusted, as he felt as if Lu Yin was trampling on Shenwu Plain. Time continued to pass, and the battlefield on the back of the array formation continued as usual. The day of Mu Shang's birthday drew closer and closer, and some people from the top realm had already arrived at the back of the array formation with birthday gifts. The lockbreakers on the back of the array formation were also discussing something, and they would occasionally glance at the 4th array base. Originally, the lockbreakers had not been optimistic about Lu Yin challenging Mu Shang, as Mu Shang was the youngest lockbreaker in history, and it was impossible for anyone to surpass him. However, after news of Lu Yin teaching the caged WIRM a lesson, they no longer dared to make such assertions. A person who could subdue a progenitor could not be judged by common sense. Bai Wangyuan personally met with Mu Shang and asked him about Lu Yin's challenge. Mu Shang's answer reassured Bai Wangyuan. His ability to change the knots is indeed impressive, and there aren't many array masters in the top realm who can do that. He'll definitely become an Origin Heavenly Array Master in the future. He has the talent, but it's still too early for him to challenge me. In terms of defense, no one other than the Lu family could compete with it. Now, Lu Yin had not only fought his way out of the Shenwu Plain, but he had also taken the hellworm away. This had completely embarrassed the Xia family. As for the Yuhao family, it was no longer the Yu family that had lost face, but rather the Xia family. The Xia family had clearly used the Yu family to intimidate the entire astral tree realm so that no one would dare to hide the remaining members of the Lu family. However, they had been used by Lu Yin instead. The Xia family had personally helped the Yu family wash away this humiliation, but they had eventually discovered that Yuhao was actually Lu Shaoxian. The Xia family had lost even more face than the White Dragon clan had. However, no one mocked the Xia family, as Lu Yin had escaped right in front of Xiaxinji. He was too much of a threat, and no one dared to mock him. How spectacular! That's the hellworm of the Shenwu Plain. Remember, don't provoke it, it's the signature of the Shenwu plane. A piercing voice traveled into Xia Ziheng's ears, and he looked coldly into the distance. Nong Sanyang was talking to Nong Lai, and she looked at him mockingly. Xia Ziheng's gaze turned cold. If this had been in the past, he would have definitely taught them a lesson, even if they were from the School of Agriculture. However, Lu Yin was now in control of the four-way scales, and the Nong family and the Lu family were crucial. He did not want to cause any more trouble, so he walked over to the other side. The sword sect's sword techniques aren't bad, especially the inherited 13 swords. It's just like the legends say. This was Lu Hao's voice. He had been released after being brought back to the cosmic tree. Bai Wang Yuan was not Lu Yin, and he did not imprison these people. Beside Lu Hao was the bright sword grandmaster, Lu Song. He said, "You still have to go to the fifth mainland and see if you can bring back the 13 swords." Back then, Lu Shaoxian used the 13 swords to injure Xia Ziheng in the Shenwu plain. It's a battle technique that can surpass realms. Xia Ziheng's expression turned ugly, and he glared at Lu Song before leaving and walking over to the other side. What? Someone with the surname Xia came to our academy to register. No, absolutely not. What? He looks just like Xia Ziheng. He can't be his illegitimate child, right? No, that old thing is so old and useless, so how could he have an illegitimate child? Maybe it's his descendant. If you don't accept, kick him out. What are you sneaking around for? The culinary god shouted at the cloudflow stone. Behind him, Mr. Wei blinked and happened to see Xia Ziheng. Xia Ziheng slowly turned around and glared at the culinary god. This was too insulting. How could someone speak like that? This was too tasteless. Wasn't this insulting? Xia Ziheng had never insulted someone like that in all his years of life. He wanted to retort, but Xia Ziheng realized that he didn't have the right words. Old thing, that's not right. Why can't Xia Ziheng be a half-ancestor? A loud voice came from the other side. Xia Ziheng's expression darkened. With such a loud voice, anyone could hear it. He glared fiercely at Kuei Luo, that shameless thing. The culinary god raised his eyebrows. What, are you going to refute? Kuei Luo came over and ignored the strange looks everyone was giving him. Xia Ziheng has over 100 concubines at home. Don't you know? The culinary god was surprised. Is that so? You don't believe me when I say that you're inexperienced. Xia Ziheng said that he's from a side branch and can't cultivate 9 clones, so he created descendants. Every descendant is a clone, and they're all from him. Added together, they'll definitely surpass the direct descendants of the Xia family, including that divine ancestor, Kuei Luo said loudly. Kuei Luo, don't slander me. Xia Ziheng shouted angrily. He couldn't take it anymore. These words were too much. Not only did they insult him, but they also insulted divine ancestor. The culinary god and Kuei Luo both looked over. Oh, isn't this half-ancestor Ziheng? You're still alive. I thought you died in divine martial heaven. Xia Ziheng roared, Kuei Luo, you're courting death. He charged over. The surrounding people were speechless. Kuei Luo's mouth was too venomous, but the problem was that this guy was famous for his gossip. He had once spread the secrets of the various families everywhere, and it was all true. They looked at Xia Ziheng. Those words might not have been false. Xia Ziheng almost vomited blood. Kuei Luo, prove my innocence. Kuei Luo yelled, fine, I'll prove that you didn't have that many concubines because you can't. Xia Ziheng attacked in anger, and the two disappeared in the blink of an eye. The culinary god pursed his lips. It had nothing to do with him. Mr. Wei shook his head and looked in a direction. Mu Shang was walking over. Seeing this farce, Mu Shang's expression didn't look too good. Today is my birthday. Thank you all for coming. I can't thank you enough. Xia Ziheng, this old man has already proven himself. What else do you want? Kuei Luo yelled. His voice spread all around, attracting everyone's attention. Many people felt their teeth ache. Kuei Luo, this old bastard, was rumored to be dead, but he had appeared with Lu Shaoxian. How disgusting. Mu Shang's expression darkened. Seniors, please give this junior some face and call a truce. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2363. Xia Ziheng gritted his teeth. Nothing had been going well lately. Ever since Lu Shaoxian had disguised himself as Yu Hao, Xia Ziheng had never succeeded. Even the Yu family's incident had been blamed on him. He had become Xia Xinji's punching bag, and his temper had become extremely irritable. Old bastard, my Xia family will kill you sooner or later. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. I believe you. Xia Ziheng's anger surged again. Seniors, please calm down. Mu Shang lowered his voice. Although he was only an emissary and these two were half-ancestors, he was an origin array heavenly master. His status was higher than most half-ancestors, and he could speak with progenitors. He didn't care about these two. Xia Ziheng slowly descended. Kuei Luo was a troublemaker who wasn't afraid of anything. With Lu Shaoxian backing him up, Xia Ziheng might even dare to scold an ancestor. However, Xia Ziheng was different, and he had to give Mu Shang face. Mu Shang looked at Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo smiled proudly and descended as well. Mu Shang's eyes flashed coldly. There were too many people in the cosmic tree who had a grudge against this old bastard. At least half of the people present wanted to kill him, but they were wary of Lu Shaoxian. The situation in this region had changed because of Lu Shaoxian. Not long after, Chiling appeared, and Mu Shang hurriedly went to greet her. He was also an origin array heavenly master, but he was the youngest. Chiling glanced at him and smiled. It seems that I'm the first to arrive. Mu Shang smiled. Heavenly Master, you've given me enough face by coming. Chiling asked, are you confident? Mu Shang naturally knew what she was asking. Lu Shaoxian isn't weak. Let's see. Chiling nodded and didn't say anything else. She hadn't received any orders from the Eternals regarding Lu Yin, and even they couldn't control him anymore. More and more people arrived and gathered at the edge of the battlefield. Anyone who could make it here was familiar with the battlefield, and no matter how the 5 array bases fought, it was all normal to them. Heavenly Master Gu Yan arrived, wearing an extremely luxurious robe. He slowly approached with his maid Xiao Chui and guard but face. When he saw Gu Yan arrive, Mu Shang's expression turned solemn as he went up to greet him. Many people stopped talking and looked at Gu Yan. No one dared to ignore the number 1 heavenly master of the cosmic tree. Thank you for coming, senior. Mu Shang smiled and bowed. Heavenly Master Gu Yan hummed reservedly. He looked past Mu Shang and asked, is Lu Shaoxian not here yet? Mu Shang frowned slightly. Lu Shaoxian sounded like he was very familiar with Mu Shang. Not yet. Senior, please. Divine Master Gu Yan wasn't here for Mu Shang. Although he didn't dislike Mu Shang was still a member of the frigid immortal sect, so Divine Master Gu Yan didn't need to give him face. First of all, the two had met once in the mortal realm, and if not for the fact that Lu Yin didn't want to reveal his identity, he might have already become Lu Xiaoxuan's disciple. Second of all, he and Lu Shaoxian were old acquaintances. Of course, not many people knew about this. Seeing that Heavenly Master Gu Yan had arrived, Xia Ziheng, Wu Yao, and several other half-step ancestors stepped forward to welcome him. Heavenly Master Gu Yan was still as polite and shameless as ever. While he was at it, he was also thinking of ways to get some gifts from these old men for Xiao Chui. Kuei Luo took a few steps back. Outside of progenitors, there weren't many people in the astral tree realm that he was afraid of. Heavenly Master Gu Yan was definitely one of the top few, and he had suffered a loss in the past. When Heavenly Master Gu Yan saw Kuei Luo, he smiled brilliantly. "Isn't this Kuei? After playing dead for so long, you finally decided to show yourself." Quite a few. Everyone was confused. What Kuei? Kuei Luo was speechless as he stared at Heavenly Master Gu Yan. This old man really was a good-for-nothing, exposing him as soon as they met. "I still have to thank Heavenly Master for your help back then. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, so I won't shortchange you." Heavenly Master Gu Yan blinked. What the hell? Many people looked at Heavenly Master Gu Yan with strange expressions. Had he helped Kuei Luo? Had he helped this notorious bastard? Heavenly Master Gu Yan was speechless. "Old man, don't spout nonsense. You're shameless." Kuei Luo laughed strangely. He had only said a few words, and it was none of his business whether the others believed him or not. Heavenly Master Gu Yan felt that he wasn't as shameless as this old man. The more he spoke, the more troublesome it became. He looked off into the distance and saw the hellworm. "Isn't that the Xia family's toy? Did Lu Shaoxian really steal it?" Xia Ziheng's expression turned ugly when he heard this. Mu Shang quickly changed the topic. "Why isn't Lu Shaoxian here yet? He's too arrogant. He was the one who challenged Heavenly Master Mu, so he should have come earlier." "Shoo, don't talk. Don't provoke Lu Shaoxian. Nobody dares to provoke him now. Didn't the four-way scale set him up so that he could appear in the open? In the eyes of the four-way scales, he's just bait," someone said disdainfully. Where's Qiao? Why hasn't she been seen for so long?" Many people fell silent. Some knew, while others didn't, that Qiao was the reason for this challenge. Mu Shang's birthday wasn't very grand. If not for Lu Yin's challenge, many people wouldn't have come. Those who were truly willing to come were either from the frigid immortal sect or lockbreakers. In particular, many lockbreakers wanted to become Mu Shang's disciples, which was why they had prepared gifts. As Mu Shang's only disciple, Qiao was naturally more attentive. Unfortunately, her gift would never be seen again. A figure walked into the back of the battlefield and looked at the battle in the distance with a shocked expression. It was Imperial Tutor Skymender. Lu Yin and Mu Shang were playing chess, so how could only the Origin Array Heavenly Master from the Astral Tree Galaxy appear? He had actually wanted to bring Heavenly Master Xiao and Heavenly Master Supreme Sage as well, but decided against it. Imperial Tutor Skymender's appearance immediately attracted Heavenly Master Gu Yan's attention. An unfamiliar Origin Array Heavenly Master? Heavenly Master Qiuling and Mu Shang immediately saw Imperial Tutor Skymender. Mu Shang's expression darkened as he recognized this person. This was the person who had helped Xian Academy's Sourcebox Array block him. This person was also an Origin Array Heavenly Master. When Imperial Tutor Skymender arrived, Kuei Luo leaned over and said something. After that, the food god went over as well. Imperial Tutor Skymender had helped Xian Academy block Mu Shang, so the food god naturally recognized him. With a roar from the hellworm, Lu Yin's figure appeared at the back of the battlefield. He stepped forward and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone fell silent as they stared at Lu Yin. Xia Ziheng's eyelids twitched. He hadn't seen Lu Yin since he had fought his way out of Shenwu Plain. Now that they had met again, he realized that this person had changed. He had become incomparably domineering. The hellworm's enormous figure covered the back of the battlefield, and Lu Yin used the hellworm as a backdrop. The commander appointment platform floated as he approached the crowd. Every step he took was loud and clear. As he approached, the commander appointment platform became much clearer. He had borrowed the rune lines of the progenitor realm from the platform. Lu Yin believed that there were countless people who wanted to attack him, and the 4 cardinal scales would not go back on their agreement. However, that didn't mean that no one would help them. Not all of the progenitors in the astral tree galaxy were present. The 4 cardinal scales. Even if they weren't progenitors, they might have other methods, so they had to be on guard. Heavenly Master Gu Yen had a complicated expression as he watched Lu Yin approach. Was this the current Lu Shaoxian? It was a pity that the once sunny and optimistic child had become like this. When Lu Yin appeared, there was no one else in Mu Shang's eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. Brother Lu, how do you plan on challenging me? Mu Shang stepped forward and asked Lu Yin directly. Everyone looked at them. Lu Yin was so young, but he had such an extraordinary talent in lockbreaking. It was unbelievable. Most did not believe that the current Lu Yin could defeat Mu Shang. Lockbreaking was not a battle, and even if Lu Yin had the ability to fight progenitors, it could not be used in lockbreaking. However, that was only for now. As time passed, Lu Yin's achievements in lockbreaking would be unimaginable, and they believed that he would definitely be able to match Mu Shang in the future. Many believed that Lu Yin was challenging Mu Shang because he was too arrogant. His attitude towards fighting progenitors had made him insufferably arrogant, and he believed himself to be invincible in all aspects. In the sovereign realm, Bai Wang Yuan and the others looked down. Is Mu Shang confident? Xia Xinji asked. Bai Wang Yuan did not answer. Mu Shang had given him a definite answer, but he was facing Lu Shaoxian. He suddenly felt like Xia Xinji had gone to the abandoned lands to kill Lu Shaoxian when the new void corridor had opened. At the back of the battlefield, Lu Yin calmly looked at Mu Shang. Stable radius. Mu Shang calmly looked back at Lu Yin. I can give you another chance to choose. Stable radius, you'll definitely lose. Lu Yin shrugged. Let's try. Mu Shang nodded. Once upon a time, you all called me Brother Mu. I've given you a chance, but since you don't want to accept it, then stable radius. Stable radius seemed like a game, but it was a test of an origin array master's abilities. It was obvious who was better and who was worse. Gu Yen shook his head. If this kid dared to challenge Mu Shang, then he might have a chance. However, stable radius would definitely lose. Hey, why is it stable radius? Is that guy sure that Lu Kid will lose? Kue Luo asked Qiuling. Qiuling frowned. She loathed this bastard, I don't know. Aren't you a celestial master as well? Kue Luo retorted. Qiuling avoided the question. Kue Luo rolled his eyes and looked at Lu Yin. Shouldn't challenging an origin array master be lockbreaking? What stable radius? Don't bother with these useless things. We want to see lockbreaking. Yes, we want to see lockbreaking. Nong Sanyang shouted. Lu Song coughed. Lockbreaking is still better. Mu Shang's lips curled up as he calmly looked at Lu Yin. These people were all close to the Lu family and obviously wanted to help Lu Yin. It was just a matter of whether or not he would accept their kindness. Lu Yin didn't know where Mu Shang's confidence came from. He had Qiuling's lockbreaking talent and was confident that he wasn't much weaker than Mu Shang. His battle prowess even surpassed Mu Shang's, and although battle prowess didn't represent lockbreaking ability, he still had an advantage in stable radius. Why was Mu Shang so sure that he would lose? Lu Yin still had a choice. At this point, Xia Ziheng spoke up. This is the back battlefield. Who's going to take responsibility if something goes wrong? Lock-breaking a source box could result in an unknown danger. This was the back battlefield, where the humans were facing the Eternals, so it wasn't appropriate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2364. There was nothing wrong with Xia Ziheng's words, and even Kuei Luo couldn't find a reason to refute them. Lu Yin looked at Mu Shang's mocking expression and nodded. Let's go with the stable square. He didn't believe that Mu Shang could beat Celestial Master Qiuling. After all, Qiuling had become a Celestial Master earlier than this guy, and with Lu Yin's own experience, there was no guarantee of victory. Mu Shang thought that he understood Lu Yin, but the current Lu Yin was different from the last time they had met. One was a Realm Yuan Formation Master, and the other was an Origin Celestial Master. Naturally, they would use a boundless advanced source box against the stable square. How many? Mu Shang asked. How many do you want? Lu Yin asked. Mu Shang placed himself on a higher level than Lu Yin, allowing Lu Yin to choose the method, time, and location of the match. He had even reminded Lu Yin, which made it seem like he was helping a junior. Lu Yin didn't mind, as he only cared about the results, not the process. Mu Shang looked at Lu Yin. I once played against Celestial Master Qiuling and used 8 boundless advanced source boxes. Can you handle it? Many gasped, and Master Deng Guo was stunned. 8 boundless advanced source boxes. He had only played against 5 other Realm Yuan Formation Masters at most, and that was already his limit. Normally, he would only play 3 or 4, but now he had 8. Only an Origin Celestial Master could do that. Legend has it that Celestial Master Gu Yen used more than 10 boundless advanced source boxes when he played against Celestial Master Li. Is that true? Another Realm Yuan Formation Master asked, and Celestial Master Li didn't come. Master Deng Guo replied, it's true. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's true. Celestial Master Mu directly asked for 8 boundless advanced source boxes. Unless it's an Origin Celestial Master, no one can match him. Even Celestial Master Mu himself would have a hard time, the Formation Master said. Master Deng Guo looked over. Indeed, even Celestial Master Mu himself might not have an easy time against 8 boundless advanced source boxes. Celestial Master Qiuling raised her brows. 8. She had indeed played against Mu Shang before, but a huge battle had occurred before the game had been completed. Even with her and Mu Shang's abilities, it would still be very difficult for them to play against 8 boundless advanced source boxes' stable perimeters. Lu Shaoxian definitely wouldn't be able to do such a thing. No one believed that Lu Yin could do it, including Skymender Imperial Tutor. He knew that Lu Yin's lock-breaking skills were very high, but he was at most at the level of a Jiayuan Array Master. He was still lacking when it came to a game of this level. Lu Yin glanced at Celestial Master Qiuling. You've played chess with her before. What a coincidence. I've played against Celestial Master Qiuling before, but we only have 3 source boxes. Then, how about 8? Mu Shang asked. Or you can choose for yourself. What was the result of your match with Celestial Master Qiuling? Not yet, Mu Shang said. Do you think you can win? Lu Yin asked again. Mu Shang frowned. This is a game between us. It has nothing to do with that game. Don't dare to answer. Looks like you're not confident in winning. And here I thought you were saying that I'd definitely lose to the stable square circle, but it turns out that you're no match for Celestial Master Qiuling. Mu Shang's eyes narrowed. That's our problem. Do you accept it or not? How many source boxes do you want? Lu Yin nodded. 8 then. Skymender Imperial Tutor's expression turned grave. 8. It was rare to see 8 boundless advanced source boxes in a game of Jiayuan Array Master Chuling. Every additional source box represented a qualitative change. However, there were times when people could die from playing games. The onlookers all looked at Lu Yin with mocking gazes. They either understood it themselves or through the lockbreakers beside them. They clearly knew what the stable perimeters of the 8 boundless advanced source boxes represented. Did Lu Yin really think that just anyone could play a game of this level? He was too arrogant. You can play your source box, Mu Shang said. It was very difficult for him to play a game of this level. Whoever played their source box would have the upper hand. Unfortunately, Lu Yin only had 4 boundless advanced source boxes. Let's split it evenly. I won't take advantage of you. Kuei Luo was speechless. You don't have any, do you? Boundless advanced source boxes were not cabbages, and even a half-ancestor might not have one. Mu Shang had not expected Lu Yin to be able to take out 4 boundless advanced source boxes. Even he could not take out 8 boundless advanced source boxes at once, and he had planned to borrow them from Celestial Master Chuling and the others. He had thought that Lu Yin would only have 1 or 2 at most, but now that Lu Yin had taken out 4, he could take out the remaining 4. Celestial Master Gu Yen, as the number 1 Celestial Master in the Cosmic Tree Realm, would you be willing to witness this game? Mu Shang asked Gu Yen, who was standing in the distance. Gu Yen walked out with Xiao Chui's help and looked at the two. It's been a while since I've seen such an exciting game. Sure. Lu Yin was quite confident in Gu Yan's abilities. At this moment, Gu Yan looked at Lu Yin with a brilliant smile and rubbed his cosmic ring. Kid, the identity of my disciple should be quite useful, right? Lu Yin coughed, as he had just been punished. Actually, I never said that I was Senior's disciple. It was just a random guess. Xia Ziheng was furious. Lu Shaoxian, you admitted that you were Celestial Master Gu Yan's disciple. Before Lu Yin could reply, Kuei Luo stepped forward. Old thing, you must have used too much strength on your concubine. You must be hallucinating. Do you really think that all your descendants are clones? Your ancestor would be so angry if he knew. Wait, does that mean that all of you are clones of the Xia family's ancestor? Xia Ziheng was furious. I swear to kill you, Kuei Luo. Impudent. A sharp blade appeared in the void and slashed down towards Kuei Luo. Everyone's hair stood on end as a progenitor's killing intent caused them to tremble. Even Mu Shang and Chuling paled. They had never felt such a strong killing intent before. Gu Yan's face sank. Xia Xinji's killing intent was too terrifying, and this was just them. Kuei Luo, who was facing Xia Xinji's killing intent, felt an even more terrifying pressure. Kuei Luo was stunned, as he hadn't expected that his words would draw out Xia Xinji. He couldn't even dodge the blade's killing intent as the progenitor's power suppressed him. If not for the fact that he had been reciting the primogenitor scripture for a long time, his consciousness might have even dissipated. Lu Yin looked up, and progenitor rune lines blocked Kuei Luo's path. Xia Xinji, this is none of your business. Scram! There was a loud shout, and the 5 array bases behind them trembled. Countless people looked back in shock, another clash between progenitors. Why was there always a progenitor's power appearing? Shouldn't it be in the sovereign realm? Impudent thing, how dare you insult my Xia family's ancestor? Die! Following Xia Xinji's words, countless people at the 5 array bases looked up as a giant blade formed above their heads. Both humans and corpse kings stopped moving. Xia Ziheng smiled cruelly. Damn it, this old bastard. Lu Yin was about to attack when a glowing stone appeared above his head. It was Mu Xia. Xia Xinji, are you trying to break the agreement? In the sovereign realm, Xia Xinji's face darkened. Beside him, Bai Wang Yuan said, now's not the time. Stop. Xia Xinji took a deep breath and looked at the entrance to the battlefield behind them. If you dare speak again, I'll kill you. With that, the blade dissipated. The progenitor's power disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, as if it had never appeared. However, everyone realized that their backs were drenched in sweat. In the face of a progenitor's power, they found it difficult to even walk, including the half-ancestors. Kuei Luo panted heavily and bared his teeth as he glared at the sovereign realm. Lu Yin glanced at him. I'll find a chance for you to scold him alone in the future. Kuei Luo spat. Sooner or later, I'll dig up his Xia family's ancestral grave. Xia Ziheng angrily rebuked, Kuei Luo, how dare you speak nonsense? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Go find yourself 100 concubines. Xia Ziheng was furious. Enough. Mu Shang's face was ashen. Please give me some face and let me play a game with Lu Shaoxian. Xia Ziheng stared coldly at Kuei Luo and reluctantly retreated. Kuei Luo did not say anything else, as he was still a little flustered. In the past, when he had been hunted down by the cosmic trees, it had always been a half-ancestor who had stepped in. Now, he had actually provoked Xia Xinji, so he decided to return to the fifth mainland first. He did not want to be killed by Xia Xinji. Divine Master Gu Yan also did not bring up the previous matter. You may begin. He then pressed down with his hand, causing star energy to fill the entire arena. These were the chess pieces. At the same time, Mu Shang and Lu Yin each took out 4 boundless advanced source boxes, and 8 of them released their killing intent at the same time. All sorts of strange killing intent interacted with each other, tearing through the void and creating a power that even Xia Ziheng and the other half-ancestors feared. Lu Song retreated. These killing intents are not simple. Wu Yao looked at the 4 boundless advanced source boxes that Lu Yin had tossed out, and his expression turned ugly. 3 of them had been given to him in order to rope Lu Yin in. Of course, this was also what Lu Yin had wanted, given his status as Yu Hao. Although the frigid immortal sect had not been humiliated like the Xia family, Lu Yin had still completed the Sky Beyond Heaven trial in the frigid immortal sect, and he had even obtained some good items. The frigid immortal sect had also suffered some losses. The killing intent of 8 boundless advanced source boxes was not something that an ordinary cultivator could see. The killing intent was both overt and covert, and even Divine Master Gu Yan was cautious. He glanced at Lu Yin. This kid was ruthless enough. Of the 4 boundless advanced source boxes, 3 of them were 5 stars. Mu Shang's 4 boundless advanced source boxes were 3 stars. Mu Shang had not expected Lu Yin to directly take out 3 5-star boundless advanced source boxes. This level of killing intent was no longer just a matter of lock-breaking, but also whether or not one could block it. Ordinary cultivators could only face it head-on, while lock-breakers could choose to avoid it. However, once they were enveloped by the killing intent, even Mu Shang would be in danger. The 8 boundless advanced source boxes all had different killing intent, and after about an hour, they formed a separate space that was similar to the inner world of a half-progenitor. Outsiders couldn't see anything in this space, and only the half-progenitor and the origin array heavenly master could sense how dangerous it was. Within this inner world, there was a hidden fatal danger formed by the interaction of the source box's killing intents, and this fatal danger had actually taken shape. As for the star energy that Divine Master Gu Yan had left behind, more than half of it had been destroyed, and only bits and pieces of it remained. Gu Yan turned half of the star energy white, and the other half black. Lu Shaoxian, as the challenger, you choose first. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2365. Lu Yin stared at the space in front of him. Were his eyes playing tricks on him? Those killing intents intertwined to form a monster? Mu Shang also stared at the space in front of him. He had played this game many times before, but he had rarely played against 8 boundless advanced source boxes. Each source box had a different killing intent, but this time, they had actually combined into something that resembled a living creature. It had to be one of the source boxes that had led to this combination. White, Lu Yin said. Lu Yin chose white, so Mu Shang naturally chose black. Choose your pieces. Let the game begin, Ancient Heavenly Master announced. Everyone looked at the 2 players, but neither of them moved as they observed the space. Qiuling couldn't help but stare at the space in front of her. She also wanted to observe carefully. State Tutor Butian, Grandmaster Denghua, and the other original array masters also stared at the space. Only by clearly seeing the killing intent within would one have the confidence to enter. This was also a way to compare the abilities of both parties. Whoever entered first would face greater danger, but it also meant that the person who entered first was more confident. 3 full days passed, but neither Mu Shang nor Lu Yin moved. They were both observing the source boxes. Lu Yin had never observed a game like this for so long, and this was his first time doing so. Actually, if he really wanted to enter, he could have done so at the start of the game. With his power level, he could easily resist the source box's killing intents. However, this was a competition of lock-breaking, not battle prowess. If he relied on battle prowess to resist the source box's killing intents, then it would be meaningless to enter. Battle prowess could resist the source box's killing intents and even destroy them, but it wouldn't be enough to win this game. Finally, on the 5th day, Mu Shang's hands, which had been behind his back, moved. His eyes were filled with confidence and caution as he raised his foot, about to step into the dangerous space that had long since been enveloped by the source box's killing intents. At the same time, Lu Yin moved as well. Mu Shang stared at the space in front of him in shock. Lu Yin actually dared to enter. It wasn't just Mu Shang, Gu Yan, Qiuling, and even State Tutor Butian were all shocked. This stable space in front of them was not simple at all. Even with their abilities, they could only see some clues and have some confidence in entering. Aside from the original array masters, no one else could see anything. Even though there was only one level of difference between Jia Yuan array masters and Origin array heavenly masters, the difference was like heaven and earth. Grandmaster Denghua and the other Jia Yuan array masters were at a loss. If they were allowed to play chess, they would have to wait at least a month before daring to attempt to enter. Lu Yin was also a Jia Yuan array master. Even the most powerful Jia Yuan array master was still a Jia Yuan array master. If he was not an Jia Yuan heavenly array master, how could he dare to try? Only an Origin array master could see how dangerous and complicated this game was. The more powerful an Origin array master was, the more they would be able to understand. As for those who were not Origin array masters, even lockbreakers would not be able to understand how difficult this game was, let alone outsiders. They only knew that Lu Yin and Mu Shang had entered the game at the same time, which meant that they were equally matched. He's still one step too slow. Lu Shaoxian only followed Mu Shang after seeing him enter. He's not confident that he can enter. Just wait, he'll lose soon. Although it seems like he's equally matched with Mu Shang, he'll only experience despair once he enters the game. He can't understand the difference between an Origin array master and a Jia Yuan array master, an old man said loudly. His name was Bai Hong, and he was a branch disciple of the Bai family of the Frigid Immortal sect. Beside him, a lockbreaker respectfully asked, Master Bai, is this game really that complicated? Even Mu Shang had to watch it for 5 days before entering. Many people looked at Bai Hong. At the very least, only a genuine array master could understand this game. Even an origin array master would have a hard time understanding it. The people around them were just watching for fun. If a genuine array master could explain the game, things would be different. At the very least, they would be able to understand the situation. As for asking an origin array master to explain the game, they didn't even think about it. Bai Hong looked around, and many people looked at him with reverence. It was clearly Mu Shang and Lu Yin who were playing, but he felt like he was the main character. He unconsciously straightened his hunched back and coughed. Stable Perimeter is an origin array master's game, but most origin array masters can't play it. Only origin array masters can play it. The difficulty of the game varies according to the number of source boxes and the level of the setup. Most origin array masters can set up discerning elementary or perceptive intermediate source boxes, and they can only set up 1 or 2 source boxes at most. As for boundless advanced source boxes, that's something that only people like us can play. The people around him looked at him with even more reverence. At this moment, within Stable Perimeter, Mu Shang and Lu Yin stood in their respective positions. They had found a position where they wouldn't be attacked by the source boxes. Being able to find this step meant that the game had truly begun. There was no order in this game, and players could attack at any time as long as they could use the source boxes to destroy their opponent's pieces. The rules were simple, but the simpler they were, the more difficult they were. Have you really forgotten what happened in the past? Mu Shang asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, I have. You can tell me more about it. Mu Shang smiled. Back then, you all called me Brother Mu. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Impossible. Mu Shang laughed. Lu Shaoxian used to love to smile, but not like you. He had a cheerful, relaxed, and sunny smile. It was very comfortable to be around him. He then frowned. Unfortunately, the current you is disappointing. Lu Yin smiled. It looks like you're not confident in beating me, so you're actually provoking me with words. Mu Shang shook his head. It's been a few decades since we last met, and I really want to chat with that Lu Shaoxian. Unfortunately, you're not him. He suddenly reached out with a finger, causing the source box's killing intent to flow beside him. The moment Mu Shang touched them, the source box's killing intent seemed to awaken and frantically spread out. Mu Shang continuously moved, guiding the source box's killing intent in the direction he wanted. I didn't expect you to be able to fight evenly with me. Have you been hiding your strength all this time? He could not understand. A real Yuan formation master should not be able to hide his strength no matter how much he tried. How had Lu Shaoxian managed to fool him? On the other side, Lu Yin had avoided the source box's danger. This was the benefit of having a high power level. They had actually been evenly matched just now, and if they had been at the same level, Lu Yin would have been affected by the source box's danger as well. However, he had managed to avoid it because of his higher power level. To the onlookers, Mu Shang was in a worse state than Lu Yin, and Lu Yin was even more composed. Many people looked at Bai Hong with strange expressions. Was it Lu Shaoxian being suppressed? Was it Lu Yin sweating? Even Celestial Master Mu had been beaten up. Bai Hong pursed her lips. Celestial Master Mu, you're willing to go so far just to help a junior. Admirable. The onlookers were speechless. How could this be forcefully explained? Celestial Master Chuling took a few steps forward and stared at Lu Yin. Strange, why did his actions give her a familiar feeling? Why did it feel so familiar to her, and why did it feel like this was something she should do? Every time this kid made a move, it felt as if he was speaking from the bottom of her heart. If she had been in the game, she would have done the same. On the other side, Mu Shang's expression turned ugly. This person was actually hiding his strength in front of him. No wonder he dared to play chess. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2366. Mu Shang recalled the information he had received regarding Lu Yin's lock-breaking abilities. The Wang family's analysis was that Lu Yin could allow a normal cultivator to set up a sourcebox array without any lock-breaking training. This was why Mu Shang had sought out Yu Hao in the first place. He wanted to see what kind of genius could accomplish such a feat, even he would find it difficult to do so. Now, he had experienced it firsthand. Mu Shang relied on his understanding of the dangers of the source boxes, while Lu Yin relied on his experience. Mu Shang could sense that Lu Yin's movements were shaky, which proved that his control over the dangers of the source boxes was not good enough. This meant that Lu Yin had not reached the level of an origin heavenly master, but he was still able to fight evenly with Mu Shang based on his experience. How could Lu Yin have such experience? To a lock-breaker, both innate talent and experience were very important, and it was impossible to say who was better. Lu Yin's lock-breaking talent was not inferior to Mu Shang's, but what he lacked was control over the dangers of the complex source boxes. This was something that only an origin heavenly master could do, but Lu Yin could make up for it with his experience. This was something that no one had expected. Gu Yan subconsciously looked at Skymender Imperial Tutor. Are there many lock-breaking opportunities in your wasteland? Skymender Imperial Tutor did not know how to answer. He knew Lu Yin's history very well, and he knew that he had not lock-broken many times. Perhaps this was his innate talent. Lu Yin continued to move. He moved many times, but each time he moved, the area he covered was very small. His eyes were fixed on the distant creature that was formed from the combination of the sourcebox's killing intent. That was the most troublesome thing to deal with, as he still could not figure out how to control that mass of sourceboxes. Mu Shang also stared at the sourcebox's danger. Whoever had the confidence to control it would win. So far, they had been evenly matched, and neither of them had the upper hand. Even though they had more star energy, it was still easy to reverse the situation. Both of them stopped in the game, as it was impossible to determine the victor at this rate. The only thing that could truly determine the victor would be the life form of the sourcebox's danger. The sourcebox's danger was at the very center of the game, and neither of them moved. Just like before, they were both observing the sourcebox's danger. Heavenly Master Gu Yan looked around and sighed. Lu Shaoxian had lost. Aside from Gu Yan, everyone else in the room believed that both sides were evenly matched. However, only Gu Yan knew that Mu Shang had already set up a trap the moment he had entered the game. Although it seemed as if both sides were trying to control their source boxes to erase each other's star energy, in reality, Mu Shang had already set up a source box array that no one else could see through. This source box array was something that only Divine Master Gu Yan would be able to see through. This was because he was the one who had created this source box array, and it was specifically used to stabilize the perimeter. Mu Shang had learned this from Lu Yin. In a game like chess, unless the disparity between the two parties was too great, whoever controlled the sourcebox array would win. This was also why he had been so certain that Lu Yin would lose. Different people could achieve different results when doing the same thing. Talented people could not only do the same things as ordinary people, but they could also play with different tricks. To them, some things were just a game. For example, Heavenly Master Gu Yan had been obsessed with stabilizing the perimeter when he had first become an origin array master. He had constantly looked for people to play against, but he had lost more often than he had won. This was because he had always looked for origin array masters who were one level higher than him. When he was an origin array master, he would look for an origin array master to play against. When he became an origin array master, he would look for an origin array master to play against. Because he had lost so many times, he had eventually created a sourcebox array specifically for stabilizing the perimeter. With this sourcebox array, Heavenly Master Gu Yan had been able to compete with an origin array master in a realm origin array. He had actually managed to tie with a primordial celestial master of primordial celestial masters 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 of the starry sky of trees. Luyin was not the first lockbreaker to play against an origin array heavenly master as a realm origin array heavenly master, but if he won today, then he would surpass heavenly master Gu Yan's achievements. However, Heavenly Master Gu Yan felt that this was impossible, as that sourcebox array was basically cheating in a game like chess. He now regretted teaching Mu Shang, as he was more inclined to teach Lu Yin than Mu Shang. No, it should be Lu Shaoxian. But it was too late to say anything now. The game continued, but neither side moved. They stared at the sourcebox that was in the form of a living creature, trying to control it. Now, it seemed that the game was not just between the two of them, but also a three-way game. Master Bai, what exactly is that sourcebox array? Why does it look like a living creature? Someone asked. Bai Hong's heart trembled, as he was afraid of hearing someone ask him that question. But since someone had asked, he had to answer. Otherwise, he would lose face. What living creature? Don't spout nonsense. It's just a sourcebox array. But it does look like a living creature, someone muttered. Bai Hong was displeased. Do you understand, or do I? An individual sourcebox might have a sourcebox array that is similar to a living creature, and it might even have an even stranger sourcebox array. However, it's impossible for a sourcebox array like this to appear. Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand. What's your name? That person was startled, and he quickly hid to avoid Bai Hong's gaze. The next moment, the sourcebox array that looked like a living creature moved. It stretched out its four limbs like a fierce tiger and even roared at the sky. Although there was no sound, it shook the void, and it seemed as if its voice had materialized. It then charged out. Bai Hong's mouth fell open. How is this possible? Can't you just enjoy watching the show? No one paid any attention to Bai Hong, as everyone was focused on the tiger-like sourcebox array. Every time it moved in the game, it would erase the star energy of both players. Mu Shang and Lu Yin were constantly manipulating the sourcebox array, constantly changing the tiger's movements and even its form in an attempt to control it. However, they were unable to do so easily unless one of them gave up. Beads of sweat dripped down Mu Shang's forehead. This was the most difficult game he had ever played. He had suggested using 8 boundless advanced sourceboxes in order to force Lu Yin to back off, but he had never expected the game to end up like this. Mu Shang's eyes were dazzled, and his brain was constantly working to analyze the sourcebox array. Lu Yin was the same. If not for Celestial Master Chuling's lock-breaking experience, he would not have been able to reach this point. This was the power of an Origin Heavenly Master. Lu Yin was now qualified to become an Origin Heavenly Master, and he only needed to unlock a few more sourceboxes. The most important thing now was to defeat Mu Shang. The two of them were completely focused on controlling the sourcebox array, and they wanted to seize control of the tiger. The tiger ran back and forth in the game like a marionette. I really want to praise you, Lu Shaoxian. It's rare for someone to reach this stage. Given more time, you'll definitely become an Origin Heavenly Master, but you're still a step away. It's over, Mu Shang said confidently as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. Where did Mu Shang's confidence come from? Lu Yin's control of the tiger sourcebox array was not inferior to Mu Shang's, and there were even more white pieces than black in the game. This was because Lu Yin's power level was higher, and he had been able to avoid the sourcebox array's attack several times. If this stalemate continued, he would definitely win. Lu Yin. If Lu Yin could tell, then Mu Shang should have been able to as well. So why was Mu Shang so confident? Had he missed something? Lu Yin felt uneasy. Celestial Master Gu Yen sighed. It was over. Aside from Mu Shang and Celestial Master Gu Yen, no one else had been able to tell. Even Celestial Master Qiuling and Imperial Tutor Skymender had not been able to tell. This did not mean that the sourcebox array set up in the game had reached a level where an Origin Heavenly Master could not see through it. If this sourcebox array had been set up by itself, then even an Origin Heavenly Master would have been able to see through it. However, this sourcebox array had been set up in the game, and it had been set up based on the game's sourcebox array. Normal sourcebox arrays were set up using sourceboxes or star energy, but this sourcebox array relied on drawing in the game's sourcebox array to form an unimaginable array. It could be considered a sourcebox array within a sourcebox array, which was why it was also called the hidden corner. It used a wisp of sourcebox array as a guide to set up a simple array that no one would be able to see through, thus achieving the goal of breaking through a stalemate. Once this sourcebox array was set up, as long as the difference between the two sides was not too great, this corner would become the key to breaking through the stalemate. Mu Shang raised his head. He had no intention of fighting with Lu Yin for control of the Tiger sourcebox array. His true goal lay in that hidden corner, where that wisp of sourcebox array was located. As Mu Shang let go, the Tiger sourcebox array came under Lu Yin's control. However, at this moment, the sourcebox array floated to the surface and continuously moved about as if it had a mind of its own. It was like a slithering snake. Lu Yin saw it, but he could not care less about the joy of gaining control of the Tiger sourcebox array. His expression changed, and he tried to control the slithering snakes, but to no avail. It felt as if he was facing all of the sourcebox array, and it was impossible to shake it. He saw that all of the white star energy had been surrounded by the sourcebox array. As long as this array moved, all of the white star energy in the game would disappear. In other words, Lu Yin had been defeated at that moment. Lu Yin looked at Mu Shang in shock, as he had not been able to see through it at all. How had he done it? No wonder Mu Shang had given up on the Tiger sourcebox array. Are you surprised? You're just a realm plane formation master, and you're not on the same level as an origin formation heavenly master. You're too arrogant, Lu Shaoxian. No matter how great your cultivation and battle prowess are, lock-breaking is just another path, Mu Shang said, his tone filled with confidence. It did not matter how the game had played out, or how Lu Yin had controlled the Tiger sourcebox array. As long as Mu Shang willed it, all of the white star energy would be erased, and this game would be over. He could not have lost from the very beginning, but Lu Yin's performance had been too troublesome. Otherwise, he would not have needed to use this sourcebox array, and he would have won easily. Lu Yin looked deeply at Mu Shang. You've been planning this from the very beginning. This is a sourcebox array, isn't it? Mu Shang smiled, and he could not hide the pride in his eyes as he looked at Lu Yin. That's right. That's why I asked you to change the game, but you were too arrogant. This is just like you from the beginning. You were just as arrogant and thought that you could control everything, but in the end, you ended up like this. You're like this, and so is the Lu family. Everyone was shocked, as Mu Shang had never shown any antipathy towards the Lu family. This was the first time he had done so, and he had even faced Lu Shaoxian directly. Lu Yin was curious. Do you dislike the Lu family? Mu Shang sneered. I don't dislike them, I just ignore them. The Lu family has nothing to do with me, but their arrogance is disgusting. Lu Yin said, it looks like you dislike me as well. Actually, I don't like you either. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2367. Mu Shang's eyes narrowed, and his smile faded. You're still far from being able to challenge me as a Jun formation master. Go back and cultivate. The Lu family will pay the price for their arrogance, and so will you. In the ruler's realm, Bai Qi heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Fan praised, as expected of the youngest origin heavenly master in history. Even though it seems like they're evenly matched, it's actually just an illusion for Lu Shaoxian. Xia Xinji said, does he really think that he's invincible in the universe just because he made an agreement? He's still far from that. It's time to pay the price. The dragon ancestor looked down. Yes, it's time to pay the price. At the back of the battlefield, Bai Hong was pleased. See, I was right. Heavenly Master Mu didn't sweat at all, and he was just guiding the younger generation. It's a pity that Lu Shaoxian was too arrogant, and Heavenly Master Mu couldn't stand it, so he taught him a lesson. Let me tell you, an origin Heavenly Master is not someone a GUN formation master can challenge. Remember this. He spoke proudly, but it couldn't hide the fact that Mu Shang was in a worse state than Lu Yin. Still, the result was the result. Everyone watched as the game came to an end. Lu Yin let out a long breath. There's something I'm curious about. Mu Shang met Lu Yin's gaze. You want to stall for time? It's no use. I can end this game in an instant. Stalling for time is pointless. Lu Yin replied, I know, I just want to ask. You don't just dislike the Lu family, right? Mu Shang's eyes flashed. I don't know why, but I've always hated you since the first time I saw you. Lu Yin's expression darkened as he stared at Mu Shang. It's like I've seen something that pisses me off. Did something happen between us in the past? Mu Shang's eyes widened, the depths of his eyes turning cold. Don't you think that defeating me after I recover my memories would satisfy you more? Lu Yin asked. Mu Shang's expression darkened. I want to, but unfortunately, you haven't recovered your memories. Did I do something to you? Lu Yin asked loudly. Mu Shang angrily shouted, repent on your own after you regain your memories. Just as he was about to erase all of the white star energy, Lu Yin suddenly raised a hand. A gust of wind swept past and moved an inconspicuous sourcebox in the corner. The sourcebox's danger zone was very inconspicuous, and no one had touched it since the beginning. However, when Lu Yin's gale struck it, all of the white star energy surrounding the sourcebox's danger zone suddenly scattered in all directions. Even though most of the white star energy had been wiped out, there was still a portion of it left behind. Mu Shang was shocked. Impossible. Lu Yin's eyes were cold, and he controlled the ferocious tiger sourcebox to charge towards Mu Shang, wiping out all of the black star energy along the way. Finally, he arrived in front of Mu Shang and viciously slammed into him. Mu Shang couldn't react in time and was struck by the tiger sourcebox's danger zone. At that moment, the tiger sourcebox's danger zone collapsed and transformed into countless sourceboxes that bombarded the area. Most of them landed on Mu Shang's body and blasted him out of the gaming space. Mu Shang spat out a mouthful of blood as his body crashed into the ground. Divine Master Gu Yan moved to separate the 8 boundless advanced sourceboxes, and his speed shocked Lu Yin. Lu Yin was just about to separate the sourceboxes and dispel the danger zone, but Divine Master Gu Yan had already completed his task. At that moment, Lu Yin was shocked by Divine Master Gu Yan's ability. If Lu Yin could compete with Mu Shang and Qiuling, then Divine Master Gu Yan's performance was something that Lu Yin couldn't compare to. It was incomparable. Lu Yin looked at Divine Master Gu Yan, and after Divine Master Gu Yan had separated the source boxes, he turned back to look at Lu Yin. His expression was no longer calm, but rather one of excitement and bewilderment. How did you find that danger zone? Mu Shang had been defeated, and no one had expected this. Lock-breaking and cultivation were two completely different concepts. Before this, no matter how strong Lu Yin was in terms of cultivation or battle prowess, he would never be able to affect his position as an origin celestial master. Even if Lu Yin had surpassed Xiaoxinji and 9 mountains and 8 seas, that only represented his battle prowess and not his lock-breaking ability. Now, however, everyone stared blankly at Mu Shang's figure as he spat out a mouthful of blood. A real Yuan formation master had defeated an origin celestial master, creating history. Divine Master Gu Yan had once played against an origin celestial master as a real Yuan formation master, but it had only ended in a draw. That was enough to establish his foundation as the #1 origin celestial master in the astral tree galaxy. Now, Lu Yin had defeated an origin celestial master. What did this mean? Everyone else saw that a real Yuan formation master had defeated an origin celestial master, but Divine Master Chilling was even more shocked. Even though she did not know about the sourcebox array that Divine Master Gu Yan had created specifically to stabilize the square game, as he had not needed to use it when playing against her, she had still heard of it. She had even heard of it by chance that Mu Shang had learned it. When she had played against Mu Shang, she had wanted to see the power of that sourcebox array, but she had been forced to stop because of an accident. This time, she had seen it for herself. That sourcebox array had instantly won the game, and it could easily end the game as easily as grabbing an enemy by the neck. Even so, Mu Shang had still lost. Lu Xiaoxian had actually found a flaw in that sourcebox array. She stared at Lu Yin. How had he done it? This was something that Divine Master Gu Yan could not understand as well. He stared at Lu Yin. How did you find that danger zone? How had he found it? Lu Yin looked at the heavily injured Mu Shang lying on the ground, and then at Divine Master Gu Yan, who was acting strangely. I found it just like that. Divine Master Gu Yan stepped in front of Lu Yin, and under Lu Yin's vigilant gaze, he excitedly said, "That's impossible. Even an origin celestial master would not be able to find that danger zone in a single game, let alone a real Yuan formation master like you. You know about this sourcebox array, right? You learned it before." Lu Yin was puzzled. Why do you say that? Because I was the one who created this sourcebox array, Divine Master Gu Yan said slowly. Lu Yin was stunned. You created it. Then what's your relationship with Gu Yu? The reason he had been able to find that danger zone was because of Gu Yu's letter. Gu Yu was a powerhouse who had been buried on Shenwu continent. He had guessed that Lu Yin would win, as he never did anything he was not confident in. But now that he had actually won, he could not believe it. No one else had heard the conversation between Lu Yin and Celestial Master Gu Yan, or else they would not have been so surprised. If not for Mu Shang's hidden corner sourcebox array and Lu Yin's coincidental guess, the final result would not have been certain. Lu Yin had not been confident that he would be able to seize control of the tiger sourcebox, so he could only say that this was fate. Mu Shang stared at Lu Yin in disbelief, as he could not understand how he had lost. Could this person's innate gift have reached the level where he could see through sourcebox arrays with a single glance? That was impossible. If that was the case, then Mu Shang would have lost long ago. In the sovereign realm, Bai Wang Yuan and the others were silent. Mu Shang had lost. He had lost. Bai Wang Yuan realized that he was not too surprised. Was it because this kid had created too many miracles? The fog ancestor looked down with bright eyes. She seemed to see Huiwen's shadow in Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2368. At the entrance to the back of the battlefield, Lu Yin put away his sourcebox and looked at Mu Shang. Are you convinced? Mu Shang stared at Lu Yin with the help of others. You learned the hidden corner. Lu Yin sneered, not convinced. If I can beat you once, I can beat you again and again. I'll give you time to recover, and I'll look for you the moment I officially become an Origin Array Heavenly Master." He then bade farewell to Gu Yen and the others and prepared to leave. Mu Shang's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin's arrogant attitude made him feel like he was giving out charity. Inexplicably, the same scene played out in front of him as a youth who resembled Lu Yin appeared, looking down at him with a smile. Pfft! Mu Shang spat out another mouthful of blood, and he nearly fainted from anger. Lu Yin found it strange. He had only said one sentence, but he had spat out blood again. Was his injury that serious? Why are we seeing that planet here? Someone exclaimed. Then, everyone looked up and saw a magnificent scene. A red planet had appeared in the dark sky, its color resplendent and dazzling. Lu Yin also looked up and frowned. Was this the bad star? He had once merged with the body of someone called Si Sen, who was a protector of the Temple of Bad Star. This planet was clearly the bad star. It was one of the 7 main planets in the outside world, and it shouldn't have been visible at the back of the battlefield. Even if it could be seen, it should have been there long ago. Could it have just appeared? Just as he was thinking about this, the hellworm suddenly stood up and bared its fangs as it stared at the bad star with a solemn expression. Lu Yin stared at the red planet as a black dot approached. It was getting closer and closer, constantly shuttling through the void and causing ripples to form in the void before tearing it apart. Was that a general appointment platform? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the descending object. Wasn't that a general appointment platform? Gu Yen, Kuei Luo, and the culinary god all looked up at the approaching black dot. It was a general appointment platform. The general appointment platform belonged to the Lu family, and no one had expected it to appear here. When he saw that it was a platform, he was confused. Whose platform was this? Was there someone alive in the Lu family? Suddenly, a warning sign appeared in his mind. An indescribable sense of crisis made his nerves jump. An intense chill rose from his back. He subconsciously wanted to escape. There was a killing intent, an incomparable killing intent. With no time to think, Lu Yin immediately wanted to borrow Lu Jian's rune lines, but in an instant, the point general platform descended and suppressed Lu Yin. The platform was covered in dust, and there was even a dark red residue on its surface. With the appearance of the point general platform, the battlefield behind him seemed to come to a standstill. A violent, tyrannical progenitor's power caused everyone, the corpse king, and the beasts to freeze in place. That power was like a bloodthirsty purgatory, causing everyone to go crazy and suffocate. This was a berserk sensation. The moment it appeared, the darkest side of everyone's heart erupted, causing countless people's eyes to turn dark red. Lu Yin stared fixedly at the point general appointment platform that was suppressing him, but he could not move. He was clearly under the same progenitor's pressure, but he had been prepared against Xiaoshenji and the others. However, he was not prepared for this power. The rumbling of the suppression, the hellworm's low roar, and his own heartbeat filled his mind. At that moment, he seemed to see a pair of crazy eyes through the point general appointment platform. He had seen these eyes before when he had been traveling through space-time. They belonged to Madman Lu. From the red planet's appearance to the point general appointment platform, the point general appointment platform seemed to have been suppressed for a long time, but it had only been an instant. Even Mu Xia, who was a ruler, had not been able to block it in time. He could only watch as the point general appointment platform descended on Lu Yin's head and suppressed him without him being able to react. At this moment, no one could help him. Even if he had a corpse and a pair of slippers in his cosmic ring, he could not move. This moment had been premeditated for a long time, and it had come from someone who had not even thought of giving Lu Yin a chance to resist. The gaze fell, and there was a bloodthirsty madness within it. Everyone from the Lu family had to die. Everyone who saw this scene was certain that Lu Yin would definitely die, and even Lu Yin himself felt that he would definitely die. When the point general appointment platform descended, there would be nothing left of Lu Yin's corpse, and even his arcane art of life and death would be useless. At that moment, the void in front of Lu Yin's eyes split open, and a hand reached out and slapped the Point General Appointment platform. The suppressive momentum of the Point General Appointment platform was stopped, and it was immediately pushed back. This unforeseen event only lasted for an instant. When the Point General Appointment platform was pushed back, the hand also disappeared. All Lu Yin could see were the numerous scars on the back of the hand, and he could also vaguely hear two words: was it worth it? Lu Yin did not know if he had heard wrong. He wanted to clearly see the owner of the hand, but the void returned to normal, and everything returned to normal. There was only a trace of gray that flowed around. This was a trace of time. Lu Yin looked at the gray. The power of time. Could it be Senior Muxie? At that moment, a glowing evil Saraira appeared in space behind the battlefield, and Muxie appeared. He looked up at the red planet. I won't allow you to attack again. The red planet did not reply, and it simply vanished like a curtain call. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. That tyrannical power had almost caused them to lose control of themselves. Even half-ancestors felt the same way. Gu Yen stared deeply into space. What a terrifying progenitor power. If it had not come from the outer realm, he would have thought that an eternal progenitor had attacked. Kuei Luo hurried to Lu Yin's side. Kid, are you all right? Lu Yin shook his head and looked into space. Muxie had landed. Everyone bowed. Greetings, Governor. Greetings, Governor. Muxie sized Lu Yin up with a solemn expression. Are you all right? Lu Yin shook his head. If Senior Mu hadn't acted in time, I would have died. Muxie replied, I haven't acted yet. Lu Yin did not understand. The one who pushed the Point General Appointment platform out wasn't Senior Muxie. Everyone was shocked. Senior Muxie. Governor Muxie was Lu Xiaoshuan Sr. Only a few people knew about this, and the four cardinal scales could not possibly spread the news for Lu Yin. They were eager for everyone to think that Lu Yin was bait that they had used to lure out the remaining members of the Lu family, just like Qiao. Muxie shook his head. It wasn't me. Lu Yin had not expected that it had not been Senior Muxie. Then who was it? That grayness was clearly the power of time. Among the progenitors that Lu Yin knew of, only Xiaoxinji and Muxie had the power of time. Even if the others had the power, they would not have been able to push the Point General Appointment platform out. Wait, if it was the power of time, then could that palm have come from the river of time? Could it have come from the past, or could it have come from the future? Do you know who attacked you? Muxie asked. Lu Yin nodded. Return to the fifth mainland. Madman Lu won't let you off. He's a madman, Muxie said gravely. He was confident that the four cardinal scales would be wary of him because they cared about too many things. The more they cared, the easier it would be for others to exploit their weaknesses. However, Madman Lu was different. He was a madman, and there was no way to reason with a madman. Lu Yin glanced at Xia Ziheng and the others from the four cardinal scales. How had Madman Lu known that he was coming? The four cardinal scales must have told him, and the most likely culprit was Xiaoxinji. Lu Yin had been too careless. He had thought that he would be safe with Lu Jian's Point General Appointment platform and the caged WIRM, but in reality, other than the four cardinal scales, there were still other powerful progenitors in this region who could act against him. Of course, Lu Yin's reliance was not weak. Aside from Madman Lu, it was very difficult for anyone else to pose such a threat to him. The main reason was that he had been confused by the Point General Appointment platform. If it had not been the Point General Appointment platform but something else, he would have had time to react. Who would have thought that the power that had almost killed him was the one that he was most familiar with? Don't worry, Senior Mu. He won't have a second chance, Lu Yin said sternly. Mu Xiao looked at Lu Yin. No one knows what tricks Madman Lu has up his sleeves. The fact that he betrayed the Lu family means that he has no bottom line. It's best if you go back. He then left and returned to the sovereign realm. From start to finish, he did not ask who had helped Lu Yin. Lu Yin guessed that it had been him, but that meant that Lu Yin himself did not know. This was interesting. Lu Yin knew that Mu Xia was right. The safest way was to return to the fifth mainland, but he still had things to do in this region. Madman Lu was clearly colluding with the Eternals, but the four cardinal scales did not seem to know. Otherwise, they would not have allowed him to be on Nightmare Planet. Madman Lu was on Nightmare Planet, and he should be that nightmare ancestor. The sudden killing intent caused everyone's expressions to turn grave. Many people were happy that Lu Yin had been killed, but they also thought about themselves. If even Lu Yin, who could fight against a progenitor, had almost been killed, what about the others? They felt as if their fates were being controlled by someone else. Even though they had always known that progenitors could control their lives, no progenitor had ever acted against them. Now, they had all experienced it firsthand. Even Xia Ziheng, Wu Yao, and the other half-ancestors were terrified. Mu Xie returned to the sovereign's realm, but he did not look for Bai Wang Yuan and the others. He had guessed that these people must have told Madman Lu about Lu Yin's appearance. Otherwise, with Madman Lu's personality of always being in seclusion, he would not have known about Lu Yin's appearance. From Bai Wang Yuan's point of view, they had not done anything wrong. Madman Lu had attacked, not them, and everyone knew that they wished for Lu Yin's death. In the sovereign's realm, Bai Wang Yuan retracted his gaze, his expression uncertain. Someone help Lu Shaoxian push Madman Lu out of the stage. Who was it? Mu Xie. No, he didn't react in time, Wang Fan said. Xia Xinji said, if even Mu Xie, who was watching the battlefield from the back, didn't react in time, who else could have helped Lu Shaoxian? The dragon ancestor guessed, don't forget that these three have a master. Bai Wang Yuan raised his brows. Stop pretending. Even if they do have the same master, it must be someone we know. So what if we trace it back to the era of the above heaven sect? Wang Fan shook his head. That might not be the case. Because of the three of them, we thought too highly of their mysterious master. But what if he's just an ordinary progenitor? For example, Lu Xiaoshuan's master, Yi Qi, existed before we became famous. If Yi Qi had wanted to take us as his disciples back then, it wouldn't have been impossible. After all, he was a progenitor, and now, Yi Qi is nothing to us. So you're saying that their master is just an ordinary progenitor who hasn't left much of a stir in history? He's not from the same generation as us, and perhaps his seniority is higher than ours, which is why we haven't interacted with him before. Bai Wang Yuan asked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2369. Hearing Wang Fan and Bai Wang Yuan's words, Xia Xinji said, that's possible. Otherwise, why didn't he show himself? Progenitors like Yi Qi are nothing in front of us. Maybe Mu Xia and the other two are just trying to confuse us. Don't forget what Lu Shaoxian is best at, Ancestor Long said. The other three's expressions turned ugly. What was he best at? Of course, it was a fake threat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to trick the four-direction scales. It's a pity that he only has one chance. He won't succeed even if he tries again. Lu Shaoxian will definitely be more cautious, Wang Fan sighed. Bai Wang Yuan was helpless, but he didn't know what to say. They actually had such a headache when facing a junior with 3 origin tribulations. The failed ambush was a headache for many, including Lu Yin himself. Although he had increased his vigilance against the starry sky trees, he also recognized his own shortcomings. He had many methods to deal with progenitors. Although he might not be able to defeat them, he could at least stall for time. However, these methods were built on the basis that he had enough time to react. If he couldn't react quickly enough, or if he couldn't react at all, then he would be in danger. A progenitor putting aside his pride to launch a sneak attack was terrifying. No one dared to say that they could remain calm in the face of a progenitor's sneak attack. Even 9 mountains and 8 seas didn't want to be targeted by a progenitor and be ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. Lu Yin knew that he was far from reaching 9 mountains and 8 seas level, and he didn't want to leave the starry sky trees. There were many things that he needed to do here, such as East Xian Academy's mountains and seas, the Lu family's remaining officials, the 4th Foundation, and the food paradise. He needed to think of a way to increase his confidence in facing a progenitor. Although external items were useful, the restrictions were too great. It would be best if he could increase it by himself. If he could increase his defense to the point that a progenitor's attack couldn't kill him, then that would be perfect. Only Lu Yin dared to think of such a thing. Even ordinary half-ancestors wouldn't dare to think of withstanding a progenitor's attack. Lu Yin had been able to fight 4 half-ancestors alone, which meant that his true power was quite high. The only thing that could achieve this was battle force. When it came to increasing a person's strength, no one was better than Hen Xian and the others. The 3rd mainland's master of the ancient path was famous for unearthing the potential of the human body, and he had created battle force, domains, spiritual force, and many other powers. Just like Wu Tian, he had the ability to educate others, and he could allow someone who was not a progenitor to have the strength to directly face a progenitor. Aside from this master of the ancient path's strength, Lu Yin could not think of any other power that could be used. He immediately returned to the 4th base to look for Hen Xian. The Nong family and the Lu family wanted to chat with Lu Yin, but they were blocked by the 4-way scales. Mu Shang stared at Lu Yin's departing figure. Is he going to look for me again after he becomes an origin array heavenly master? Fine, he would wait. He didn't believe that this guy could surpass him. The progenitor's ambush had caused everyone to forget about Mu Shang's crushing defeat, but news of the competition's results would still spread, and it would definitely shock the entire cosmic tree realm. Although Lu Yin had yet to reach the level of an origin array heavenly master, he was already publicly recognized as a quasi-origin array heavenly master. In many people's opinion, his lock-breaking ability might even be on par with Mu Shang's. Of course, there were also many who refuted that a single game was not enough to prove that Lu Yin was an origin array heavenly master. Whether or not he truly possessed the abilities of an origin array heavenly master would depend on whether or not he could unlock a source box that was qualified to become an origin array heavenly master. Such a source box could be found in both the cosmic tree realm and the 5th mainland. Lu Yin had originally planned to become an origin array heavenly master. However, at this moment, improving himself was more important than becoming an origin array heavenly master. With a roar, the hellworm arrived at the 4th base, and Lu Yin stomped on it. Useless thing. All you can do is watch from the sidelines. What do I need you for? The hellworm felt wronged, and it lowered its claws and bent its head. It looked at Lu Yin with large eyes that were filled with confusion. Lu Yin frowned. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Let me tell you, even if I die, someone will still be able to control you. You look foolish, but you're actually quite scheming. He did not believe that the hellworm had not reacted, as it had seen the general appointment platform before Lu Yin. The platform had shocked Lu Yin because it was the Lu family's power. It could cause Lu Yin to reveal an opening, but it could not cause the hellworm to reveal an opening. The hellworm might not have been able to block the attack, but it had still been watching. Of course, Lu Yin was not angry. The hellworm had been forcefully subdued by his slippers, so it was normal for it to have some thoughts. Tao disciple, what was that? Lu Yin returned to the fourth base, and the emperor was puzzled. Elder Chan had also arrived and was sizing Lu Yin up. Are you alright? Lu Yin solemnly replied, that shameless old thing tried to assassinate me. I'm fine. Where's Henshin? He's at the base, the emperor replied. Lu Yin walked towards the headquarters. Tell Henshin to come see me. The emperor and Elder Chan exchanged glances, not knowing why Lu Yin was looking for Henshin at this time. Not long after, Henshin arrived at the headquarters and met with Lu Yin. Tao disciple, are you looking for me? Lu Yin looked at Henshin and thought about how to broach the subject. Although these people were nominally part of the New Heaven sect and were Elysium sect masters, that did not mean that they belonged to Lu Yin. At most, they had a superior and subordinate relationship, and Lu Yin did not have the authority to force them to hand over everything they owned. Once Henshin broke through to the progenitor realm, it was hard to say if he would stay in the New Heaven sect or even pull Lu Yin down. No, if Henshin had the ability, he would definitely pull Lu Yin down. Lu Yin was certain of this. When he thought about this, Lu Yin felt that there was nothing he could say. No matter what Henshin thought, Lu Yin had to obtain the best cultivation method for battle force. Your master is the disciple of the third continent's ancient path master. Ancient path masters' research on battle force and domains is unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Now that my battle force has reached the warring states realm, what should I do next? Lu Yin asked. When Lu Yin mentioned the ancient path master, Henshin had already guessed what he was going to say. Or rather, he had already guessed that this day would come. Ever since he had revealed the power of the dark purple substance, many people had been asking about it, wanting to learn it from him. However, even Captain Yi had not been able to learn it, let alone others. Now that Lu Yin had asked, he had already thought about how to answer. The ancient path master's research on battle force and domains is indeed top-notch. There is a realm above the warring states realm called the Palm Realm of Indestructibility, Henshin replied. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Of course, he knew about the Palm Realm. In this day and age, not many people knew about it. It was a realm created by the ancient path master, and if Henshin could say it, it meant that even if some of what he was about to say was false, most of it was true. Lu Yin did not expect Henshin to be so obedient as to tell him the cultivation method of battle force. From what I remember, the ancient path master was not one of the 7 sky gods. The reason he researched battle force and domains was so that those without talent and resources could catch up. That is why I and Captain Yi were born. The respect that the third mainland has for the ancient path master is something that the other mainlands don't have for the ruling clans. Even if the Lu family controls the fifth mainland, they would not be as popular as the ancient path master in the third mainland. It is because of the ancient path master's popularization of battle force and domains that countless ordinary weeds have the nutrients to grow, Henshin said as he reminisced. I am not the first person to learn the Palm Realm of Indestructibility. Thousands of people tried before me, but they all failed. The lighter ones had their cultivation crippled, while the heavier ones. He paused and looked at Lu Yin before continuing, were torn apart. Lu Yin raised his brows and looked at Henshin. Are you saying that those people all reached the warring states realm? Yes. With the Daelord's abilities, he nurtured many battle force experts over a long period of time. His ultimate goal was for them to reach the Palm Realm of Indestructibility and reach the pinnacle of battle force. Unfortunately, aside from me, no one has succeeded. Lu Yin was curious, as he did not doubt Henshin's words. Perhaps he was exaggerating, but it should be true. He had specifically asked Liu Bujing and the others about the purplish-black battle force, but they did not know anything about it. This meant that this battle force was not widespread. How did you succeed? Lu Yin asked. Henshin smiled bitterly. If I said it was luck, would you believe me? Yes, Lu Yin replied with a single word. Henshin was helpless. If Lu Yin had thought about it before replying, he would have believed him. But if he had answered directly, it was hard to believe. As for the palm realm of indestructibility, it relies on luck. It is a type of fusion between battle force and the physical body at the deepest level. However, everyone's body is in a different state, so the method of fusion and the degree of fusion are different. It is impossible to control. The Tao Lord once guessed that one might not even need to reach the warring states realm to cultivate the palm realm, as long as one's battle force is able to fuse with the physical body at a deeper level. For example, an explorer's battle force can only reach the level of 2 or 3 lines. However, if they are lucky enough to fuse their battle force with the physical body, they can also reach the palm realm of indestructibility. Rather than saying that the palm realm of indestructibility is the pinnacle of battle force cultivation, it is more accurate to say that it opens up another path of battle force cultivation. In the Daolord's words, this is the true path, not the true path of battle force cultivation, but the true path of human cultivation. Lu Yin was surprised. The true path of human cultivation. This was a bit exaggerated. Then were all those who did not cultivate battle force fake? Wasn't this basically denying the primogenitor's abilities? The astral source universe had been created by the primogenitor, and even the primogenitor had not cultivated this type of battle force. Henshin looked at Lu Yin's expression. I know that you don't believe me, Tao Lord, but I do. Compared to those astral beasts, no, compared to some beasts that have never cultivated before, humans are too weak at birth. Even if we rely on our hard work and intelligence to become the masters of this universe, it is undeniable that we are born too weak. Once we lose our external cultivation, what will humans use to fight against powerful enemies? Battle force comes from a person's heart, and it comes from the foundation of the human body. There is no need to rely on external energy. Even if the fifth mainland's astral source universe is devoured, it can still cultivate battle force. If one cultivates battle force to the palm realm of indestructibility, they can also reach the limits of what humans can achieve. This is the true path of human cultivation. Getting married is really busy and tiring. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2370. If not for the fact that the fifth mainland's astral source universe had been devoured, Lu Yin wouldn't have been so shocked by Henshin's words. But now, with everything that had happened, he actually agreed with Henshin's words. Humans could cultivate battle force without relying on the outside world, and even in extremely harsh environments, they could still reach the peak. Henshin himself cultivated battle force and was confident that he could break through to the progenitor realm. Even if he couldn't, he was still one of the 12 sect masters of the above heaven sect. He wasn't inferior to anyone else, especially in an environment like the fifth mainland where there was no astral source. According to what you're saying, the ancient path master has done something that benefits all of humanity, both ancient and modern, Lu Yin said. Although I don't know why the Tao Lord betrayed the human race, at that time, the Tao Lord only wanted to create a path that was suitable for the human race to cultivate. However, this path was too difficult. After me, the Tao Lord found hundreds of thousands of volunteers to cultivate and let them try to fuse their battle force into their bodies, but they all failed. No one succeeded. Maybe this is a blocked path, a path that humans can't open, said Lin Feng. Lu Yin was curious. According to the ancient path master's speculations, if a sentinel cultivator could cultivate battle force and fuse it with their body, would they be able to reach the indestructible palm realm? Yes, Henshin confirmed, the path master has used this analogy before. Then how powerful would that sentinel be? Lu Yin asked. Henshin replied, according to the path master's speculations, defeating a Lammeter shouldn't be a problem. There's also one thing that's absolutely certain, they can travel through space with their body. Only explorers can survive in space, but once a sentinel cultivator reaches the indestructible palm realm, they can also survive in space because their life essence has changed. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Sentinels can travel through space and survive in the universe. They can even defeat Lammeters above their realms. If this path could really be taken, then humans wouldn't have to fear the Eternals. They would have long since become the overlords of the universe. Unfortunately, it seems like this path will be difficult. Henshin didn't answer, he had said so much just to tell Lu Yin this point. If this path wasn't difficult, then Team E would have already grasped it. He would hide it from everyone, but not from Team E. It was precisely because he was worried that Lu Yin wouldn't believe him that he had spoken so clearly. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have bothered to explain themselves. Alright, now that you've told me about the origin, development, and future goals, it's time to tell me how to cultivate, Lu Yin said as he rubbed his forehead. Hen Axian nodded. Dao child, you should be mentally prepared. Being able to reach the palm realm was entirely due to luck. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lu Yin knew why Hen Axian had said so much, but if someone had succeeded, then there was still a chance for him to succeed. Even if the chances were slim, he still hoped that Hen Axian was lying to him. As for whether or not he was lying, he might be able to tell as he cultivated. Sengoku! Henshin shouted. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as his battle force swept out in all directions, scorching the void. It was the Sengoku Kingdom. The moment the Sengoku appeared, many people around the general headquarters looked over and felt an extremely oppressive and domineering power. The invisible battle chi formed visible ripples and spread further and further, gradually moving towards the battlefield of the fourth formation base. All the corpse kings that were enveloped by the warring states were crushed into pieces. This was the first time Lu Yin had taken action against the corpse kings at the fourth foundation. One of the emissary corpse kings used the red eyes transformation and was crushed by the Sengoku kingdom. The Yao Emperor and the others found it strange that Lu Yin had suddenly attacked. Within the general headquarters, Hen Axian was astonished by the strength of Lu Yin's Sengoku kingdom. Whether it was in terms of strength or range, it surpassed anyone in Team E and was second only to him. It was no wonder that Lu Yin had been able to fight 4 half-ancestors without using any external items. What Hen Axian didn't know was that Lu Yin's Sengoku kingdom had only broken through when he had gathered the 5th mainland. When he had fought 4 half-ancestors in Shinwu Plain, the Sengoku kingdom hadn't been this strong. Shrink it, the range doesn't need to be so large, Hen Axian said. Lu Yin had only used the Sengoku kingdom to crush a wave of corpse kings and had shrunk it before attracting the attention of half-ancestors and progenitors. Hen Axian raised his hand and a dark purple substance appeared at his fingertips. He easily passed through the Sengoku kingdom and touched Lu Yin's wrist. Shock flashed through the depths of Lu Yin's eyes. This was the realm of palm indestructibility, where the Sengoku kingdom was nothing. Under this power, the Sengoku kingdom was like air. It was no wonder that even someone like the ancient path master was obsessed with this realm and called it the true path of cultivation for humans. This is the method that the path master tried for us, and this is the only thing I know. Use this point as a guide and transform the Sengoku kingdom. If you can successfully transform the Sengoku kingdom and extend this substance, it will mean that you've succeeded, Hen Axian said. He then slowly retreated and looked at Lu Yin's wrist. Lu Yin looked down and saw a black dot on his wrist. This was the substance of the realm of palm indestructibility, and it looked more like a physical manifestation of battle force. It wasn't wrong to understand it this way. It was like a stone in air, and a stone could easily pass through air. No matter how powerful the Sengoku Kingdom's battle force was, it was still just air. How do I transform it? Lu Yin asked. Hen Axayan replied, there's no need to rush. The substance has just entered your body, and you'll experience it soon enough. You'll naturally know how to transform it. You need to know that others can't help you with this, or else the ancient path master and I wouldn't be the only ones to reach this realm. Lu Yin glanced at Hen Axayan, not knowing if he was telling the truth or not. In any case, he had no idea how to transform it. Just as he thought about this, an intense pain shot through his wrist, as if it was melting. Lu Yin looked down and saw that his wrist hadn't changed, but the melting sensation was extremely intense. No, it wasn't just intense, it felt like the pain had been magnified 10 times, or even 100 times, spreading through his entire arm, his heart, his entire body, and finally his brain. In an instant, his brain felt like it was being torn apart and melted. It was normal for cultivators to experience pain, and normal pain wasn't much. Lu Yin had died a few times during his cultivation, and he had even experienced the pain of being torn apart. However, this pain made him feel like an ordinary person who had fallen into purgatory. His body was constantly being melted and disintegrated, and this pain was 100 times more intense than anything he had ever experienced before. Lu Yin exhaled, and his body trembled as the pain suddenly disappeared. The black dot on his wrist also vanished. Hen Axayan wasn't surprised, it failed. Lu Yin looked at his wrist and then at Hen Axayan. What happened? Hen Axayan definitely hadn't done anything to him, and even with Hen Axayan's strength, he wouldn't be able to inflict such pain on Lu Yin even if he could kill him. It was too deep, and even though the pain had disappeared, Lu Yin was still panting heavily. He had once again experienced what it felt like to be an ordinary person. Hen Axayan explained, no matter how we cultivate, the pain is still there. No matter what realm one reaches, as long as one's physical body still exists, the pain will remain. Even progenitors can't completely control their own bodies, and if their bodies die, they die as well. This is what the Tao Lord said, which is why he said that the realm of mastery is the true path of cultivation for humans. This is the only path that allows one to truly control their own bodies. Tao Lord, you must have experienced that pain. With your current cultivation, you shouldn't have been able to experience it, but now, you've truly experienced it. This is the human body, and you can't cut off the sensation of pain. It comes from the deepest senses of the human body, and our understanding of our own bodies is still far from enough. Lu Yin frowned, speak more clearly. Hen Axayan explained, in the Daolord's words, if we can truly control our own bodies, then we won't be injured at all. Even the slightest injury can be healed in an instant, and as long as there's a possibility of recovery, we can live forever. We can control everything about ourselves and live as long as the stars. This is true control of one's own body, but not even progenitors have reached this level. There are too many components in the human body, just like cells. What the Tao Lord meant was that when a person can truly control their own bodies, every cell will become a universe. Lu Yin blinked, Tao Lord Gu is really daring. Hen Axayan sighed, Tao Lord, you've already tried, but unfortunately, you failed. Do you still want to try? I can responsibly say that no matter how many times you try, it'll be the same. Unless you're lucky enough to find the point where battle force just happens to fuse into your body, you won't succeed. The probability of that happening is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then smiled, I have my domain. Finding a needle in a haystack is easy. Hen Axayan was stunned, was that what he meant? Continue, I'll try again, Lu Yin said. Han Axian shook his head, knowing that Lu Yin didn't believe him. Sengoku. With that, Lu Yin released Sengoku, and Han Axian tapped out with a finger. A black dot appeared on Lu Yin's wrist, and the same thing happened again. That soul-piercing pain assaulted him, almost tearing him apart. If he really died, then so be it, as the pain would only last for a moment. However, he wouldn't truly die. He would have to endure it and search for that opportunity to fuse with his body. Failure. Again. Failure. Again. After repeating the same process so many times, Han Axian grew tired. Lu Yin's face was already pale from the pain, but he didn't give up. Han Axian had said so much to tell Lu Yin that the chances of success were extremely low, but Lu Yin had heard about the true path of cultivation for humans. He had heard about how sentinels could survive in the universe, about the changes in the nature of life, and about how a single cell could become a universe. These words made him want to reach the realm of the palm even more. Besides, Lu Yin was also experimenting with his own methods. In Dao Lord Gu's era, they had only tried one method, but things were different now. There was a corresponding countermeasure to this pain, and it was precisely this: things move in the opposite direction. As long as the pain was real, it could be absorbed. Things move in the opposite direction could even be used on the ethereal power of time. Lu Yin had endured the pain so many times because he wanted to experience the possibility of absorbing pain in the opposite direction. Now, after a few days, he could finally test it out. He was sure that things would move in the opposite direction. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2371. Next, I'll use the battle technique. What you need to do is to add it to me when the black substance disappears. It'll be seamless, Lu Yin said. Han Axian was shocked. You're going to continue. Looks like you know, Lu Yin said. Han Axian solemnly said, think about it. You've experienced that pain many times, so you should know that it won't disappear no matter how long you experience it. In fact, it'll only get more and more painful. Someone once asked the Tao Master to help him continue to experience it, but his mind eventually collapsed. After that failure, he became a madman, and even the Tao Master couldn't help him recover. How long did that person last? Lu Yin asked. Han Axian took a deep breath. A day and a half. Lu Yin was shocked. A day and a half. That kind of pain was unbearable even for Lu Yin. Even if his willpower could endure it, his body couldn't. Lu Yin didn't know where the pain came from or how the ancient Tao Master had found it, but he could feel that if he didn't use matter reverses, his body wouldn't be able to last for half a day. If someone could last for a day and a half, then that person's willpower was ridiculous. There's no need to say anything else. Let's start. If I can't endure it, I'll give up, Lu Yin said. Han Axian had stayed on the fifth mainland for more than 20 years, so he knew a lot about the Tao Source sect's 9 mountains and 8 seas. He had heard of Ancestor Ku, and he had also seen Lu Yin use matter reverses. Every time he saw it, he felt that this battle technique was mystical. Anyone who cultivated to the progenitor realm was an elite of the human race, and Ancestor Ku had clearly surpassed that level. He was on the same level as Progenitor Chen and the Talisman Progenitor. Anyone who understood matter reverses would know how mystical this battle technique was. It was so mystical that it could even affect time. Han Axian watched Lu Yin use matter reverses. Had he already confirmed that this battle technique was effective after so many attempts? He released the Sengoku technique, and Han Axian tapped out with a finger. A black dot appeared on Lu Yin's wrist. The pain came as expected, and Lu Yin's withered body began to recover. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and endured the pain. It was indeed effective, and he began to try again. The purplish-black substance was about to disappear, but Hen Axian pointed out once more. The pain continued unabated, and Lu Yin's physical body continued to recover. Then, it shriveled up, recovered, and shriveled up. 2 hours, 4 hours, half a day. More than half a day went by, and Hen Xin looked at Lu Yin's wrist in exhaustion. He still hadn't succeeded, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Just how many times did he have to try? A day passed, and Lu Yin gritted his teeth and persevered. If it weren't for the fact that things would always move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme, he wouldn't have lasted this long. He had the willpower to endure the pain, and his physical body had been given to the opposite effect. This was the fundamental reason why he had been able to persevere until now. A day passed, and Lu Yin continued to endure the pain while Hen Axian continued to help him maintain the dark purple substance. In the beginning, he only needed to cover his fingertips with the purplish-black substance. Now, he needed to cover his entire arm. The purplish-black substance on his entire arm had decreased significantly. Hen Axian looked at his arm. If he was like this for a day, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. There was also a limit to how far things could go in the opposite direction, and even though this kind of pain was excruciating, it was still far from the intensity of a half-martial ancestor's attacks. In other words, the limit that Lu Yin had endured when he had been attacked by 4 half-martial ancestors was something that he could endure for a very long time now. For a very long time. 2 days passed. Lu Yin discovered that he seemed to be able to use the energy stored in the opposite direction to counteract the pain. Lu Yin had used this ability to defeat progenitor Qin during his emissary origin tribulation, and he had also used this ability to kill half-ancestor Chai. Now, he was absorbing pain, and he was counteracting it in the opposite direction, which meant that he was also absorbing pain. It was becoming more and more mysterious. Not only could it be used to control time, but it could also counteract the pain. Lu Yin admired Ancestor Ku even more. But now wasn't the time to admire him. Since Lu Yin could counteract the pain, then he would have a lot of time to think about. Hen Axian watched as Lu Yin endured for 3 days, 4 days, and then 5. He didn't know what to say, as he was well aware of this kind of pain. Even the ancient Path Master had said that even a half-martial ancestor with the strongest willpower could not last more than 3 days, but Lu Yin had already endured for 5 days. He desperately wanted to see the ancient Path Master and tell him that there was someone here who could endure for 5 days. Lu Yin had already endured for 5 days, and he didn't know if Lu Yin could reach the realm of mastery. Even if he was looking for a needle in a haystack, there was still a chance. Moreover, the probability was not as high as looking for a needle in a haystack. The ancient Path Master had once said that if someone continuously tried for a longer period of time, they would definitely be able to reach the realm of mastery. As for how long this period of time was, Hen Axian didn't know, and neither did the ancient Path Master. 10 days. A full 10 days passed, and Lu Yin was still trying. Hen Axian couldn't hold on any longer. Even if it was just 1 point at a time, there would be many points in a day. After 10 days, the blackish-purple substance that covered his body had thinned by a layer. If not for the fact that he was afraid that Lu Yin would attack him, he would have ended the process. Hen Axian admired Lu Yin for enduring the pain for 10 days, but he didn't know how Lu Yin had done it. Perhaps this child had experienced a great test of perseverance. Yes, if not, how could he have achieved this at such a young age? When he thought of this, Hen Axian's admiration grew from the bottom of his heart. Even when Lu Yin had borrowed progenitor Chen's strength to suppress the Fifth Mainland, and even when he had defeated Xia Xinji and the other 2 half-progenitors, Hen Axian had never admired Lu Yin. He had come from the era of the above heavens, and he had seen many top powerhouses. The 3 realms and 6 Taos were not something that the current progenitors could compare to. But at this moment, he truly admired Lu Yin. Perhaps the ancient Path Master would also admire Lu Yin if he saw this scene. Elder Chan and the others had visited the headquarters several times, but they didn't know what was going on inside. Even so, they didn't try to barge in. They weren't worried about Lu Yin's safety. Outside of a progenitor, there was no one who could threaten Lu Yin. Lu Yin was already immersed in his endless attempts. Even though he was able to offset some of the pain, the remaining pain was still unbearable. It took a lot of perseverance to endure for 10 days. Recommended an app that seemed to have revived an old version of the Book Chaser artifact. It could be used to exchange all origin source books. Hen Axayan sighed. The blackish-purple substance was about to disappear, and he tapped out to extend it. He wondered if his realm of mastery would be exhausted because of this. Suddenly, he froze and stared blankly at Lu Yin's wrist. The black dot hadn't disappeared. He thought that he was hallucinating. He had been extending it for the past few days, and he knew that the black dot should have disappeared by now. How could it still exist? Unless, he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin opened his eyes at the same time and met Hen Xion's gaze. His lips curled up as he said, "Thank you. I succeeded." Hen Xion was stunned. He had succeeded. Those 3 simple words had caused Hen Xion's thoughts to jump from the era of the above heaven sect to the present. At that time, the Path Master had been overjoyed to see his own success, as it meant that the path he had created was correct. Now, another person had succeeded. Really? Lu Yin nodded. His pain had disappeared the moment he had succeeded. His battle force was transforming into the realm of mastery. The process was a little long, but he wasn't afraid of time. Hen Xion looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Was he happy? Or was he fearful? Or was it something else? He didn't know if this person was truly born from the destiny of the human race. He had even succeeded in cultivating the realm of mastery. Battle force in the realm of mastery is completely different from battle force, right? Lu Yin asked as he stared at the black dot on his wrist. He had seen Hen Xion fight an ancient god in the realm of mastery, but because his opponent had been an ancient god, he hadn't been able to see how powerful the realm of mastery was. He had almost been killed by the ancient god at the time. However, Lu Yin had seen Hen Xion fight in the realm of mastery many times in Hen Ye's memories. Almost all of them were close-range battles. Compared to the Sengoku realm, the realm of mastery lacked the advantage of range, but its destructive power was much greater. Hen Xion said, "There are many ways to fight in the realm of mastery. It's actually not that different from battle force. You can treat it as a physical form of battle force. It doesn't seem to have the same range as the Sengoku realm." Hen Xion shook his head. The range of battle force is meaningless against someone who can defeat you in the realm of mastery. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Besides, this is just my usage of the realm of mastery, Hen Xion said, his eyes filled with nostalgia and longing. Lu Yin didn't understand at first, but he quickly figured it out. The ancient Path Master's usage of the realm of mastery is different. Hen Xion smiled bitterly. Of course it's different. The ancient Path Master has already fused his physical form of battle force into his body. Although there are veined patterns on his body, he doesn't have this dark purple substance. Daozi, you fought with the 9 mountains and 8 seas and experienced how terrifying their ancestral worlds are. Every progenitor has their own ancestral worlds, just like how half-progenitors have their own inner worlds. The so-called ancestral worlds are spaces created by progenitors themselves and give birth to creatures that belong to that world. They have their own unique civilizations, beliefs, and so on. The more stable these civilizations are, the stronger the ancestral worlds are. Lu Yin listened quietly. There were some things that the fog ancestor had told him before, but he hadn't gone into detail. He hadn't had a chance to talk to Mu Xiaolong either. His master had disappeared, and only the blood ancestor was left on the fifth mainland. However, the blood ancestor probably thought that Lu Yin already knew since he could fight against a progenitor. Right, there was also Big Sis, but she had probably forgotten about it herself. When Xia Xinji attacked, I saw blade-like lifeforms in his divine sword domain. They were cultivating, living, and praying. These were all Xia Xinji's powers, and a progenitor with an ancestral world is almost unfathomable. However, the ancient path master believes that the realm of mastery is the true path of cultivation for humans. Daozi, can you guess why? Hen Axian looked at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Lu Yin subconsciously replied, because the realm of mastery can also give birth to an ancestral world. Hen Axian nodded. Lu Yin's expression changed. He had only guessed along with Hen Axian's words, and it was only after he finished speaking that he realized how ridiculous his own words sounded. How was that possible? Cultivating battle force to the realm of mastery could give birth to an ancestral world. The ancestral world was clearly the endpoint of the progenitor's cultivation of external energy. The realm of mastery cultivated one's inner strength, so how could it be cultivated? Could it really be that different paths led to the same destination? Just as Lu Yin had guessed before, when one's strength reached a certain threshold, they could cross the river of time. Even without the power of time, they could still control it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2372. The Daelord's realm of mastery is comparable to an ancestral world. Although it's different from a true progenitor's ancestral world, it's not inferior to any ancestral world at all. This is also why the Daelord is certain that this is the true path of human cultivation. There's also another crucial point. Battle force doesn't require one to break through the three stages, Hen Axian said solemnly. Lu Yin was truly astonished. The third mainland's ancient path master, who was now an ancient god of the seven god heavens, had actually created an ability that allowed one to cultivate the ancestral world without breaking through the first three stages. Lu Yin's shock was no less than when he had first learned that things could move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was no less than when he had first learned about the rune-line civilization, or when he had learned about progenitor Chen's past. Regardless of whether it was the Daosor sect's era of the Nine Mountains and Eight Seas or the Above Heaven sect, there had always been shocking geniuses who had created all sorts of powers that had refreshed everyone's understanding of power. Even Bai Wang Yuan and the others would not have believed that one could reach the progenitor realm without breaking through the three stages, let alone Lu Yin. Yet, the ancient Tao master had actually succeeded. So you didn't break through the three stages? Lu Yin looked at Hen Axian in surprise. Hen Axian answered, I did. Lu Yin was stunned. The Tao Lord said that one can reach the realm of mastery without breaking through the three stages, and he's only tried it on one person. That person lasted for a day and a half before finally going crazy. I can't compare to him, but he was unlucky. Hen Axian interjected. Source changing divine tool app. It was really not bad, and it was worth it. After all, there were many books, and they were updated quickly. Lu Yin had already cultivated to the realm of mastery, and Hen Axian had already revealed many things. If Lu Yin had not cultivated to the realm of mastery, he would not have said these things. Lu Yin finally understood why Hen Axian was so certain that he could cultivate to the progenitor realm. The ancient Tao master had already paved the way for him. But was it really that easy? Lu Yin did not believe it. Even if he cultivated to the realm of mastery, it should not be that easy to create a power similar to the ancestral world. Even if he had a power similar to the ancestral world, would he really become a progenitor? Seeing that Luin was deep in thought, Hen Xian stood there quietly. What he had said might have made Luin even more fearful of him, but it was more likely that Luin wanted to see how he would walk the path of the progenitor realm. After all, Luin had already cultivated to the palm realm, and he had already said what he would do next. He would definitely need someone to explore the path for him, and Hen Xian was the most suitable person and the only candidate. Now that Luin had reached the palm realm, Hen Xian's greatest fear was that he would no longer be of any use to Luin. But now, he no longer needed him. Luin did indeed need someone to scout ahead for him, and he had no intention of doing anything to Hen Xian. He could not possibly attack a half-ancestor just because of his personal fear. Hen Xian left, having said everything that needed to be said. Now, it would take a long time for Luin to completely transform his battle force into that dark purple substance. After Hen Xian left, Luin raised his hand and watched the die spin. He tapped it with a finger, and the die slowly stopped spinning. 5 pips, borrow innate gift. Lu Yin's figure vanished and reappeared outside the headquarters. Hen Xian had not gone far, and he seemed to be thinking about something as he walked. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder, startling him and causing him to instinctively retaliate. Luin quickly retreated. Stop. Hen Xian stared blankly at Luin. Daozi. What are you doing? Luin replied, nothing much. I wanted to test the strength of your palm realm, but instead of using battle force, you subconsciously used a domain. Why? Are you an expert in domains? Hen Xian retracted his gaze. There's a delay in using battle force in the palm realm, but not in domains. Luin understood. No wonder. Then, is there a domain that surpasses the void god realm? Hen Xian replied, there is. It's called the void realm. The Daozi envisioned that once one reaches this realm, they can extend or shrink space and time at will. They can also easily control the power of time and travel through parallel space. However, this is only an ideal realm, and not even the Daozi has reached it. Luin was shocked. There's such a realm. Then cultivate well. I hope that you'll reach it in the future. He then vanished. Hen Xian stared blankly at Luin. Even the Daozi hadn't reached it. No matter how confident Luin was, there were some things that could never be done. But what had Hen Xian been trying to do? Was he testing him? He couldn't figure it out. Back at the headquarters, Luin looked at his die and saw that there were no new innate gifts. Hen Xian really didn't have any. He collected his thoughts and started rolling his die for the second time. At the same time, someone came to the headquarters to seek an audience with Luin. It was Zhou Zizai. Zhou Zizai stood outside the headquarters, waiting for Luin to appear. Luin entered the time-stop space with his dies in hands and began to convert battle force. The conversion process took a long time, but with the dies in hands, it wasn't a problem. Luin recited the primogenitor scripture while converting battle force. A year quickly passed, and purplish-black lines appeared on his body. They spread from his wrist to his entire body, forming a unique pattern. The formation of the purplish-black matter was related to the amount of battle force converted. If it had been the Luin of the past, the purplish-black wouldn't have been able to cover even his arm. Now, however, the battle force formed by the warring states of millions of kilometers was enough to cover his entire body. Correspondingly, it would take longer than Hen Xian had expected. Perhaps Hen Xian hadn't been able to convert so much battle force when he'd reached the palm realm. Is that Zhou Zizai? Let him in, Luin ordered as he ended his training in the time-stop space and converted a portion of his battle force. At this moment, his battle force was enveloped by the Mastery Realm's battle force, and he could clearly feel how powerful his body was. Once he finished converting all of his battle force, he would be able to fight against a half-progenitor. That's right, Hen Axayan and the others already had a definition of how battle force corresponded to a cultivator's strength. This time, Jiu's eye was sincere. Lu Yin laughed. You don't need to do your best. Just pretend to be the most ordinary cultivator and see if anyone will stop you from going to the fifth mainland. Then, report truthfully. Jiu's eye bowed deeply. I'll do it right away. Lu Yin grunted and gave Jiu's eye a wireless goo. From now on, Jiu's eye was working for him. Lu Yin wanted to know what the Eternals would ask him to do. After Jiu's eye left, Lu Yin wanted to roll the die again since he still had 2 chances. However, Tu Qiming came looking for him. Ever since Lu Yin had brought them up from the new city, they had all been recuperating, healing, and contacting others. Lu Yin had also gone into seclusion to prepare for the game against Mu Shang, so they had not met yet. Now, it was time to have a chat with Tu Qiming. Tu Qiming's memories had not been erased, and there was also Wan Ziyi. Bastard Lu, I'm here. Tu Qiming walked into the headquarters of the 4th base with his head held high. Lu Yin looked at him. Mental torture again. Do you want to get beaten up? No, wait, I don't want to get beaten up. Wait, what right do you have to beat me up? Tu Qiming shouted. Lu Yin sneered. Call me boss. Tu Qiming was stunned, his gaze filled with confusion and complexity. However, he quickly recovered and said with disdain, Boss my ass. You were the one who called me boss back then. Hurry up and call me boss. Lu Yin's expression turned cold as he approached Tu Qiming. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2373. Tu Qiming's face twitched, and he subconsciously retreated. What? Lu Yin didn't say anything as he walked closer. Tu Qiming gulped and smiled. Boss, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Lu Yin raised a hand and suddenly slammed it down, startling Tu Qiming. Save me, sis. Lu Yin's hand stopped on Tu Qiming's shoulder. Sis, is this my sis? Tu Qiming's face paled as he watched Lu Yin approach. This scene seemed to overlap. He had seen this scene too many times and even dreamed of it countless times. That was why he had wanted to be beaten up by Lu Yin when he had been tortured in the Folded Mountains. He had been trying to escape from reality, but now, the same scene was playing out before him. Lu Yin looked at Tu Qiming's haggard face and retracted his hand. Tell me what happened back then. Tu Qiming rubbed his eyes and looked at Lu Yin. Bastard Lu, if it wasn't for you, things wouldn't be like this now. Lu Yin stared at Tu Qiming. He really did know what had happened back then. Explain. It was because you liked that bitch that we were all tricked. It was all because of you. Tu Qiming shouted, glaring angrily at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. I want you to explain what happened on the day of the wedding. Tu Qiming roared, how would I know? You got me drunk, you bastard. I was just a kid at the time, but you actually got me drunk. You're such a bastard. Everyone says you're sunny and cheerful, but you're actually a wretched person. You were afraid that I would surpass you, so you got me drunk and delayed my cultivation. There was a loud smack as Lu Yin smacked Tu Qiming's head for real this time. You don't remember. Tu Qiming clutched his head. No, I got drunk. Trash. Lu Yin was annoyed. Tu Qiming bared his teeth. Who are you calling trash? If my innate gift wasn't crippled, I could beat you 100 times over. What was your innate gift again? Lu Yin was curious. Tu Qiming raised his head. Think for yourself. Lu Yin smacked him again. A gift that's asking for a beating. Bastard Lu, I'll fight you when my cultivation recovers. Tu Qiming roared, clearly unconvinced. Lu Yin ignored him and looked towards the fourth battlefield. He saw the 3 stacks and 10,000 divine palms. Tu Qiming followed Lu Yin's gaze and muttered, Grandpa Ji, you're still so fierce. At this time, Wan Ziyi's gaze swept over the battlefield. Tu Qiming was so scared that he shrunk his neck and quickly ran away. Lu Yin stepped forward and appeared on the battlefield. Lu Yin's. Lu Yin looked Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin looked at him. I've recovered quite a bit. At this moment, Wan Ziyi's complexion wasn't as pale as before. His aura was also very strong. When he attacked, even Elder Chan and Hen Xian looked over. Ancestor, st, not necessarily. As long as he's alive, there's always a chance, Lu Yin replied. SSSs. Wan Ziyi took a deep breath and then slowly bowed towards Lu Yin. Wan family's grand elder, Wan Ziyi, greets the young master. Lu Yin hurriedly raised a hand to stop her. Grandpa Ji, there's no need for that. Wan Ziyi replied seriously, etiquette cannot be ignored. No matter what happens, the Wan family will always be a vassal of the Lu family. You will always be the young master. Lu Yin looked at Wan Ziyi and saw his stubbornness, as well as his respect for the Lu family. After some thought, he retracted his hand and allowed Wan Ziyi to finish his greeting. At the edge of the battlefield, the Yao Emperor's eyelids twitched. Another half-ancestor, and he was definitely not an ordinary one. Why were there so many of them surrounding Lu Yin? He couldn't see any hope of the astral beast domain breaking away from the humans. Grandpa Ji, can you tell me what happened back then? Lu Yin asked. Wan Ziyi shook his head. Our memories were erased. Lu Yin was disappointed. He was curious as to why the 4-way scales had erased the memories of that day. Was there a need for that? Regardless of whether it was the madman in the Red Garden or the Lu family's vassal in the Folded Mountains, they should have all died. It was impossible for them to return to the astral tree domain alive. Even so, why erase their memories? Everyone knew that the Lu family had been exiled. Was there a need to erase their memories? Unless they were hiding something. All of our memories stop at the wedding celebration. The only thing left in our minds is our blessings for you, young master. There is nothing else, Wan Ziyi said. Lu Yin frowned. Let me say a few words. Perhaps you'll know. Even Mr. Wei had been able to find out about the Wang family's Yellow Springs through the records. Wan Ziyi was a vassal of the Lu family, and his status was comparable to a progenitor. Young master, please speak, Wan Ziyi said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The white dragon overturned. Wan Ziyi's eyes narrowed. The white dragon overturned is the only race that can get close to the ancestral Mang. Even the rest of the Lu family will be attacked if they try to get close. When I say get close, I mean touch or even communicate. He added, Source Changer app. It's really not bad, it's worth installing. It even supports Android and Apple phones. The ancestral Mang overturned. It seems like Lu Tianjing was exiled because of the ancestral Mang. Not just Lu Tianjing, but the entire top realm, Lu Yin said. Although Wan Ziyi was shocked, he still said, the ancestral Mang can do it, but I don't know how the White Dragon tribe did it. Perhaps the main family knows, but I don't. Yellow Springs water, Lu Yin said. Wan Ziyi was shocked, the Wang family's Yellow Springs water. The Wang family has always been hiding it, but I once heard forefather Tianyi say that the Yellow Springs water is actually blood. Blood. Lu Yin was surprised. That was yellow. Was it the blood of a living being? It's blood. Forefather Tianyi guessed that it was the blood of a powerhouse from the 3 realms and 6 Daos of the Anzac era. It might even be. His expression turned solemn, the blood of a progenitor. Lu Yin's eyes widened. The Wang family's continent is shaped like a palm. It can't really be a palm, right? If it is, why can't others see it? Wan Ziyi met Lu Yin's gaze. So what if they can see it? Lu Yin was stunned and fell into deep thought. That's right, so what if they can see it? Can they still snatch it? Who in the 5th mainland could snatch something from the Wang family aside from the Lu family? But even the Lu family could not do so, or else what would the other families do? The main family controls the 5th mainland, and although they can be tyrannical at times, they have never snatched anything from others. In terms of talent, they have the general platform, the divine seal catalog, and in terms of resources, they control the entire 5th mainland. Why would they care about a palm? Even if that palm really belongs to a progenitor, so what? Wan Ziyi was proud, and this was the first time Lu Yin had seen such pride. This was the first time he had seen someone from that era who was proud of being a vassal to the Lu family. He saw the Lu family's charm. What's the use of this yellow springs water? Lu Yin asked. Wan Ziyi replied, I remember that someone once came into contact with it and said that it has a terrifying binding power that can bury any powerhouse. However, the Wang family has never revealed its true abilities. Lu Yin nodded. Although Wan Ziyi's status was comparable to a progenitor's, even a progenitor might not be able to understand this. Since the Yellow Springs water had played a role in the Lu family's exile, it meant that the Wang family had hidden this water very well. Otherwise, the Lu family would definitely have taken precautions against it. Lu Yin guessed that even forefather Tianyi might not be able to fully understand the Yellow Springs water. Prison lock, Lu Yin said. Wan Ziyi replied, it's a technique from the Xinwu Plain, a primogenitor's secret technique. Lu Yin was shocked. A primogenitor's secret technique? Wan Ziyi nodded and solemnly explained, the main family was exiled, and the Xia family was in the 4 cardinal scales. I guessed that this technique would be used. The prison lock technique originated from the primogenitor, and it's rumored that the primogenitor personally bestowed this technique upon the Xia family during the era of the above heaven. Even the main family is envious of it, but only the Xia family in the entire 5th mainland possesses it. The Xia family can cultivate this technique. Then why hasn't Xia Xinji used it before? Lu Yin did not understand. Wan Ziyi was shocked. It seems that the young master has fought with Xia Xinji before. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, but rather that he can't. Once he uses the prison lock, he will definitely be exiled along with the main family. It's a secret technique that's only passed down through generations. Lu Yin relaxed. So that's how it is. No wonder his heart had been in his throat just now. The words, primogenitor, were too intimidating. Just thinking about the primogenitor's secret technique made Lu Yin's scalp go numb. He had been worried that the Xia family had hidden this technique, which would have been the end of them. But now, it seemed that the Xia family had paid the greatest price. They had even lost the primogenitor's secret technique in order to exile the Lu family. What had they gained in return? Lu Yin was on high alert. The Xia family had paid such a huge price, so there had to be some sort of reward. However, he had not seen any, which meant that the Xia family was hiding something. Frigid immortal fruit, Lu Yin said. Wan Ziyi was surprised. It's just a fruit. The Frigid Immortal sect cultivates the Frigid Immortal finger with the help of the Frigid Immortal pond, and the Frigid Immortal fruit grows in that pond. It's very tasty, and you often stole it when you were young. You were even bullied by some of the older children in the Frigid Immortal sect. I remember that the 7 of you became sworn brothers because of this. Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring and thought back to that piece of paper, as well as the fragmented memories. 7:13. Yes, that was it. So it was because he had stolen the frigid immortal fruit and been stopped by the children of the frigid immortal sect. No wonder he had been bullied even though he was the heir of the Lu family. Lu Yin's gaze softened as he looked at the cosmic ring. His heart was filled with complex emotions. Where were his siblings? Is this what caused the main family to be exiled? Wan Zi asked. Lu Yin gathered his thoughts. Madman Lu. Wan Zi's expression changed. Madman Lu. Lu Yin nodded and looked at him. How much do you know about him? Wan Zi's expression was solemn, and there was even a hint of fear. He's just like his name. He's a madman, and even Patriarch Tianyi is afraid of him. Lu Yin asked, is he so strong that even Patriarch Tianyi is afraid of him? Wan Zi shook his head. I can't judge his strength, but Patriarch Tianyi once said that this madman cannot be released. If he dies one day, he has to take this madman with him before he dies. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2374. Lu Yin asked, what is Madman Lu's identity? Wan Zi was helpless. I don't know. Even your father, Lu Qi, doesn't know. In the entire Fifth Mainland, probably only Patriarch Tianyi, by Wang Yuan, and the others from the same generation as him know. He actually participated in the banishment of the main family. If Patriarch Tianyi had known earlier, he would have killed him. Lu Yin looked up in the direction where the bad star had appeared. Not only did he banish the Lu family, but he also almost killed me not long ago. Wan Zi frowned and asked, where is he? Lu Yin pointed up. The ruler's realm. Wan Zi was puzzled. Lu Yin replied, the outer realm. Wan Zi was shocked. He actually went to the outer realm. It seems like even the four-way scale is afraid of him. What's going on in the outer realm? Lu Yin asked. He had too many questions, but he couldn't think of any at the moment. He could only ask whatever came to mind and ask in the future. In any case, Wan Zi wouldn't disappear. Wan Zi thought about it. How should I explain it to you? Right, you're an origin array master, so it's easy to understand. The outer realm is a sourcebox array that protects the cosmic tree. Lu Yin was surprised. The outer realm planets themselves are sourceboxes. Wan Zi nodded. You really can understand. Many people wouldn't have thought that such a large sourcebox would appear, but it's actually connected to infinite energy. However, very few people know about this. I only found out from the main family that there are 7 planets in the outer realm that are scattered around the cosmic tree and connected to infinite energy. That's how they're able to defend the front lines of humanity. They're as important as infinite energy, which is why each planet is protected by a progenitor. When the main family was still around, they guarded 2 planets, and each one was different. Because of the sourcebox array's influence, the natural conditions of the cosmic tree are different. I won't explain this to you since you probably won't be guarding the outer realm for the rest of your life. The people guarding the outer worlds are either feared by the master of the starry sky of trees, or they're willing to do so. Out of the 7 planets, 1 has Madman Lu, the other 6 have the Lu clan's ancestor, and the ancestor of the four-way scales. Lu Yin thought of Bai Xing, who represented the frigid immortal sect in overseeing the outer realms. This meant that each of the 4 cardinal scales had a progenitor overseeing the outer realms. This meant that the 4 cardinal scales each had a progenitor overseeing the outer realms, which meant that they had a very strong foundation. However, they still could not compare to the Liu family. Back then, the Liu family had been overseeing 2 planets, which meant that they had 2 progenitors. Even if one of them was Patriarch Tianyi, there was still Madman Liu. One family had 3 progenitors, and one sect had 3 progenitors. This was the kind of power that a force in charge of the continent should possess. On the 4th battlefield, Liu Yin asked Wan Zi many questions, and Wan Zi patiently answered all of them. He knew that Liu Yin had lost his memories, but not just the memories of being exiled. He had lost all of Liu Xiaoshuan's memories, and Bai Xian'er had only been so cruel to him. The most infuriating thing is that Tu Qiming got drunk instead of having his memories erased, Liu Yin said angrily. Bastard Liu, don't think that I can't hear you just because I'm far away. Tu Qiming's voice came from afar, as he had been listening the entire time. Liu Yin naturally knew, and he looked up at Wan Zi. He saw the pity in the other's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He asked, what is Tu Qiming's innate gift? The fact that he had been recognized as the 8th hero was not something that Liu Shaoxian or any one of the 7 heroes had acknowledged. The title of the 7 heroes had come from the entire cosmic tree realm, and it had not been given to them by themselves. When the Liu family's achievements on this continent were brought up, aside from the general appointment platform and Patriarch Tianyi, the 7 heroes were the most talked about. They were the pride of an era, and even though the 7 of them had not yet matured, they were still imprints of an era. The 9 mountains and 8 seas were imprints of the Daosor Sex era, and the 3 realms and 6 Daos were imprints of the above heaven Sex era. In that case, the 7 heroes were imprints of the era before the Liu family had been exiled, even though that era was not that far from now. Wan Zi looked at Tu Qiming, who was still trying to eavesdrop, and sighed. Planet Qiming is his name, and it's based on his innate gift. When the Tu family received a son, the planet Qiming descended from the heavens and shook the top realm. Even progenitors looked over, and the Tu family was so happy that they changed his name from the original order of seniority to Tu Qiming. What kind of innate gift is that? Liu Yin was astonished. For a family that had been recognized by the Liu family to change their names based on seniority, one could only imagine the shock this innate gift had brought to the Tu family. In the distance, Tu Qiming heard the words, Planet Qiming, and his eyes dimmed as he turned to leave. Wan Zi felt that it was a pity. Planet Qiming means enlightenment. As long as that planet's radiance still exists, he will not die. How long do you think a planet can live? Liu Yin's expression changed, and he blurted out, he has the same lifespan as a planet. Wan Zi replied, although that's not very likely, that's what we knew back then. Not only that, but Qiming was also wise. His cultivation innate gift was extremely powerful, and he was not inferior to any of the 7 prodigies. The 7 prodigies were at the top of their generation, and they could only compete with each other. Tu Qiming was the only child who could compete with them, so he was just as dazzling at that time. He would have been able to become the 8th prodigy. This was personally acknowledged by Patriarch Tianyi, as well as all of us. His only goal was you, young master. Unfortunately, that innate gift has been crippled, and he himself has been crippled. Liu Yin had not expected Tu Qiming's innate gift to be so powerful that he had the same lifespan as a planet. This possibility was not high, as any random planet had existed for countless billions of years, and it was not something that humans could compare to. Perhaps those planets in the heavens had all witnessed humanity's rise from the beginning to the glory of the above heaven sect. But even if Tu Qiming did not have the same lifespan as a planet, Planet Qiming was still of great use. A genius with extraordinary innate gifts had been turned into a cripple. Liu Yin understood Tu Qiming's sorrow, not to mention the inhumane torture that he had to endure every month. He immediately contacted Yu Qin. She had been released from the 5th mainland, and she should be in the frigid immortal sect right now. The Grim Reaper's seal had been planted in her body, and Lu Yin did not know if Bai Wangyuan would be able to break it. However, Bai Wangyuan probably would not help a nobody like Yu Qin. From his perspective, it would be easier to kill her with a single palm strike. Yu Qin should have thought of this as well, so she would not expose the fact that she was being controlled. The wireless goo connected, and Lu Yin knew that Yu Qin was still being controlled. Otherwise, the wireless goo would not have been able to contact her. Daozi, Yu Qin transmitted through the wireless goo. Lu Yin replied, I'm looking for Bai Xian Air. Yu Qin hesitated on the other end. Very few people knew how to contact Bai Xian Air, and if she told Lu Yin, Bai Xian Air would definitely find out. She did not dare to do so. I said, I'm looking for Bai Xian Air. Lu Yin sent another message. Even though there was no expression in his voice, Yu Qin could feel Lu Yin's fury. If she hesitated any longer, even if Bai Xian Air did not find out, she would still be executed. Lu Yin would be executed. Thinking this through, she hurriedly told Lu Yin how to contact Bai Xian Air and the Cloud Connection Stone. In order to survive, she had taken the initiative to tell Lu Yin that she could contact Bai Xian Air. This was her greatest bargaining chip, and now, she could finally use it. Lu Yin put away the wireless goo and took out the Cloud Connection Stone to try to contact Bai Xian Air. On the other side, Wan Ziyi narrowed his eyes. There was a strong murderous intent deep in his eyes. Bai Xianer, this woman played a key role in the banishment of the Lu family. More importantly, she was the one who killed Tu Qiming. Many of the surviving members of the Lu family, including the lunatics in the Red Garden, were killed by her. Even though Wan Ziyi's memories of being banished made it impossible for him to feel hatred, his hatred grew as he learned more about the situation. The Cloud Connection Stone vibrated, and an image appeared. The background was filled with red flowers, and it was Bai Xian Air. Wan Ziyi wanted nothing more than to kill Bai Xian Air the moment she appeared. Lu Yin stared at Bai Xian Air, and she stared back at him. You finally found me. You knew I would find you. How could I find you? Bai Xian Air smiled. You can find me as long as you want, and I won't run away from you. Lu Yin didn't beat around the bush. What's up with Tu Qiming's innate gift? Crippled, Bai Xian Air answered naturally. Just because he's a surviving member of the Lu family. No, because he's Tu Qiming. He once spoke rudely to me. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Tu Qiming, come here. Tu Qiming had wanted to ignore Lu Yin's call, but when he glanced over and saw Bai Xian Air's image, his eyes widened and he rushed over. Bai Xian Air waited calmly, as if she wasn't facing Lu Yin's mortal enemies but a stranger. However, her gaze towards Lu Yin was gentle the entire time, a gentleness amidst calmness. Such a gaze should have made anyone feel comfortable, but Lu Yin felt uncomfortable, as if he had seen pity in it. Tu Qiming rushed over and glared at Bai Xian Air. Ugly woman, you didn't think Grandpa Tu would still be alive, did you? Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin raised a brow. Ugly woman. Bai Xian Air was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, and her temperament was also unique. If it wasn't for his enmity with her, he wouldn't have minded praising her, but how had she become ugly in front of Tu Qiming? Wan Ziyi wasn't surprised, he had obviously heard of this before. Bai Xian Air smiled at Tu Qiming. Geniuses always have flaws. I thought your face blindness was due to your high innate gift, but I didn't think that crippling your innate gift would turn out to be face blindness as well. Looks like I crippled the wrong person. Face blindness my ass. Grandpa too isn't face blind. Eldest sister, fourth sister, and sixth sister are much prettier than you, and Long she is prettier than you. Even Lu San is prettier than you. Bai Xian Air smiled. It's fine if you crippled the wrong innate gift, there are still many parts of your body that can be crippled, such as your hands, legs, or even tongue. Tu Qiming wanted to continue, but Luin stopped him. Are you threatening him? Bai Xian looked at Luin. You can't protect him. He spoke rudely, so he should be taught a lesson. So you're torturing him every month. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. Bai Xian smiled. Isn't that what I should do? Tu Qiming gritted his teeth, his lips bleeding. He was shouting happily, but in reality, his hatred for Bai Xian was monstrous. However, he couldn't take revenge, so he could only vent his anger through this method. However, Bai Xian didn't react at all, which made him even angrier. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.